The condition of postmodernity. An inquiry into the origins of cultural change. David Harvey. Preface 8. Part I. In Contemporary Culture 1 Introduction 3-2 Modernity and Modernism 10-3 Postmodernism 39-4 Postmodernism in the City, Architecture and Urban Design 66-5 Modernization 99-6 Postmodernism or Postmodernism 113. Part 2 The Political Economic Transformation of Late 20th Century Capitalism 7 Introduction 121 8 Fordism 125 9 From Fordism to Flexible Accumulation 141 10 Theorizing the Transition 173 11 Flexible Accumulation Solid Transformation or Temporary Fix 189. Part 3 The Experience of Space and Time 12 Introduction 201 13 Individual Spaces and Times in Social Life 211 14 Time and Space as Sources of Social Power 226 15 The Time and Space of the Enlightenment Project 240 6 Contents 16 Time-Space Compression and the Rise of Modernism as a Cultural Force 260 17 Time-Space Compression and the Postmodern Condition 284 18 Time and Space in the Postmodern Cinema 308. Part 4 19 Postmodernity as a Historical Condition 327 20 Economics with Mirrors 329 21 Postmodernism as the Mirror of Mirrors 336 22 Fordist Modernism versus Flexible Postmodernism, or the interpenetration of opposed tendencies in capitalism as a whole 338 23 The transformative and speculative logic of capital 343 24 The work of art in an age of electronic reproduction and image banks 346 25 Responses to time-space compression 350 26 The crisis of historical materialism 353 27 Cracks in the mirrors. Fusions at the edges 356. References 360. Index 368. The argument. There has been a sea change in cultural as well as in political economic practices since around 1972. This sea change is bound up with the emergence of new dominant ways in which we experience space and time. While simultaneity in the shifting dimensions of time and space is no proof of necessary or causal connection, strong a priori grounds can be adduced for the proposition that there is some kind of necessary relation between the rise of postmodernist cultural forms, the emergence of more flexible modes of capital accumulation, and a new round of time-space compression in the organization of capitalism. But these changes, when set against the basic rules of capitalistic accumulation, appear more as shifts in surface appearance rather than as signs of the emergence of some entirely new post-capitalist or even post-industrial society. I cannot remember exactly when I first encountered the term postmodernism. I probably reacted to it in much the same way as I did to the various other isms that have come and gone over the past couple of decades, hoping that it would disappear under the weight of its own incoherence or simply lose its allure as a fashionable set of new ideas. But it seemed as if the clamor of postmodernist arguments increased rather than diminished with time. Once connected with post-structuralism, post-industrialism, and a whole arsenal of other new ideas, postmodernism appeared more and more as a powerful configuration of new sentiments and thoughts. It seemed set fair to play a crucial role in defining the trajectory of social and political development simply by virtue of the way it defines standards of social critique and political practice. In recent years it has determined the standards of debate, defined the manner of discourse, and set parameters on cultural, political, and intellectual criticism. It therefore seemed appropriate to inquire more closely into the nature of postmodernism, not so much as a set of ideas but as a historical condition that required elucidation. I had, however, to undertake a survey of the dominant ideas and, since postmodernism turns out to be a minefield of conflicting notions, that project turned out to be by no means easy to undertake. The results of that inquiry, set out in Part I, have been boiled down to the bare minimum, though I hope not unreasonably so. The rest of the work examines the political economic background before looking much more closely at the experience of space and time as one singularly important mediating link between the dynamism of capitalism's historical geographical development and complex processes of cultural production and ideological transformation. In this way it proves possible to make sense of some of the wholly new discourses that have arisen in the Western world over the past few decades. There are signs, these days, that the cultural hegemony of postmodernism is weakening in the West. When even the developers tell an architect like Moshe Safdie that they are tired of it, then can philosophical thinking be far behind? In a sense it does not matter whether postmodernism is or is not on the way out, since much can be learned from a historical inquiry into the roots of what has been a quite unsettling phase in economic, political, and cultural development. In writing this book I have had a lot of help and critical encouragement. Vicente Navarro, Erica Schoenberger, Neil Smith, and Dick Walker provided a host of comments either on the manuscript or upon the ideas I was developing. The Roland Park Collective provided a grand forum for intellectual discussion and debate. It was also my good fortune to work with an extremely talented group of graduate students at the Johns Hopkins University, and I would like to thank Kevin Archer, Patrick Bond, Michael Johns, Phil Schmand, and Eric Swangida for the tremendous intellectual stimulation they provided during my last years there. Jan Bark initiated me into the joys of having someone do the word processing competently and with good humor while undertaking much of the burden of constructing the index. Angela Newman drew the diagrams, Tony Lee helped with the photography, Sophie Hartley sought out the permissions, and Alison Dickens and John Davey, of Basil Blackwell, provided many helpful editorial comments and suggestions. And Haiti was a wonderful source of inspiration. Part I. The passage from modernity to postmodernity in contemporary culture. The fate of an epoch that has eaten of the tree of knowledge is that it must recognize that general views of life and the universe can never be the products of increasing empirical knowledge, and that the highest ideals, which move us most forcefully, are always formed only in the struggle with other ideals which are just as sacred to others as ours are to us. Max Weber. 1. Introduction. Jonathan Raban's Soft City, a highly personalized account of London life in the early 1970s, was published in 1974. It received a fair amount of favorable comment at the time. But its interest to me here is as a historical marker, because it was written at a moment when a certain shifting can be detected in the way in which problems of urban life were being talked about in both popular and academic circles. It presaged a new kind of discourse that would later generate terms like gentrification and yuppie as common descriptors of urban living. It was also written at that cusp in intellectual and cultural history when something called postmodernism emerged from its chrysalis of the anti-modern to establish itself as a cultural aesthetic in its own right. Unlike most of the critical and oppositional writing about urban life in the 1960s, Raban depicts as both vibrant and present what many earlier writers had felt as a chronic absence. To the thesis that the city was falling victim to a rationalized and automated system of mass production and mass consumption of material goods, Raban replied that it was in practice mainly about the production of signs and images. He rejected the thesis of a city tightly stratified by occupation and class, depicting instead a widespread individualism and entrepreneurialism in which the marks of social distinction were broadly conferred by possessions and appearances. To the supposed domination of rational planning, Raban opposed the image of the city as an encyclopedia or emporium of styles in which all sense of hierarchy or even homogeneity of values was in the course of dissolution. The city dweller was not, he argued, someone necessarily given over to calculating rationality. The city was more like a theater, a series of stages upon which individuals could work their own distinctive magic while performing a multiplicity of roles. To the ideology of the city as some lost but longed for community, Raban responded with a picture of the city as labyrinth, honeycombed with such diverse networks of social interaction oriented to such diverse goals that the encyclopedia becomes a maniacal scrapbook filled with colorful entries which have no relation to each other, no determining, rational or economic scheme. My purpose here is not to criticize this particular representation. I do wish to concentrate on how such an interpretation could be so confidently asserted and so well received. For there are a number of things going on in Soft City that deserve close attention. To begin with, the book offers more than a little comfort to those who feared that the city was falling victim to the totalitarianism of planners, bureaucrats, and corporate elites. The city, Raban insists, is much too complicated a place ever to be so disciplined. A labyrinth, an encyclopedia, an emporium, a theater, the city is somewhere where fact and imagination simply have to fuse. Raban also appealed unabashedly to notions of subjective individualism which had so often been forced underground by the collectivist rhetoric of the 1960s social movements. For the city was also a place where people were relatively free to act as, and become what, they pleased. Personal identity had been rendered soft, fluid, endlessly open to the exercise of the will and the imagination. For better or worse, invites you to remake it, to consolidate it into a shape you can live in. You, too. Decide who you are, and the city will again assume a fixed form around you. Decide what it is, and your own identity will be revealed, like a map fixed by triangulation. Cities, unlike villages and small towns, are plastic by nature. We mold them in our images, they, in their turn, shape us by the resistance they offer when we try to impose our own personal form on them. In this sense, it seems to me that living in a city is an art, and we need the vocabulary of art, of style, to describe the peculiar relation between man and material that exists in the continual creative play of urban living. The city as we imagine it, the soft city of illusion, myth, aspiration, nightmare, is as real, maybe more real, than the hard city one can locate in maps and statistics, in monographs on urban sociology and demography and architecture. 2. 6. While affirmative in this sense, Raban did not pretend that all was well with urban life. Too many people lost their way in the labyrinth, it was simply too easy for us to lose each other as well as ourselves. And if there was something liberating about the possibility of playing many diverse roles, there was also something stressful and deeply unsettling about it. Beneath all that, lay the grumbling threat of inexplicable violence, the inevitable companion of that omnipresent tendency for social life to dissolve into total chaos. Inexplicable killings and random urban violence in fact form the opening gambit in Raban's account. The city may be a theater, but that meant there were opportunities for villains and fools to strut there and turn social life into tragicomedy, even violent melodrama, particularly if we failed to read the codes right. Although we are necessarily dependent on surfaces and appearances, it was not always clear how we could learn to attend to these surfaces with the requisite sympathy and seriousness. This task was rendered doubly difficult by the way creative entrepreneurialism had been harnessed to the task of producing fantasy and disguise, while behind all the churnings of codes and fashions lurked a certain imperialism of taste that stood to recreate in new ways the very hierarchy of values and significations that changing fashions otherwise undermined. Signals, styles, systems of rapid, highly conventionalized communication, are the lifeblood of the big city. It is when these systems break down, when we lose our grasp on the grammar of urban life, that takes over. The city, our great modern form, is soft, amenable to the dazzling and libidinous variety of lives, dreams, interpretations. But the very plastic qualities which make the great city the liberator of human identity also cause it to be especially vulnerable to psychosis and totalitarian nightmare. There is more than a touch of the French literary critic Roland Barthes's influence in this passage, and sure enough that writer's classic text writing degree 0 turns up for favorable mention on more than one occasion. To the degree that Le Corbusier's modernist style of architecture is the bête noire in Raban's scheme of things, Soft City records a moment of fierce tension between one of the great heroes of the modernist movement and someone like Barthes, who was shortly to become one of the central figures of postmodernism. Soft City, written at that moment, is a prescient text that should itself be read not as an anti-modernist argument but as a vital affirmation that the postmodernist moment has arrived. I was recently reminded of Raban's evocative descriptions while visiting an exhibition of Cindy Sherman's photographs. The photographs depict seemingly different women drawn from many walks of life. It takes a little while to realize, with a certain shock, that these are portraits of the same woman in different guises. Only the catalogue tells you that it is the artist herself who is that woman. The parallel with Reband's insistence upon the plasticity of human personality through the malleability of appearances and surfaces is striking, as is the self-referential positioning of the authors to themselves as subjects. Cindy Sherman is considered a major figure in the postmodern movement. So what is this postmodernism of which many now speak? Has social life so changed since the early 1970s that we can reasonably talk about living in a postmodern culture, a postmodern age? Or is it simply that trends in high culture have taken, as is their wont, yet another twist, and that academic fashions have also changed with scarcely a ripple of effect or an echo of correspondence in the daily life of ordinary citizens? Reband's book suggests that there is more to matters than the latest intellectual fad imported from Paris or the latest twirl in the New York art market. There is more to it, too, than the shift in architectural style that Jenks records, though here we approach a realm that has the potential to bring high cultural concerns closer to daily life through the production of built form. Major changes have indeed occurred in the qualities of urban life since 1970 or so. But whether such shifts deserve the appellation of postmodern is another question. The answer depends rather directly, of course, on exactly what we might mean by that term. And here we do have to grapple with the latest intellectual fads imported from Paris and twists in the New York art market, because it is out of those ferments that the concept of the postmodern has emerged. No one exactly agrees as to what is meant by the term, except, perhaps, that postmodernism represents some kind of reaction to, or departure from, modernism. Since the meaning of modernism is also very confused, the reaction or departure known as postmodernism is doubly so. The literary critic Terry Eagleton tries to define the term as follows. There is, perhaps, a degree of consensus that the typical postmodernist artifact is playful, self-ironizing, and even schizoid, and that it reacts to the austere autonomy of high modernism by impudently embracing the language of commerce and the commodity. Its stance towards cultural tradition is one of irreverent pastiche, and its contrived depthlessness undermines all metaphysical solemnities, sometimes by a brutal aesthetics of squalor and shock. In more positive vein, the editors of the architectural journal C6 see postmodernism as a legitimate reaction. Introduction 9 to the monotony of universal modernism's vision of the world. Generally perceived as positivistic, technocentric, and rationalistic, universal modernism has been identified with the belief in linear progress, absolute truths, the rational planning of ideal social orders, and the standardization of knowledge and production. Postmodernism, by way of contrast, privileges heterogeneity and difference as liberative forces in the redefinition of cultural discourse. Fragmentation, indeterminacy, and intense distrust of all universal or totalizing discourses are the hallmark of postmodernist thought. The rediscovery of pragmatism in philosophy, the shift of ideas about the philosophy of science wrought by Kuhn and Feyerabend, Foucault's emphasis upon discontinuity and difference in history and his privileging of polymorphous correlations in place of simple or complex causality, new developments in mathematics emphasizing indeterminacy, the re-emergence of concern in ethics, politics, and anthropology for the validity and dignity of the other, all indicate a widespread and profound shift in the structure of feeling. What all these examples have in common is a rejection of meta-narratives, which leads Eagleton to complete his description of postmodernism thus. Postmodernism signals the death of such meta-narratives whose secretly terroristic function was to ground and legitimate the illusion of a universal human history. We are now in the process of wakening from the nightmare of modernity, with its manipulative reason and fetish of the totality, into the laid-back pluralism of the postmodern, that heterogeneous range of lifestyles and language games which has renounced the nostalgic urge to totalize and legitimate itself. Science and philosophy must jettison their grandiose metaphysical claims and view themselves more modestly as just another set of narratives. If these depictions are correct, then it would certainly seem as if Raban's soft city is suffused with postmodernist sentiment. But the real import of that has still to be established. Since the only agreed point of departure for understanding the postmodern is in its purported relation to the modern, it is to the meaning of the latter term that I shall first attend. Modernity, wrote Baudelaire in his seminal essay The Painter of Modern Life, is the transient, the fleeting, the contingent, it is the one half of art, the other being the eternal and the immutable. I want to pay very close attention to the conjoining of the ephemeral and the fleeting with the eternal and the immutable. The history of modernism as an aesthetic movement has wavered from one side to the other of this dual formulation, often making it appear as if it can, as Lionel Trilling once observed, swing around in meaning until it is facing in the opposite direction. Armed with Baudelaire's sense of tension, we can, I think, better understand some of the conflicting meanings attributed to modernism, and some of the extraordinarily diverse currents of artistic practice, as well as aesthetic and philosophical judgments offered up in its name. I shall leave aside, for the moment, the question why modern life might be characterized by so much ephemerality and change. But that the condition of modernity is so characterized is not generally disputed. Here, for example, is Behrman's description. There is a mode of vital experience of space and time, of the self and others, of life's possibilities and perils that is shared by men and women all over the world today. I will call this body of experience modernity. To be modern is to find ourselves in an environment that promises adventure, power, joy, growth, transformation of ourselves and the world, and, at the same time, that threatens to destroy everything we have, everything we know, everything we are. Modern environments and experiences cut across all boundaries of geography and ethnicity, of class and nationality, of religion and ideology. In this sense, modernity can be said to unite all. 11. Mankind. But it is a paradoxical unity, a unity of disunity. It pours us all into a maelstrom of perpetual disintegration and renewal, of struggle and contradiction, of ambiguity and anguish. To be modern is to be part of a universe in which, as Marx said, all that is solid melts into air. Berman goes on to show how a variety of writers in different places and at different times confronted and tried to deal with this overwhelming sense of fragmentation, ephemerality, and chaotic change. This same theme has recently been echoed by Frisby, who in a study of three modern thinkers, Simmel, Krakauer, and Benjamin, emphasizes that their central concern was with a distinctive experience of time, space and causality as transitory, fleeting, and fortuitous and arbitrary. While it may be true that both Berman and Frisby are reading into the past a very strong contemporary sensitivity to ephemerality and fragmentation, and therefore, perhaps, overemphasizing that side of Baudelaire's dual formulation, there is abundant evidence to suggest that most modern writers have recognized that the only secure thing about modernity is its insecurity, its penchant, even, for totalizing chaos. The historian Karl Skorsk notes, for example, that in fin de siècle Vienna, high culture entered a whirl of infinite innovation, with each field proclaiming independence of the whole, each part in turn falling into parts. Into the ruthless centrifuge of change were drawn the very concepts by which cultural phenomena might be fixed in thought. Not only the producers of culture, but also its analysts and critics fell victim to the fragmentation. The poet W. B. Yeats caught this same mood in the lines: "Things fall apart, the center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world." If modern life is indeed so suffused with the sense of the fleeting, the ephemeral, the fragmentary, and the contingent, then a number of profound consequences follow. To begin with, modernity can have no respect even for its own past, let alone that of any pre-modern social order. The transitoriness of things makes it difficult to preserve any sense of historical continuity. If there is any meaning to history, then that meaning has to be discovered and defined from within the maelstrom of change, a maelstrom that affects the terms 12. Of discussion as well as whatever it is that is being discussed. Modernity, therefore, not only entails a ruthless break with any or all preceding historical conditions, but is characterized by a never-ending process of internal ruptures and fragmentations within itself. An avant-garde has usually played, as Poggioli and Berger record, a vital role in the history of modernism, interrupting any sense of continuity by radical surges, recuperations, and repressions. How to interpret this, how to discover the eternal and immutable elements in the midst of such radical disruptions, becomes a serious problem. Even if modernism always remained committed to discover, as the painter Paul Klee put it, the essential character of the accidental, it now had to do so in a field of continually changing meanings that often seemed to contradict the rational experience of yesterday. Aesthetic practices and judgments fragmented into that kind of maniacal scrapbook filled with colorful entries that have no relation to each other, no determining, rational, or economic scheme, which Raban describes as an essential aspect of urban life. Where, in all of this, could we look for some sense of coherence, let alone say something cogent about the eternal and immutable that was supposed to lurk within this maelstrom of social change in space and time? Enlightenment thinkers generated a philosophical and even a practical answer to that question. Since this answer has dominated much of the subsequent debate over the meaning of modernity, it merits some closer scrutiny. Although the term modern has a rather more ancient history, what Habermas calls the project of modernity came into focus during the 18th century. That project amounted to an extraordinary intellectual effort on the part of Enlightenment thinkers to develop objective science, universal morality and law, and autonomous art according to their inner logic. The idea was to use the accumulation of knowledge generated by many individuals working freely and creatively for the pursuit of human emancipation and the enrichment of daily life. The scientific domination of nature promised freedom from scarcity, want, and the arbitrariness of natural calamity. The development of rational forms of social organization and rational modes of thought promised liberation from the irrationalities of myth, religion, superstition, release from the arbitrary use of power as well as from the dark side of our own human natures. Only through such a project could the universal, eternal, and the immutable qualities of all of humanity be revealed. Enlightenment thought embraced the idea of progress, and actively sought that break with history and tradition which modernity espouses. It was, above all, a secular movement that sought the demystification and desacralization of knowledge and social organization in order to liberate human beings from their chains. It took Alexander Pope's injunction, "The proper study of mankind is man," with great seriousness. To the degree that it also lauded human creativity, scientific discovery, and the pursuit of individual excellence in the name of human progress, Enlightenment thinkers welcomed the maelstrom of change and saw the transitoriness, the fleeting, and the fragmentary as a necessary condition through which the modernizing project could be achieved. Doctrines of equality, liberty, faith in human intelligence, and universal reason abounded. A good law must be good for everyone, pronounced Condorcet in the throes of the French Revolution, in exactly the same way that a true proposition is true for all. Such a vision was incredibly optimistic. Writers like Condorcet, Habermas notes, were possessed of the extravagant expectation that the arts and sciences would promote not only the control of natural forces but also understanding of the world and of the self, moral progress, the justice of institutions and even the happiness of human beings. The 20th century with its death camps and death squads, its militarism and 2 world wars, its threat of nuclear annihilation and its experience of Hiroshima and Nagasaki has certainly shattered this optimism. Worse still, the suspicion lurks that the Enlightenment project was doomed to turn against itself and transform the quest for human emancipation into a system of universal oppression in the name of human liberation. This was the daring thesis advanced by Horkheimer and Adorno in their The Dialectic of Enlightenment. Writing in the shadow of Hitler's Germany and Stalin's Russia, they argued that the logic that hides behind Enlightenment rationality is a logic of domination and oppression. The lust to dominate nature entailed the domination of human beings, and that could only lead, in the end, to a nightmare condition of self-domination. The revolt of nature, which they posited as the only way out of the impasse, had then to be conceived of as a revolt of human nature against the oppressive power of purely instrumental reason over culture and personality. Whether or not the Enlightenment project was doomed from the start to plunge us into a Kafkaesque world, whether or not it was bound to lead to Auschwitz and Hiroshima, and whether it has any power left to inform and inspire contemporary thought and action, are crucial questions. There are those, like Habermas, who continue to support the project, albeit with a strong dose of skepticism over aims, a lot of anguishing over the relation between means and 14. ends, and a certain pessimism as to the possibility of realizing such a project under contemporary economic and political conditions. And then there are those, and this is, as we shall see, the core of postmodernist philosophical thought, who insist that we should, in the name of human emancipation, abandon the Enlightenment project entirely. Which position we take depends upon how we explain the dark side of our recent history and the degree to which we attribute it to the defects of Enlightenment reason rather than to a lack of its proper application. Enlightenment thought, of course, internalized a whole host of difficult problems and possessed not a few troublesome contradictions. To begin with, the question of the relation between means and ends was omnipresent, while the goals themselves could never be specified precisely except in terms of some utopian plan that often looked as oppressive to some as it looked emancipatory to others. Furthermore, the question of exactly who possessed the claim to superior reason and under what conditions that reason should be exercised as power had to be squarely faced. Mankind will have to be forced to be free, said Rousseau, and the Jacobins of the French Revolution took over in their political practice where Rousseau's philosophical thought had left off. Francis Bacon, one of the precursors of Enlightenment thought, envisaged in his utopian tract New Atlantis a house of wise sages who would be the guardians of knowledge, the ethical judges, and the true scientists. While living outside the daily life of the community, they would exercise extraordinary moral power over it. To this vision of an elite but collective male, white wisdom, others opposed the image of the unbridled individualism of great thinkers, the great benefactors of humankind, who through their singular efforts and struggles would push reason and civilization willy-nilly to the point of true emancipation. Others argued either that there was some inherent teleology at work, to which the human spirit was bound to respond, or that there existed some social mechanism, such as Adam Smith's celebrated hidden hand of the market, that would convert even the most dubious of moral sentiments into a result advantageous to all. Marx, who in many respects was a child of Enlightenment thought, sought to convert utopian thinking the struggle for human beings to realize their species being, as he put it in his early works, into a materialist science by showing how universal human emancipation might emerge from the class-bound and evidently repressive, though contradictory, logic of capitalist development. In so doing, he focused on the working class as the agent of human liberation and emancipation precisely because it was the dominated class of modern capitalist society. Only when the direct producers were in control of their own destinies, he argued, could we hope to replace domination and repression by a realm of social freedom. But if the realm of freedom begins only when the realm of necessity is left behind, then the progressive side of bourgeois history had to be fully acknowledged and the positive outcomes of Enlightenment rationality fully appropriated. The project of modernity has never been without its critics. Edmund Burke made no effort to hide his doubts and disgust at the excesses of the French Revolution. Malthus, rebutting Condorcet's optimism, argued the impossibility of ever escaping the chains of natural scarcity and want. De Soto likewise showed that there might be quite another dimension to human liberation apart from that envisaged in conventional Enlightenment thought. And by the early 20th century, two major, yet quite differently positioned, critics had put their stamp upon the debate. First, there was Max Weber, whose overall argument is summarized by Bernstein, a key protagonist in the debate over modernity and its meanings, thus. Weber argued that the hope and expectation of the Enlightenment thinkers was a bitter and ironic illusion. They maintained a strong necessary linkage between the growth of science, rationality, and universal human freedom. But when unmasked and understood, the legacy of the Enlightenment was the triumph of purposive instrumental rationality. This form of rationality affects and infects the entire range of social and cultural life encompassing economic structures, law, bureaucratic administration, and even the arts. The growth of does not lead to the concrete realization of universal freedom but to the creation of an iron cage of bureaucratic rationality from which there is no escape. If Weber's sober warning reads like the epitaph of Enlightenment reason, then Nietzsche's earlier attack upon its very premises must surely be regarded as its nemesis. It was rather as if Nietzsche plunged totally into the other side of Baudelaire's formulation in order to show that the modern was nothing more than a vital energy, the will to live and to power, swimming in a sea of disorder, anarchy, destruction, individual alienation, and despair. Beneath the surface of modern life, dominated by knowledge and science, he discerned vital energies that were wild, primitive, and completely merciless. All the enlightened 16. Meant imagery about civilization, reason, universal rights, and morality was for naught. The eternal and immutable essence of humanity found its proper representation in the mythical figure of Dionysus, to be at one and the same time destructively creative and creatively destructive. The only path to affirmation of self was to act, to manifest will, in this maelstrom of destructive creation and creative destruction even if the outcome was bound to be tragic. The image of creative destruction is very important to understanding modernity precisely because it derived from the practical dilemmas that faced the implementation of the modernist project. How could a new world be created, after all, without destroying much that had gone before? You simply cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs, as a whole line of modernist thinkers from Goethe to Mao have noted. The literary archetype of such a dilemma is, as Berman and Lukács point out, Goethe's Faust. An epic hero prepared to destroy religious myths, traditional values, and customary ways of life in order to build a brave new world out of the ashes of the old. Faust is, in the end, a tragic figure. Synthesizing thought and action, Faust forces himself and everyone else to extremes of organization, pain, and exhaustion in order to master nature and create a new landscape, a sublime spiritual achievement that contains the potentiality for human liberation from want and need. Prepared to eliminate everything and everyone who stands in the way of the realization of this sublime vision, Faust, to his own ultimate horror, deploys Mephistopheles to kill a much-loved old couple who live in a small cottage by the seashore for no other reason than the fact that they do not fit in with the master plan. It appears, says Berman, that the very process of development, even as it transforms the wasteland into a thriving physical and social space, recreates the wasteland inside of the developer himself. This is how the tragedy of development works. There are enough modern figures, Haussmann at work in Second Empire Paris and Robert Moses at work in New York after World War II, to make this figure of creative destruction more than a myth. But we here see at work that opposition between the ephemeral and the eternal in a rather different guise. If the modernist has to destroy in order to create, then the only way to represent eternal truths is through a process of destruction that is liable, in the end, to be itself destructive of those truths. Yet we are forced, if we strive for the eternal and immutable, to try and put our stamp upon the chaotic, the ephemeral, and the fragmentary. The Nietzschean image of creative destruction and destructive creation bridges the two sides of Baudelaire's formulation in a new way. Interestingly, the economist Schumpeter picked up this very same image in order to understand the processes of capitalist development. The entrepreneur, in Schumpeter's view a heroic figure, was the creative destroyer par excellence because the entrepreneur was prepared to push the consequences of technical and social innovation to vital extremes. And it was only through such creative heroism that human progress could be assured. Creative destruction, for Schumpeter, was the progressive leitmotif of benevolent capitalist development. For others, it was simply the necessary condition of 20th century progress. Here is Gertrude Stein writing on Picasso in 1938. As everything destroys itself in the 20th century and nothing continues, so then the 20th century has a splendor which is its own, and Picasso is of this century. He has that strange quality of an earth that one has never seen and of things destroyed as they have never been destroyed. So then Picasso has his splendor. Prophetic words and a prophetic conception, this, on the part of both Schumpeter and Stein, in the years before the greatest event in capitalism's history of creative destruction, World War II. By the beginning of the 20th century, and particularly after Nietzsche's intervention, it was no longer possible to accord Enlightenment reason a privileged status in the definition of the eternal and immutable essence of human nature. To the degree that Nietzsche had led the way in placing aesthetics above science, rationality, and politics, so the exploration of aesthetic experience beyond good and evil became a powerful means to establish a new mythology as to what the eternal and the immutable might be about in the midst of all the ephemerality, fragmentation, and patent chaos of modern life. This gave a new role, and a new impetus, to cultural modernism. Artists, writers, architects, composers, poets, thinkers, and philosophers had a very special position within this new conception of the modernist project. If the eternal and immutable could no longer 19. be automatic LLY presupposed, then the modern artist had a creative role to play in defining the essence of humanity. If creative destruction was an essential condition of modernity, then perhaps the artist as individual had a heroic role to play. The artist, argued Frank Lloyd Wright, one of the greatest of all modernist architects, must not only comprehend the spirit of his age but also initiate the process of changing it. We here encounter one of the more intriguing, but to many deeply troubling, aspects to modernism's history. For when Rousseau replaced Descartes' famous maxim I think therefore I exist, with I feel therefore I exist, he signaled a radical shift from a rational and instrumentalist to a more consciously aesthetic strategy for realizing Enlightenment aims. At about the same time, Kant, too, recognized that aesthetic judgment had to be construed as distinct from practical reason and understanding, and that it formed a necessary though problematic bridge between the two. The exploration of aesthetics as a separate realm of cognition was very much an 18th century affair. It arose in part out of the need to come to terms with the immense variety of cultural artifacts, produced under very different social conditions, which increasing trade and cultural contact revealed. Did Ming vases, Grecian urns, and Dresden china all express some common sentiment of beauty? But it also arose out of the sheer difficulty of translating Enlightenment principles of rational and scientific understanding into moral and political principles appropriate for action. It was into this gap that Nietzsche was later to insert his powerful message with such devastating effect that art and aesthetic sentiments had the power to go beyond good or evil. The pursuit of aesthetic experience as an end in itself became, of course, the hallmark of the Romantic movement. It generated that wave of radical subjectivism, of untrammeled individualism, and of search for individual self-realization which, in Daniel Bell's view, has long put modernist cultural behavior and artistic practices fundamentally at odds with the Protestant ethic. Hedonism fits ill, according to Bell, with the saving and investment which supposedly nourish capitalism. Whatever view we take of Bell's thesis, it is surely true that the Romantics paved the way for active aesthetic interventions in cultural and political life. Such interventions were anticipated by writers such as Condorcet and Saint-Simon. The latter insisted, for example, that it is we, artists, who will serve you as avant-garde. What a most beautiful destiny for the arts, that of exercising over society a 20. positive power, a true priestly function, and of marching forcefully in the van of all the intellectual faculties in the epoch of their greatest development. The problem with such sentiments is that they see the aesthetic link between science and morality, between knowledge and action, in such a way as never to be threatened by historical evolution. 1981, 7. Aesthetic judgment, as in the cases of Heidegger and Pound, could just as easily lead to the right as to the left of the political spectrum. As Baudelaire was very quick to see, if flux and change, ephemerality and fragmentation, formed the material basis of modern life, then the definition of a modernist aesthetic depended crucially upon the artist's positioning with respect to such processes. The individual artist could contest them, embrace them, try to dominate them, or simply swim within them, but the artist could never ignore them. The effect of any one of these positionings was, of course, to alter the way cultural producers thought about the flux and change as well as the political terms in which they represented the eternal and immutable. The twists and turns of modernism as a cultural aesthetic can largely be understood against the background of such strategic choices. I cannot here rehearse the vast and convoluted history of cultural modernism since its inception in Paris after 1848. But some very general points need to be made if we are to understand the postmodernist reaction. If we go back to Baudelaire's formulation, for example, we find him defining the artist as someone who can concentrate his or her vision on ordinary subjects of city life, understand their fleeting qualities, and yet extract from the passing moment all the suggestions of eternity it contains. The successful modern artist was one who could find the universal and the eternal, distill the bitter or heady flavor of the wine of life from the ephemeral, the fleeting forms of beauty in our day. To the degree that modernist art managed to do that, it became our art, precisely because it is the one art that responds to the scenario of our chaos. But how to represent the eternal and the immutable in the midst? Oh, the artist, architect, and writer had to find some special way to represent it. Modernism from its very beginning, therefore, became preoccupied with language, with finding some special mode of representation of eternal truths. Individual achievement depended upon innovation in language and in modes of presentation, with the result that the modernist work, as Lunn observes, often willfully reveals its own reality as a construction or an artifice, thereby transforming much of art into a self-referential construct rather than a mirror of society. Writers like James Joyce and Proust, poets like Mallarmé and Aragon, painters like Manet, Pissarro, Jackson Pollock, all showed a tremendous preoccupation with the creation of new codes, significations, and metaphorical allusions in the languages they constructed. But if the word was indeed fleeting, ephemeral, and chaotic, then the artist had, for that very reason, to represent the eternal through an instantaneous effect, making shock tactics and the violation of expected continuities vital to the hammering home of the message that the artist sought to convey. Modernism could speak to the eternal only by freezing time and all its fleeting qualities. For the architect, charged to design and build a relatively permanent spatial structure, this was a simple enough proposition. Architecture, wrote Mies van der Rohe in the 1920s, is the will of the age conceived in spatial terms. But for others the spatialization of time through the image, the dramatic gesture, and instantaneous shock, or simply by montage/collage was more problematic. T.S. Eliot ruminated on the problem in 4 quartets this way: to be conscious is not to be in time, but only in time can the moment in the rose garden, the moment in the arbor where the rain beat, be remembered, involved with past and future. Only through time is conquered. Resort to the techniques of montage/collage provided one means of addressing this problem, since different effects out of different times and spaces could be superimposed to create a simultaneous effect. By exploring simultaneity in this way, modernists were accepting the ephemeral and transitory as the locus of their art at the same time as they were forced collectively to reaffirm the potency of the very conditions against which they were reacting. Le Corbusier recognized the problem in his 1924 tract The City of Tomorrow. "People tax me very readily with being a revolutionary," he complained, "but the equilibrium they try so hard to maintain is for vital reasons purely ephemeral. It is a balance which has to be perpetually re-established. Furthermore, the sheer inventiveness of all those eager minds likely to disturb that equilibrium produced the ephemeral and fleeting qualities of aesthetic judgment itself, accelerated changes in 22 aesthetic fashions rather than slowed them down: Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, Cubism, Fauvism, Dada, Surrealism, Expressionism, etc. The avant-garde," comments Poggioli in his most lucid study of its history, "is condemned to conquer, through the influence of fashion, that very popularity it once disdained, and this is the beginning of its end." Furthermore, the commodification and commercialization of a market for cultural products during the 19th century forced cultural producers into a market form of competition that was bound to reinforce processes of creative destruction within the aesthetic field itself. This mirrored and in some instances surged ahead of anything going on in the political economic sphere. Each and every artist sought to change the basis of aesthetic judgment, if only to sell his or her product. It also depended on the formation of a distinctive class of cultural consumers. Artists, for all their predilection for anti-establishment and anti-bourgeois rhetoric, spent much more energy struggling with each other and against their own traditions in order to sell their products than they did engaging in real political action. The struggle to produce a work of art, a once-and-for-all creation that could find a unique place in the market, had to be an individual effort forged under competitive circumstances. Modernist art has always been, therefore, what Benjamin calls auratic art, in the sense that the artist had to assume an aura of creativity, of dedication to art for art's sake, in order to produce a cultural object that would be original, unique, and hence eminently marketable at a monopoly price. The result was often a highly individualistic, aristocratic, disdainful, and even arrogant perspective on the part of cultural producers, but it also indicated how our reality might be constructed and reconstructed through aesthetically informed activity. It could be, at best, profoundly moving, challenging, upsetting, or exhortatory to many who were exposed to it. Recognizing this feature, certain avant-garde Dadaists, early surrealists tried to mobilize their aesthetic ties to revolutionary ends by fusing their art into popular culture. Others, like Walter Gropius and Le Corbusier, sought to impose it from above for similar revolutionary purposes. And it was not only Gropius who thought it important to bring art back to the people through the production of beautiful things. Modernism internalized its own maelstrom of ambiguities, contradictions, and pulsating aesthetic changes at the same time as it sought to affect the aesthetics of daily life. 23. The facts of that daily life had, however, more than a passing influence upon the aesthetic sensibility created, no matter how much the artists themselves proclaimed an aura of art for art's sake. To begin with, as Benjamin points out in his celebrated essay on the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, the changing technical capacity to reproduce, disseminate, and sell books and images to mass audiences, coupled with the invention of first photography and then film, radically changed the material conditions of the artist's existence and, hence, their social and political role. And apart from the general consciousness of flux and change which flowed through all modernist works, a fascination with technique, with speed and motion, with the machine and the factory system, as well as with the stream of new commodities entering into daily life, provoked a wide range of aesthetic responses varying from denial, through imitation to speculation on utopian possibilities. Thus, as Rainer Banham shows, early modernist architects like Mies van der Rohe drew a lot of their inspiration from the purely functional grain elevators then springing up all over the American Midwest. Le Corbusier in his plans and writings took what he saw as the possibilities inherent in the machine, factory, and automobile age and projected them into some utopian future. Tika documents how popular American journals like Good Housekeeping were depicting the house as nothing more than a factory for the production of happiness as early as 1910, years before Le Corbusier ventured his celebrated dictum that the house is a machine for modern living. It is important to keep in mind, therefore, that the modernism that emerged before the First World War was more of a reaction to the new conditions of production, circulation, and consumption than it was a pioneer in the production of such changes. Yet the form the reaction took was to be of considerable subsequent importance. Not only did it provide ways to absorb, reflect upon, and codify these rapid changes, but it also suggested lines of action that might modify or support them. William Morris, for example, reacting against the deskilling of craft workers through machine and factory production under the command of capitalists, sought to promote a new artisan culture which combined the power of craft tradition with a powerful plea for simplicity of design, a cleaning out of all sham, waste and self-indulgence. As Ralph goes on to point out, the Bauhaus, the highly influential 24. German design unit founded in 1919, initially took much of its inspiration from the arts and crafts movement that Morris had founded, and only subsequently turned to the idea that the machine is our modern medium of design. The Bauhaus was able to exercise the influence it did over production and design precisely through its redefinition of craft as the skill to mass-produce goods of an aesthetically pleasing nature with machine efficiency. These were the sorts of diverse reactions that made of modernism such a complex and often contradictory affair. It was, write Bradbury and Macfarlane, an extraordinary compound of the futurist and the nihilistic, the revolutionary and the conservative, the naturalistic and the symbolistic, the romantic and the classical. It was the celebration of a technological age and a condemnation of it, an excited acceptance of the belief that the old regimes of culture were over, and a deep despairing in the face of that fear, a mixture of convictions that the new forms were escapes from historicism and the pressures of the time with convictions that they were precisely the living expression of these things. Such diverse elements and oppositions were composed into quite different brews of modernist sentiment and sensibility in different places and times. One can draw maps showing artistic centers and provinces, the international balance of cultural power never quite the same as, though doubtlessly intricately related to, the balance of political and economic power. The maps change as the aesthetics change. Paris is surely, for modernism, the outright dominant center, as the fount of Bohemia, tolerance, and the émigré lifestyle, but we can sense the decline of Rome and Florence, the rise and then fall of London, the phase of dominance of Berlin and Munich, the energetic bursts from Norway and Finland, the radiation out of Vienna, as being essential stages in the shifting geography of modernism, charted by the movement of writers and artists, the flow of thought waves, the explosions of significant artistic production. This complex historical geography of modernism makes it doubly difficult to interpret exactly what modernism was about. The tensions between internationalism and nationalism, between globalism and parochialist. 25. Ethnocentrism, between universalism and class privileges, were never far from the surface. Modernism at its best tried to confront the tensions, but at its worst either swept them under the rug or exploited them for cynical, political advantage. The particularities of place, and I here think not my of the village-like communities in which artists typically moved, but also of the quite different social, economic, political, and environmental conditions that prevailed in, say, Chicago, New York, Paris, Vienna, Copenhagen, or Berlin, therefore put a distinctive stamp on the diversity of the modernist effort. It also seems that modernism, after 1848, was very much an urban phenomenon, that it existed in a restless but intricate relationship with THIRD-WORLDISM experience of explosive urban growth, strong rural to urban migration, industrialization, mechanization, massive reorderings of built environments, and politically based urban movements, of which the revolutionary uprisings in Paris in 1848 and 1871 were a clear but ominous symbol. The pressing need to confront the psychological, sociological, technical, organizational, and political problems of massive urbanization was one of the seedbeds in which modernist movements flourished. Modernism was an art of cities and evidently found its natural habitat in cities, and Bradbury and Macfarlane pulled together a variety of studies of individual cities to support the point. Other studies, such as T.J. Clarke's magnificent work on the art of Manet and his followers in Second Empire Paris, or Skorsk's equally brilliant synthesis of cultural movements in Fin de siècle Vienna, confirm how important the urban experience was in shaping the cultural dynamics of diverse modernist movements. And it was, after all, in response to the profound crisis of urban organization, impoverishment, and congestion that a whole wing of modernist practice and thinking was directly shaped. There is a strong connecting thread from Haussmann's reshaping of Paris in the 1860s through the Garden City proposals of Ebenezer Howard, Daniel Burnham, Gamier, Camillo Sitt and Otto Wagner, Le Corbusier, Frank Lloyd Wright to the large-scale urban renewal efforts undertaken in the 1950s and 1960s in the spirit of high modernism. The city, remarks de Certeau, is simultaneously the machinery and the hero of modernity. George Simmel put a rather special gloss on the connection in his extraordinary essay The Metropolis and Mental Life, published in 1911. Simmel there contemplated how we might respond to and internalize, psychologically and intellectually, the incredible diversity of experiences and stimuli to which modern urban life exposed us. We were, on the one hand, liberated from the chains of subjective dependence and thereby allowed a much greater degree of individual liberty. But this was achieved at the expense of treating others in objective and instrumental terms. We had no choice except to relate to faceless others via the cold and heartless calculus of the necessary money exchanges which could coordinate a proliferating social division of labor. We also submit to a rigorous disciplining in our sense of space and time, and surrender ourselves to the hegemony of calculating economic rationality. Rapid urbanization, furthermore, produced what he called a blasé attitude, for it was only by screening out the complex stimuli that stemmed from the rush of modern life that we could tolerate its extremes. Our only outlet, he seems to say, is to cultivate a sham individualism through pursuit of signs of status, fashion, or marks of individual eccentricity. Fashion, for example, combines the attraction of differentiation and change with that of similarity and conformity. The more nervous an epoch is, the more rapidly will its fashions change, because the need for the attraction of differentiation, one of the essential agents of fashion, goes hand in hand with the languishing of nervous energies. My purpose here is not to judge Simmel's vision but to see it as one representation of a connection between the urban experience and modernist thought and practice. The qualities of modernism seem to have varied, albeit in an interactive way, across the spectrum of the large polyglot cities that emerged in the second half of the 19th century. Indeed, certain kinds of modernism achieved a particular trajectory through the capitals of the world, each flourishing as a cultural arena of a particular sort. The geographical trajectory from Paris to Berlin, Vienna, London, Moscow, Chicago, and New York could be reversed as well as shortcut depending upon which sort of modernist practice one has in mind. 27. If, for example, we were to look solely at the diffusion of those material practices from which intellectual and aesthetic modernism drew so much of its stimulus, the machines, the new transport and communication systems, skyscrapers, bridges, and engineering wonders of all kinds, as well as the incredible instability and insecurity that accompanied rapid innovation and social change, then the United States should probably be regarded as the catalyst of modernism after 1870 or so. Yet, in this case, the very lack of traditionalist resistance, and the parallel popular acceptance of broadly modernist sentiments, made the works of artists and intellectuals rather less important as the avant-garde cutting edge of social change. Edward Bellamy's populist novel of a modernist utopia, Looking Backwards, gained rapid acceptance and even spawned a political movement in the 1890s. Edgar Allan Poe's work, on the other hand, achieved very little initial honor in its own land, even if he was regarded as one of the great modernist writers by Baudelaire. Louis Sullivan's architectural genius likewise remained largely buried in the extraordinary ferment of Chicago's modernization. Daniel Burnham's highly modernist conception of rational urban planning tended to get lost in his penchant for ornamentation of buildings and classicism of individual building design. The fierce class and traditional resistances to capitalist modernization in Europe, on the other hand, made the intellectual and aesthetic movements of modernism much more important as a cutting edge of social change, giving to the avant-garde a political and social role broadly denied them in the United States. Until after 1945. Haftly surprisingly, the history of intellectual and aesthetic modernism is much more Euro-centered, with some of the less progressive or class-divided urban centers generating sorphy of the greatest ferments. It is invidious, but nevertheless useful, to impose upon this complex history some relatively simple periodizations, if only to help understand what kind of modernism the postmodernists are reacting against. The Enlightenment project, for example, took it as axiomatic that there was only one possible answer to any question. From this it followed that the world could be controlled and rationally ordered if we could only picture and represent it rightly. But this presumed that there existed a single correct mode of representation which, if we could uncover it, would provide the means to Enlightenment ends. This was a way of thinking that writers as diverse as Voltaire, D'Alembert, Diderot, Condorcet, Hume, Adam Smith. 28. Saint-Simon, Auguste Comte, Matthew Arnold, Jeremy Bentham, and John Stuart Mill all had in common. But after 1848 the idea that there was only one possible mode of representation began to break down. The categorical fixity of Enlightenment thought was increasingly challenged, and ultimately replaced by an emphasis upon divergent systems of representation. In Paris, writers like Baudelaire and Flaubert and painters like Manet began to explore the possibility of different representational modes in ways that resembled the discovery of the non-Euclidean geometries which shattered the supposed unity of mathematical language in the 19th century. Tentative at first, the idea exploded from 1890 onwards into an incredible diversity of thought and experimentation in centers as different as Berlin, Vienna, Paris, Munich, London, New York, Chicago, Copenhagen, and Moscow, to reach its apogee shortly before the First World War. Most commentators agree that this furor of experimentation resulted in a qualitative transformation in what modernism was about somewhere between 1910 and 1915. In retrospect, as Bradbury and McFarlane document convincingly, it is not hard to see that some kind of radical transformation did indeed occur in these years. Proust's Swann's Way, Joyce's Dulliners, Lawrence's Sons and Lovers, Man's Death in Venice, Pound's Vorticist Manifesto of 1914 are some of the marker texts published at a time that also witnessed an extraordinary efflorescence in art, music, to say nothing of the dramatic shift in linguistics and in physics, consequent upon Einstein's generalization of the theory of relativity with its appeal to, and material justification of, non-Euclidean geometries. Equally significant, as we shall later see, was the publication of F. W. Taylor's The Principles of Scientific Management in 1911, 2 years before Henry Ford set in motion the first example of assembly line production in Dearborn, Michigan. It is hard not to conclude that the whole world of representation and of knowledge underwent a fundamental transformation during 29. This short space of time. How and why it did so is the quintessential question. In Part 1.1 we shall explore the thesis that the simultaneity derived from a radical change in the experience of space and time in Western capitalism. But there are some other elements in the situation which deserve note. The changes were certainly affected by the loss of faith in the ineluctability of progress, and by the growing unease with the categorical fixity of Enlightenment thought. The unease in part derived from the turbulent path of class struggle, particularly after the revolutions of 1848 and the publication of the Communist Manifesto. Before then, thinkers in the Enlightenment tradition, such as Adam Smith or Saint Simon, could reasonably argue that once the shackles of feudal class relations had been thrown off, a benevolent capitalism could bring the benefits of capitalist modernity to all. This was a thesis vigorously rejected by Marx and Engels, and it became less tenable as the century wore on and the class disparities produced within capitalism became more and more evident. The socialist movement increasingly challenged the unity of Enlightenment reason and inserted a class dimension into modernism. Was it the bourgeoisie or the workers' mesument whi/waf inform and direct the modernist project? And whose side were the cultural producers on? There could be no simple answer to that question. To begin with, propagandistic and directly political art that integrated with the revolutionary political movement was hard to make consistent with the modernist canon for individualistic and intensely erratic art. To be sure, the idea of an artistic avant-garde could, under certain circumstances, be integrated with that of a political avant-garde party. From time to time communist parties have striven to mobilize the forces of culture as part of their revolutionary program, while some of the avant-garde artistic movements and artists actively supported the communist cause. Even in the absence of any explicit political agenda, however, cultural production had to have political effects. Artists, after all, relate to events and issues around them, and construct ways of seeing and representing which have social meanings. In the halcyon days of modernist innovation before World War I, for example, the kind of art produced celebrated universals even in the midst of multiple perspectives. It was expressive of alienation, antagonistic to all sense of hierarchy, and frequently critical of bourgeois consumerism and lifestyles. Modernism was during that phase very much on the side of a democratizing spirit and progressive. 30. Universalism, even when at its most erratic in conception. Between the wars, on the other hand, artists were more and more forced by events to wear their political commitments on their sleeves. The shift in modernism's tone also stemmed from the need to confront head-on the sense of anarchy, disorder, and despair that Nietzsche had sown at a time of astonishing agitation, restlessness, and instability in political economic life, an instability which the anarchist movement of the late 19th century grappled with and contributed to in important ways. The articulation of erotic, psychological, and irrational needs added another dimension to the confusion. This particular surge of modernism, therefore, had to recognize the impossibility of representing the world in a single language. Understanding had to be constructed through the exploration of multiple perspectives. Modernism, in short, took on multiple perspectivism and relativism as its epistemology for revealing what it still took to be the true nature of a unified, though complex, underlying reality. Whatever may have constituted this singular underlying reality and its eternal presence remained obscure. From this standpoint, Lenin, for one, inveighed against the errors of relativism and multiple perspectivism in his criticisms of Mach's idealist physics, and tried to emphasize the political as well as the intellectual dangers to which formless relativism surely pointed. There is a sense in which the outbreak of the First World War, that vast inter-imperialist struggle, vindicated Lenin's argument. Certainly, a strong case can be made that modernist subjectivity was simply unable to cope with the crisis into which Europe in 1914 was plunged. The trauma of World War and its political and intellectual responses opened the way to a consideration of what might constitute the essential and eternal qualities of modernity that lay on the nether side of Baudelaire's formulation. In the absence of Enlightenment certitudes as to the perfectibility of man, the search for a myth appropriate to modernity became paramount. The surrealist writer Louis Aragon, for example, suggested that his central aim in Paris Peasant was to elaborate a novel that would present itself as mythology, adding, naturally, a mythology of the modern. But it also seemed possible to build metaphorical bridges between ancient and modern myths. Joyce chose Ulysses, while Le Corbusier, according to Frampton, always sought to resolve the dichotomy between the engineer's aesthetic and architecture, to inform utility with the hierarchy of myth. But who or what was it that was being mythologized? This was the central question that characterized the so-called heroic period of modernism. Modernism in the interwar years may have been heroic, but it was also fraught with disaster. Action was plainly needed to rebuild the war-torn economies of Europe as well as to solve all the problems of the political discontents associated with capitalist forms of burgeoning urban industrial growth. The fading of unified Enlightenment beliefs and the emergence of perspectivism left open the possibility of informing social action with some aesthetic vision, so that the struggles between the different currents of modernism became of more than just passing interest. What is more, the cultural producers knew it. Aesthetic modernism was important, and the stakes were high. The appeal to eternal myth became even more imperative. But that search turned out to be as confused as it was dangerous. Reason, coming to terms with its mythical origins, becomes bewilderingly tangled with myth. Myth is already enlightenment, and enlightenment relapses into mythology. The myth either had to redeem us from the formless universe of contingency or, more programmatically, to provide the impetus for a new project for human endeavor. One wing of modernism appealed to the image of rationality incorporated in the machine, the factory, the power of contemporary technology, or the city as a living machine. Ezra Pound had already advanced the thesis that language should conform to machine efficiency, and, as Ticky has observed, modernist writers as diverse as Dos Passos, Hemingway, and William Carlos Williams modeled their writing on exactly that proposition. Williams specifically held, for example, that a poem is nothing more or less than a machine made of words. And this was the theme that Diego Rivera celebrated so vigorously in his extraordinary Detroit murals, and which became the leitmotif of many progressive mural painters in the United States during the Depression. Truth is the significance of fact, said Mies van der Rohe, and a host of cultural producers, particularly those working in and around the influential Bauhaus movement of the 1920s, set out to impose rational order for socially useful goals. By order bring about freedom, was one of Le Corbusier's slogans, and he emphasized that freedom and liberty in the contemporary metropolis depended crucially upon the imposition of rational order. Modernism in the Inter. Plate 1.5 The myth of the machine dominated modernist as well as realist art in the interwar years. Thomas Hart Benton's 1929 mural Instruments of Power is a typical exemplar. War period took a strongly positivist turn and, through the intensive efforts of the Vienna Circle, established a new style of philosophy which was to become central to social thought after World War II. Logical positivism was as compatible with the practices of modernist architecture as it was with the advance of all forms of science as avatars of technical control. This was the period when houses and cities could be openly conceived of as machines for living in. It was during these years also that the powerful Congress of International Modern Architects came together to adopt its celebrated Athens Charter of 1933, a charter that for the next 30 years or so was to define broadly what modernist architectural practice was to be about. Such a limited vision of the essential qualities of modernism was open to easy enough perversion and abuse. There are strong objections even within modernism to the idea that the machine, the factory, and the rationalized city provide a sufficiently rich conception to define the eternal qualities of modern life. The problem for heroic modernism was, quite simply, that once the machine myth was abandoned, any myth could be lodged into that central position of the eternal truth presupposed in the modernist project. Baudelaire himself, for example, had dedicated his essay The Salon of 1846 to the bourgeois who sought to realize the 33 idea of the future in all its diverse forms, political, industrial, and artistic. An economist like Schumpeter would surely have applauded that. The Italian futurists were so fascinated by speed and power that they embraced creative destruction and violent militarism to the point where Mussolini could become their hero. De Chirico lost interest in modernist experimentation after World War I and sought a commercialized art with roots in classical beauty mingled with powerful horses and narcissistic pictures of himself dressed up in historic costumes. Pound 2, with his thirst for machine efficiency of language and his admiration of the avant-gardist warrior poet capable of dominating a witless multitude, became deeply attached to a political regime that could ensure that the trains ran on time. Albert Speer, Hitler's architect, may have actively attacked modernism's aesthetic principles in his resurrection of classicist themes, but he was to take over many modernist techniques and put them to nationalist ends with the same ruthlessness that Hitler's engineers showed in taking over the practices of Bauhaus design in their construction of the death camps. It proved possible to combine up-to-date scientific engineering practices, as incorporated in the most extreme forms of technical bureaucratic and machine rationality, with the myth of Aryan superiority and the blood and soil of the fatherland. It was exactly in this way that a virulent form of reactionary modernism came to have the purchase it did in Nazi Germany, suggesting that this whole episode, while modernist in certain senses, owed more to the weakness of Enlightenment thought than it did to any dialectal reversal or progression to a natural conclusion. This was a period when the always latent tensions between internationalism and nationalism, between universalism and class politics, were heightened into absolute and unstable contradiction. But the configurations were unstable. No sooner had doctrines of socialist realism been enunciated as a rejoinder to decadent bourgeois modernism and fascist nationalism, then popular front politics on the part of many communist parties led to a swing back to nationalist art and culture as a means to unite proletarian with wavering middle-class forces in the united front against fascism. Many artists of the avant-garde tried to resist such direct social referencing and cast their net far and wide for more universal mythological statements. T.S. Eliot created a virtual melting pot of imagery and languages drawn from every corner of the earth in the wasteland, and Picasso plundered the world of primitive art during some of his more creative phases. During the interwar years there was something desperate about the search for a mythology that could somehow straighten society out in such troubled times. Raphael captures the dilemmas in his trenchant but sympathetic critique of Picasso's Guernica. The reasons for which Picasso was compelled to resort to signs and allegories should now be clear enough: his utter political helplessness in the face of a historical situation which he set out to record, his titanic effort to confront a particular historical event with an allegedly eternal truth, his desire to give hope and comfort and to provide a happy ending, to compensate for the terror, the destruction, and inhumanity of the event. Picasso did not see what Goya had already seen, namely, that the course of history can be changed only by historical means and only if men shape their own history instead of acting as the automaton of an earthly power or an allegedly eternal idea. Unfortunately, as Georges Sorel suggested in his brilliant Reflections on Violence, first published in 1908, it was possible to invent myths that might have a consuming power over class politics. Syndicalism of the sort that Sorel promoted originated as a participatory movement of the left, deeply antagonistic to all forms of state power, but evolved into a corporatist movement that became a powerful organizing tool of the fascist right. In so doing, it was able to appeal to certain myths of a hierarchically ordered but nevertheless participatory and exclusive community, with clear identity and close social bonding, replete with its own myths of origin and omnipotence. It is instructive to note how heavily fascism drew upon classical 35 references and built mythological conceptions accordingly. Raphael suggests an interesting reason: the Greeks were always conscious of the national character of their mythology, whereas the Christians always ascribed to theirs a value independent of space and time. 5. The German philosopher Heidegger likewise in part based his allegiance to the principles of Nazism on his rejection of a universalizing machine rationality as an appropriate mythology for modern life. He proposed, instead, a countermyth of rootedness in place and environmentally bound traditions as the only secure foundation for political and social action in a manifestly troubled world. The aestheticization of politics through the production of such all-consuming myths was the tragic side of the modernist project that became more and more salient as the heroic era came crashing to an end in World War. If the modernism of the interwar years was heroic but fraught with disaster, the universal or Hig-Japodernism that became hegemonic after 1945 exhibited a much more comfortable relation to the three MI5 anti-power centers in society. The contested search for an appropriate myth appeared to abate in part, I suspect, because the international power system organized, as we shall see in Part 2, along Fordist Keynesian lines under the watchful eye of U.S. hegemony itself became relatively stable. High modernist art, architecture, literature, etc. became establishment arts and practices in a society where a corporate capitalist version of the Enlightenment project of development for progress and human emancipation held sway as a political economic dominant. The belief in linear progress, absolute truths, and rational planning of ideal social orders under standardized conditions of knowledge and production was particularly strong. The modernism that resulted was, as a result, positivistic, technocentric, and rationalistic at the same time as it was imposed as the work of an elite avant-garde of planners, artists, architects, critics, and other guardians of high taste. The modernization of European economies proceeded apace, while the whole thrust of international politics and trade was justified as bringing a benevolent and progressive modernization process to a backward third world. In architecture, for example, the ideas of the CIAM, of L. E. Corbusier, and of Mies van der Rohe, held sway in the struggle to revitalize war-torn or aging cities, to reorganize transport systems, build factories, hospitals, schools, state works of all kinds, and last, but not least, to build adequate housing for a potentially restless working class. It is easy in 36. retrospect to argue that the architecture that resulted merely produced impeccable images of power and prestige for publicity-conscious corporations and governments, while producing modernist housing projects for the working class that became symbols of alienation and dehumanization on the other. But it is also arguable that some kind of large-scale planning and industrialization of the construction industry, coupled with the exploration of techniques for high-speed transportation and high-density development, were necessary if capitalistic solutions were to be found to the dilemmas of post-war development and political economic stabilization. In many of these respects high modernism succeeded only too well. Its real nether side lay, I would suggest, in its subterranean celebration of corporate bureaucratic power and rationality, under the guise of a return to surface worship of the efficient machine as a sufficient myth to embody all human aspirations. In architecture and planning, this meant the eschewing of ornament and personalized design. It also meant a prevailing passion for massive spaces and perspectives, for uniformity and the power of the straight line. Gideon's Space, Time, and Architecture, first published in 1941, became the aesthetic Bible of this movement. The great modernist literature of Joyce, Proust, Eliot, Pound, Lawrence, Faulkner, once judged as subversive, incomprehensible, or shocking, was taken over and canonized by the establishment. Gilbott's account of how New York stole the idea of modern art is instructive here, not least because of the multiple ironies that the story reveals. The traumas of World War II and the experience of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were, like the traumas of World War I, hard to absorb and represent in any realist way, and the turn to abstract expressionism on the part of painters like Rothko, Gottlieb, and Jackson Pollock consciously reflected that need. But their works became central for quite other reasons. To begin with, the fight against fascism was depicted as a fight to defend Western culture and civilization from barbarism. Explicitly rejected by fascism, international modernism became, in the United States, confounded with culture more broadly and abstractly defined. The trouble was that international modernism had exhibited strong socialist, even propagandist, tendencies in the 1930s. The depoliticization of modernism that occurred with the rise of abstract expressionism ironically presaged its embrace by the political and cultural establishment as an ideological weapon in the Cold War struggle. Are buying cheap and in quantity, counting on the escalation of the value of young artists. The return to painting and sculpture of a traditional caste is the return to commodity production, and I would suggest that, whereas traditionally art had an ambiguous commodity status, it now has a thoroughly unambiguous one. The growth of a museum culture and a burgeoning heritage industry that took off in the early 1970s, add another populist twist to the commercialization of history and cultural forms. Postmodernism and the heritage industry are linked, says Hewison, since both conspire to create a shallow screen that intervenes between our present lives and our history. History B. 63. Comes a contemporary creation, more costume drama and reenactment than critical discourse. We are, he concludes, quoting Jameson, condemned to seek history by way of our own pop images and simulacra of that history which itself remains forever out of reach. The house is viewed no longer as a machine but as an antique for living in. The invocation of Jameson brings us, finally, to his daring thesis that postmodernism is nothing more than the cultural logic of late capitalism. Following Mondale, he argues that we have moved into a new era since the early 1960s in which the production of culture has become integrated into commodity production generally. The frantic urgency of producing fresh waves of ever more novel-seeming goods, at ever greater rates of turnover, now assigns an increasingly essential structural function to aesthetic innovation and experimentation. The struggles that were once exclusively waged in the arena of production have, as a consequence, now spilled outwards to make of cultural production an arena of fierce social conflict. Such a shift entails a definite change in consumer habits and attitudes as well as a new role for aesthetic definitions and interventions. While some would argue that the countercultural movements of the 1960s created an environment of unfulfilled needs and repressed desires that postmodernist popular cultural production has merely set out to satisfy as best it can in commodity form, others would suggest that capitalism, in order to sustain its markets, has been forced to produce desire and so titillate individual sensibilities as to create a new aesthetic over and against traditional forms of high culture. In either case, I think it important to accept the proposition that the cultural evolution which has taken place since the early 1960s, and which asserted itself as hegemonic in the early 1970s, has not occurred in a social, economic, or political vacuum. The deployment of advertising as the official art of capitalism brings advertising strategies into art, and art into advertising strategies illustrates. It is interesting, therefore, to ruminate upon the stylistic shift that Hassan sets up in relation to the forces that emanate from mass consumer culture, the mobilization of fashion, pop art, television, and other forms of media image, and the variety of urban lifestyles that have become part and parcel of daily life under capitalism. Whatever else we do with the concept, we should not read postmodernism as some autonomous artistic current. Its rootedness in daily life is one of its most patently transparent features. The portrait of postmodernism I have here constructed, with the 71. O Citizen. Plate 1.10. An advertisement for citizen watches engages directly with the postmodernist techniques of superimposition of ontologically different worlds that bear no necessary relation to each other. The watch being advertised is almost invisible. Help of Hassan's schema is certainly incomplete. It is equally certainly rendered fragmentary and ephemeral by the sheer plurality and elusiveness of cultural forms wrapped in the mysteries of rapid flux and 65. Change. But I think I have said enough as to what constitutes the general frame of that profound shift in the structure of feeling that separates modernity from postmodernity to begin upon the task of unraveling its origins and speculatively constructing an interpretation of what it might betoken for our future. Nevertheless, I think it helpful to round out this portrait with a more detailed look at how postmodernism is manifest in contemporary urban design, because a closer focus helps reveal the fine-grained textures rather than the broad brushstrokes of which the postmodernist condition is constructed in daily life. This is, then, the task I shall take up in the next chapter. 4. In the city, architecture and urban design. In the field of architecture and urban design, I take postmodernism broadly to signify a break with the modernist idea that planning and development should focus on large-scale, metropolitan-wide, technologically rational and efficient urban plans, backed by absolutely no-frills architecture. Postmodernism cultivates, instead, a conception of the urban fabric as necessarily fragmented, a palimpsest of past forms superimposed upon each other, and a collage of current uses, many of which may be ephemeral. Since the metropolis is impossible to command except in bits and pieces, urban design simply aims to be sensitive to vernacular traditions, local histories, particular wants, needs, and fancies, thus generating specialized, even highly customized architectural forms that may range from intimate, personalized spaces, through traditional monumentality, to the gaiety of spectacle. All of this can flourish by appeal to a remarkable eclecticism of architectural styles. Above all, postmodernists depart radically from modernist conceptions of how to regard space. Whereas the modernists see space as something to be shaped for social purposes and therefore always subservient to the construction of a social project, the postmodernists see space as something independent and autonomous, to be shaped according to aesthetic aims and principles which have nothing necessarily to do with any overarching social objective, save, perhaps, the achievement of timeless and disinterested beauty as an objective in itself. It is useful to consider the meaning of such a shift for a variety of reasons. To begin with, the built environment constitutes one element in a complex of urban experience that has long been a vital crucible for the forging of new cultural sensibilities. How a city looks and how its spaces are organized forms a material base upon which in the city's 67 range of possible sensations and social practices can be thought about, evaluated, and achieved. One dimension of Raban's soft city can be rendered more or less hard by the way the built environment is shaped. Conversely, architecture and urban design have been the focus of considerable polemical debate concerning the ways in which aesthetic judgments can or should be incorporated in spatially fixed form, and with what effects on daily life. If we experience architecture as communication, if, as Barthes insists, the city is a discourse and this discourse is truly a language, then we ought to pay close attention to what is being said, particularly since we typically absorb such messages in the midst of all the other manifold distractions of urban life. Prince Charles's kitchen cabinet of advisors on matters to do with architecture and urban design includes the architect Leon Cryer. Cryer's complaints against modernism, as published in 1987 in Architectural Design Profile, are of direct interest since they now inform public debate in Britain at both the highest and the most general level. The central problem for Cryer is that modernist urban planning works mainly through monofunctional zoning. As a result, circulation of people between zones by way of artificial arteries becomes the central preoccupation of the planner, generating an urban pattern that is, in Cryer's judgment, anti-ecological because it is wasteful of time, energy, and land. The symbolic poverty of current architecture and townscape is a direct result and expression of functionalist monotony as legislated by functional zoning practices. The principal modern building types and planning models such as the skyscraper, the ground scraper, the central business district, the commercial strip, the office park, the residential suburb, etc. are invariably horizontal or vertical over-concentrations of single uses in one urban zone, in one building program, or under one roof. Cryer contrasts this situation with the good city in which the totality of urban functions are provided within compatible and pleasant walking distances. Recognizing that such an urban form cannot grow by extension in width and height but only through multiplication, Cryer seeks a city form made up of complete and finite urban communities, each constituting an independent urban quarter within a large family of urban quarters, that in turn make up cities within a city. Only under such conditions will it be possible to recuperate the symbolic richness of traditional urban forms based on the propinquity and dialogue of the greatest. 68. Possible variety and hence on the expression of true variety as evidenced by the meaningful and truthful articulation of public spaces, urban fabric, and skyline. Cryer, like some other European postmodernists, seeks the active restoration and recreation of traditional classical urban values. This means either restoration of an older urban fabric and its rehabilitation to new uses, or the creation of new spaces that express the traditional visions with all the cunning that modern technologies and materials will allow. While Cryer's project is only one out of many possible directions that postmodernists could cultivate quite at odds, for example, with Venturi's admiration for Disneyland, the Las Vegas Strip, and suburban ornamentation, it does harp upon a certain conception of modernism as its reactive beginning point. It is useful, therefore, to consider to what degree and why the sort of modernism Cryer decries became so dominant a feature of post-war urban organization. The political, economic, and social problems that faced the advanced capitalist countries in the wake of World War II were as extensive as they were severe. International peace and prosperity had somehow to be built upon a program that met the aspirations of peoples who had given massively of their lives and energies in a struggle generally depicted as a struggle for a safer world, a better future. Whatever else that meant, it did not mean a return to the pre-war conditions of slump and unemployment, of hunger marches and soup kitchens, of deteriorating slums and penury, and to the social unrest and political instability to which such conditions could all too easily lend themselves. Post-war politics, if they were to remain democratic and capitalistic, had to address questions of full employment, decent housing, social provision, welfare, and broad-based opportunity to construct a better future. While the tactics and conditions differed from place to place, the trend was everywhere to look to the wartime experience of mass production and planning as means to launch upon a vast program of reconstruction and reorganization. It was almost as if a new and revivified version of the Enlightenment project sprang, phoenix-like, out of the death and destruction of global conflict. The reconstruction, reshaping, and renewal of the urban fabric became an essential ingredient within this project. This was the context in which the ideas of the CIAM, of Le Corbusier, of In the City 69 Mies van der Rohe, of Frank Lloyd Wright, and the like, could gain the kind of purchase they did, less as a controlling force of ideas over production than as a theoretical framework and justification for what practical-minded engineers, politicians, builders, and developers were in many cases engaged upon out of sheer social, economic, and political necessity. Within this general framework all kinds of solutions were explored. Britain, for example, adopted quite stringent town and country planning legislation. The effect was to restrict suburbanization and to substitute planned new town development or high-density infilling or renewal in its stead. Under the watchful eye and sometimes strong hand of the state, procedures were devised to eliminate slums, build modular housing, schools, hospitals, factories, etc. through the adoption of the industrialized construction systems and rational planning procedures that modernist architects had long proposed. And all this was framed by a deep concern, expressed again and again in legislation, for the rationalization of spatial patterns and of circulation systems so as to promote equality, social welfare, and economic growth. While many other European countries pursued variants of the British solution, the United States pushed towards urban reconstruction of a rather different sort. Rapid and weakly controlled suburbanization was privately developed but heavily subsidized by government-backed housing finance and direct public investments in highway construction and other infrastructures. The deterioration of the inner cities consequent upon the flight outwards of both jobs and people then provoked a powerful and again government-subsidized strategy of urban renewal through massive clearance and reconstruction of older city centers. It was in this context that someone like Robert Moses, the power broker, as Caro depicts him, of metropolitan redevelopment in New York, was able to insert himself in between the sources of public funds and the requirements of private developers to such powerful effect, and to reshape the whole New York metropolitan region through highway construction, bridge building, park provision, and urban renewal. The U.S. solution, though different in form, nevertheless also relied heavily upon mass production, industrialized construction systems, and a sweeping conception of how a rationalized urban space might emerge when linked, as Frank Lloyd Wright had envisaged in his Broadacre project of the 1930s, through individualized means of transportation using publicly provided infrastructures. 70. It would, I think, be both erroneous and unjust to depict these modernist solutions to the dilemmas of post-war urban development and redevelopment as unalloyed failures. War-torn cities were rapidly reconstructed, and populations housed under much better conditions than was the case in the interwar years. Given the technologies available at the time and the obvious scarcity of resources, it is hard to see how much of that could have been achieved except through some variant of what was actually done. And while some solutions turned out to be much more successful than others, the overall effort was reasonably successful in reconstituting the urban fabric in ways that helped preserve full employment, improve material social provision, contribute to welfare goals, and generally help preserve a capitalist social order that was plainly threatened in 1945. Nor is it true to say that modernist styles were hegemonic for purely ideological reasons. The standardization and assembly line uniformity of which postmodernists were later to complain were as omnipresent in the Las Vegas Strip and Levittown as they were in Mies van der Rohe's buildings. Both labor and conservative governments pursued modernist projects in post-war Britain, though it is curious that the left is now largely blamed for them when it was the conservatives, by cutting corners on costs of low-income housing in particular, who perpetrated many of the worst examples of instant slums and alienated living conditions. The dictates of costs and efficiency, coupled with organizational and technological constraints, surely played as important a role as ideological concern for style. Nevertheless, it did indeed become fashionable in the 1950s to laud the virtues of the international style, to vaunt its capacities to create a new species of human being, to view it as the expressive arm of an interventionist bureaucratic state apparatus that, in conjunction with corporate capital, was reckoned to be the guardian of all further advances in human welfare. Some of the ideological claims were grandiose. But the radical transformations in the social and physical landscapes of capitalist cities often had little to do with such claims. To begin with, speculative land and property development were dominant forces in a development and construction industry that was a major branch of capital accumulation. Even when contained by planning regulations or oriented around public investments, corporate in the city 71. Capital still had a great deal of power. And where corporate capital was in command, It could happily appropriate every modernist trick in the architect's book to continue that practice of building monuments that soared ever higher as symbols of corporate power. Monuments like the Chicago Tribune Building and the Rockefeller Center are part of a continuous history of celebrating supposedly sacrosanct class power that brings us in more recent times to the Trump Tower or the postmodernist monumentalism of Philip Johnson's at&T Building. It is completely wrong, I think, to lay all the blame for the urban ills of post-war development at the modern movement's door, without regard to the political economic tune to which post-war urbanization was dancing. The post-war surge in modernist sentiment was, however, widespread, and could be so at least in part because of the considerable variety of on-the-ground neo-modernist constructs to which the post-war reconstruction gave rise. It is useful here, I think, to go back and look at Jane Jacobs's attack upon all of this in The Death and Life of Great American Cities, published in 1961, not only because it was one of the earliest, most articulate, and most influential of the anti-modernist tracts, but because it sought to define a whole mode of approach to understanding urban life. While the point men of her wrath were Ebenezer Howard and L. E. Corbusier, she in fact aimed her barbs at a whole range of targets from city planners, federal policy makers, and financiers, to the editors of Sunday supplements and women's magazines. Surveying the urban scene as it had been reconstituted since 1945, she saw low-income projects that become worse centers of delinquency, vandalism, and general social hopelessness than the slums they were supposed to replace. Middle-income housing projects which are truly marvels of dullness and regimentation, sealed against any buoyancy or vitality of city life. Luxury housing projects that mitigate their inanity, or try to, with vapid vulgarity. Cultural centers that are unable to support a good bookstore. Civic centers that are avoided by everyone but bums, who have fewer choices of loitering place than others. Commercial centers that are lackluster imitations of standardized suburban chain store shopping. Promenades that go from no place to nowhere and have no promenaders. Expressways that eviscerate grade. 72. Plate 1.11 The modernist monumentalism of the Rockefeller Center. Cities. This is not the rebuilding of cities. This is the sacking of cities. This great blight of dullness arose in her judgment, from a profound misunderstanding of what cities are about. Processes are of the essence, she argued, and it is upon the social processes of interaction that we should focus. And when we look at these on the ground, in healthy city environments, we find an in the city 73. Plate 1.12 Trump Tower, one of the most recent architectural celebrations of personal power to grace the skyline of New York City. Intricate system of organized rather than disorganized complexity, of vitality and energy of social interaction that depend crucially upon diversity, intricacy, and the capacity to handle the unexpected in controlled but creative ways. Once one thinks about city processes, it follows that one must think of catalysts of these processes, and this too is of the essence. There were, she noted, some market processes at work which tended to counter a natural human affinity for. 74. Plate 1.13 The modernism of Trump Tower battles the postmodernism of Philip Johnson's at&T Building for position on the New York skyline. Diversity and produce a stifling conformity of land uses. But that problem was seriously compounded by the way planners declared themselves enemies of diversity, fearing chaos and complexity because they saw it as disorganized, ugly, and hopelessly irrational. It is curious, she complained, that city planning neither respects spontaneous self-diversification among city populations nor contrives to in the city 75. Provide for it. It is curious that city designers seem neither to recognize this force of self-diversification nor to be attracted by the aesthetic problems of expressing it. On the surface, at least, it would seem that postmodernism is precisely about finding ways to express such an aesthetics of diversity. But it is important to consider how it does so. In that way we can uncover the deep limitations as well as the superficial advantages of many postmodernist efforts. Jenks, for example, argues that postmodern architecture has its roots in two significant technological shifts. First, contemporary communications have collapsed the usual space and time boundaries and produced both a new internationalism and strong internal differentiations within cities and societies based on place, function, and social interest. This produced fragmentation exists in a context of transport and communications technologies that have the capacity to handle social interaction across space in a highly differentiated manner. Architecture and urban design have therefore been presented with new and more wide-ranging opportunities to 76. Diversify spatial form than was the case in the immediate post-war period. Dispersed, decentralized, and deconcentrated urban forms are now much more technologically feasible than they once were. Second, new technologies have dissolved the need to conjoin mass production with mass repetition, and permitted the flexible mass production of almost personalized products expressive of a great variety of styles. The results are closer to 19th century handicraft than to the regimented superblocks of 1984. By the same token, a whole new range of building materials, some of which permit of almost exact imitation of much older styles, can now be procured quite cheaply. To give the new technologies prominence in this way is not to interpret the postmodern movement as technologically determined. But Jenks does suggest that the context in which architects and urban planners now operate has altered in ways that liberate them from some of the more powerful constraints that existed in the immediate post-war period. The postmodern architect and urban designer can, as a consequence, more easily accept the challenge to communicate with different client groups in personalized ways, while tailoring products to different situations, functions, and taste cultures. They are, says Jenks, very concerned with signs of status, history, commerce, comfort, ethnic domain, signs of being neighborly and willing to cater to all and every taste, such as those of Las Vegas or Levittown tastes that the modernists tended to dismiss as common and banal. In principle, therefore, postmodern architecture is anti-avant-gardist. It is by no means clear, however, that a simple turn to populism is sufficient to answer Jane Jacobs's complaints. Rowe and Cotter in their Collage City worry that the architectural proponents of populism are all for democracy and all for freedom, but they are characteristically unwilling to speculate as to the necessary conflicts of democracy with law, of the necessary collisions of freedom with justice. By surrendering to an abstract entity called the people, the populists cannot recognize how manifold the people happens to be, and consequently how much in need of protection from each other its components happen to stand. The problems of minorities and the underprivileged, or of the diverse countercultural elements that so intrigued Jane Jacobs, get swept under the rug unless some very democratic and egalitarian system of community-based planning can in the City 77 be devised that meets the needs of rich and poor alike. This presupposes, however, a series of well-knit and cohesive urban communities as its starting point in an urban world that is always in flux and transition. This problem is compounded by the degree to which the different taste cultures and communities express their desires through differentiated political influence and market power. Jenks concedes, for example, that postmodernism in architecture and urban design tends to be shamelessly market-oriented because that is the primary language of communication in our society. Although market integration plainly carries with it the danger of pandering to the rich and the private consumer rather than to the poor and to public needs, that is in the end, Jenks holds, a situation the architect is powerless to change. Such a cavalier response to lopsided market power scarcely favors an outcome that meets Jacobs's objections. To begin with, it is just as likely to replace the planner's zoning with a market-produced zoning of ability to pay, an allocation of land to uses based on the principles of land rent rather than the kind of principles of urban design that someone like Cryer plainly has in mind. In the short run, a transition from plan to market mechanisms may temporarily mix up uses into interesting configurations, but the speed of gentrification and the monotony of the result suggests that in many instances the short run is very short indeed. Market and land rent allocation of this kind have already reshaped many urban landscapes into new patterns of conformity. Free market populism, for example, puts the middle classes into the enclosed and protected spaces of shopping malls and atria, but it does nothing for the poor except to eject them into a new and quite nightmarish postmodern landscape of homelessness. The pursuit of the consumption dollars of the rich has led, however, to much greater emphasis upon product differentiation in urban design. By exploring the realms of differentiated tastes and aesthetic preferences, architects and urban designers have re-emphasized a powerful aspect of capital accumulation, the production and consumption of what Bourdieu calls symbolic capital. The latter can be defined as the collection of luxury goods attesting the taste and distinction of the owner. Such capital is, of course, transformed money capital, which produces its proper effect inasmuch, and only inasmuch, as it conceals the fact that it originates in material forms of capital. The fetishism is obvious, but it is here deployed. 78. Deliberately to conceal, through the realms of culture and taste, the real basis of economic distinctions. Since the most successful ideological effects are those which have no words, and ask no more than complicit silence, the production of symbolic capital serves ideological functions because the mechanisms through which it contributes in the city 79. To the reproduction of the established order and the perpetuation of domination remain hidden. It is instructive to put Crier's search for symbolic richness in the context of Bourdieu's theses. The search to communicate social distinctions through the acquisition of all manner of symbols of status has long been a central facet of urban life. Simmel produced some brilliant analyses of this phenomenon at the turn of the century, and a whole series of researchers have returned again and again to consideration of it. But I think it is fair to say that the modernist push, partly for practical, technical, and economic, but also for ideological reasons, did go out of its way to repress the significance of symbolic capital in urban life. The inconsistency of such a forced democratization and egalitarianism of taste with the social distinctions typical of what, after all, remained a class-bound capitalist society, undoubtedly created a climate of repressed demand if not repressed desire. This repressed desire 82. Babley did play an important role in stimulating the market for more diversified urban environments and architectural styles. This is the desire, of course, that many postmodernists seek to satisfy, if not titillate shamelessly. Toward the middle-class suburbanite, Venturi et al. Observe, living not in an antebellum mansion, but in a smaller version lost in a large space, identity must come through symbolic treatment of the form of the house, either by styling provided by the developer or through a variety of symbolic ornaments applied thereafter by the owner. The trouble here is that taste is a far from static category. Symbolic capital remains capital only to the degree that the whims of fashion sustain it. Struggles exist among the taste makers, as Zukin shows in an excellent work on loft living, which examines the roles of capital and culture in urban change by way of a study of the evolution of a real estate market in the Soho district of New York. Powerful forces, she shows, established new criteria of taste in art as well as in urban living, and profited well off both. Joining the idea of symbolic capital with the search to market Crier's symbolic richness has much to tell us, therefore, about such urban phenomena as gentrification, the production of community, the rehabilitation of urban landscapes, and the recuperation of history. It also helps us to comprehend the present fascination with embellishment, ornamentation, and decoration as so many codes and symbols of social distinction. I am not at all sure that this is what Jane Jacobs had in mind when she launched her criticism of modernist urban planning. Paying attention to the needs of the heterogeneity of urban villagers and taste cultures, however, takes architecture away from the ideal of some unified meta-language and breaks it down into highly differentiated discourses. The langue is so heterogeneous and diverse that any singular parole will reflect this. Although he does not use the phrase, Jenks could easily have said that the language of architecture dissolves into highly specialized language games, each appropriate in its own way to a quite different interpretative community. The result is fragmentation, often consciously embraced. The Office for Metropolitan Architecture Group is described in the Postmodern Visions Catalog, for example, as understanding the perceptions and experiences of the present as symbolic and associative, a fragmentary collage, with the big city providing the ultimate metaphor. The group produces graphic and architectural work characterized by the collage of fragments of reality and splinters of experience enriched by historical references. The metropolis is in the city 83. Conceived of as a system of anarchic and archaic signs and symbols that is constantly and independently self-renewing. Other architects strive to cultivate the labyrinthine qualities of urban environments by interweaving interiors and exteriors, or simply through the creation of an interior sense of inescapable complexity, an interior maze like that of the museum in the reshaped Gare d'Orsay in Paris, the new Lloyd's building in London, or the Bonaventure Hotel in Los Angeles, the confusions of which have been dissected by Jameson. Postmodern built environments typically seek out and deliberately replicate themes that Raban so strongly emphasized in Soft City, an emporium of styles, an encyclopedia, a maniacal scrapbook filled with colorful entries. The multivalency of architecture which results, in turn generates a tension that renders it radically schizophrenic by necessity. It is interesting to see how Jenks, the chief chronicler of the postmodern movement in architecture, invokes the schizophrenia that many others identify as a general characteristic of the postmodern mindset. Architecture, he argues, must embody a double coding, a popular traditional one which like spoken language is slow-changing, full of clichés and rooted in family life, and a modern one rooted in a fast-changing society, with its new functional tasks, new materials, new technologies and ideologies as well as quick-changing art and fashion. We here encounter Baudelaire's formulation but in a new historicist guise. Postmodernism abandons the modernist search for inner meaning in the midst of present turmoil, and asserts a broader base for the eternal in a constructed vision of historical continuity and collective memory. Again, it is important to see exactly how this is done. Cryer, as we have seen, seeks to recuperate classical urban values directly. The Italian architect Aldo Rossi puts a different argument. Destruction and demolition, expropriation and rapid changes in use as a result of speculation and obsolescence, are the most recognizable signs of urban dynamics. But beyond all else, the images suggest the interrupted destiny of the individual, of his often sad and difficult participation in the destiny of the collective. This vision in its entirety seems to be reflected with a quality of permanence in urban monuments. Monuments, signs of the collective will as expressed through the principles of architecture, offer themselves as primary elements, fixed points in the urban dynamic. 1. ILA. Euro in the city 85. Here we encounter the tragedy of modernity once more, but this time stabilized by the fixed points of monuments that incorporate and preserve a mysterious sense of collective memory. The preservation of myth through ritual constitutes a key to understanding the meaning of monuments and, moreover, the implications of the founding of cities and of the transmission of ideas in an urban context. The task of the architect, in Rossi's view, is to participate freely in the production of monuments expressive of collective memory, while also recognizing that what constitutes a monument is itself a mystery which is above all to be found in the secret and ceaseless will of its collective manifestations. Rossi grounds his understanding of that in the concept of genre de vie, that relatively permanent way of life that ordinary people construct for themselves under certain ecological, technological, and social conditions. This concept, drawn from the work of the French geographer Vidal de Lablac, provides Rossi with a sense of what collective memory represents. The fact that Vidal found the concept of genre de vie appropriate to interpret relatively slow-changing peasant societies, but began, towards the end of his life, to doubt its applicability to the rapidly changing landscapes of capitalist industrialization, escapes Rossi's attention. The problem, under conditions of rapidly unfolding industrial change, is to prevent his theoretical posture lapsing into the aesthetic production of myth through architecture, and thereby falling into the very trap that heroic modernism encountered in the 1930s. Not surprisingly, Rossi's architecture has been heavily criticized. Umberto Eco describes it as frightening, while others point to what they see as its fascist overtones. Rossi at least has the virtue of taking the problem of historical reference seriously. Other postmodernists simply make gestures towards historical legitimacy by extensive and often eclectic quotation of past styles. Through films, television, books, and the like, history and past experience are turned into a seemingly vast archive instantly retrievable and capable of being consumed over and over again at the push of a button. If, as Taylor puts it, history can be seen as an endless reserve of equal events, then architects and urban designers can feel free to quote them in any kind of order they wish. The postmodern penchant for jumbling together all manner of references to past styles is one of its more pervasive characteristics. Reality, it seems, is being shaped to mimic media images. But the outcome of inserting such a practice into the contemporary socio-economic and political context is more than a little quirky. Since around 1972, for example, what Hewison calls the 86 heritage industry has suddenly become big business in Britain. Museums, country houses, reconstructed and rehabilitated urban landscapes that echo past forms, directly produced copies of past urban infrastructures, have become part and parcel of a vast transformation of the British landscape to the point where, in Hewison's judgment, Britain is rapidly turning from the manufacture of goods to the manufacturing of heritage as its principal industry. Hewison explains the impulse behind it all in terms a bit reminiscent of Rossi. The impulse to preserve the past is part of the impulse to preserve the self. Without knowing where we have been, it is difficult to know where we are going. The past is the foundation of individual and collective identity. Objects from the past are the source of significance as cultural symbols. Continuity between past and present creates a sense of sequence out of aleatory chaos and, since change is inevitable, a stable system of ordered meaning enables us to cope with both innovation and decay. The nostalgic impulse is an important agency in adjustment to crisis. It is a social emollient and reinforces national identity when confidence is weakened or threatened. In the City 87, Hewison is, I think, here revealing something of great potential importance, because it is indeed the case that the preoccupation with identity, with personal and collective roots, has become far more pervasive since the early 1970s because of widespread insecurity in labor markets, in technological mixes, credit systems, and the like. The television series Roots, which traced the history of a Black American family from African origins to the present day, sparked a wave of family history research and interest throughout the whole Western world. It has, unfortunately, proved impossible to separate postmodernism's penchant for historical quotation and populism from the simple task of catering, if not pandering, to nostalgic impulses. Hewison sees a relation between the heritage industry and postmodernism. Both conspire to create a shallow screen that intervenes between our present lives, our history. We have no understanding of history in depth, but instead are offered a contemporary creation, more costume drama and reenactment than critical discourse. The same judgment may be made of the way postmodernist architecture and design quotes the vast range of information and images of urban and architectural forms to be found in different parts of the world. We all of us, says Jenks, carry around with us a musée imaginaire in our minds, drawn from experience of other places, and knowledge culled from films, television, exhibitions, travel brochures, popular magazines, etc. It is inevitable, he says, that all of these get run together. And it is both exciting and healthy that this should be so. Why, if one can afford to live in different ages and cultures, restrict oneself to the present, the locale? Eclecticism is the natural evolution of a culture with choice. Lyotard echoes that sentiment exactly. Eclecticism is the degree zero of contemporary general culture. One listens to reggae, watches a western, eats McDonald's food for lunch and local cuisine for dinner, wears Paris perfume in Tokyo and retro clothes in Hong Kong. The geography of differentiated tastes and cultures is turned into a potpourri of internationalism that is in many respects more startling, perhaps because more jumbled, than high internationalism ever was. When accompanied by strong migration streams, this produces a plethora of little Italies, Havanas, Tokyos, Koreas, Kingstons, and Karachis, as well as Chinatowns, Latino barrios, Arab quarters, Turkish zones, and the like. Yet the effect, even in a city like San Francisco where minorities collectively make up the majority, is to draw a veil over real geography through construction of images and reconstructions, costume dramas, staged ethnic festivals, etc. 88. The masking arises not only out of the postmodernist penchant for eclectic quotation, but also out of an evident fascination with surfaces. Jameson, for example, regards the reflecting glass surfaces of the Bonaventure Hotel as serving to repel the city outside much as reflector sunglasses prevent the seer being seen, thus permitting the hotel a peculiar and placeless dissociation from its neighborhood. The contrived columns, ornamentation, extensive quotations from different styles give much of postmodern architecture that sense of contrived depthlessness of which Jameson complains. But the masking nevertheless confines conflict between, for example, the historicism of being rooted in place and the internationalism of style drawn from the musée imaginaire, between function and fantasy, between the producer's aim to signify and the consumer's willingness to take the message. Behind all this eclecticism it is hard to spot any particular purposeful design. Yet there do seem to be effects which are themselves so purposeful and widespread that in retrospect it is hard not to attribute a simple set of orchestrating principles. Let me illustrate with one example. Bread and circuses is an ancient and well-tried formula for social control. It has frequently been consciously deployed to pacify restless or discontented elements in a population. But spectacle can also be an essential aspect of revolutionary movement. Did not even Lenin, after all, refer to revolution as the festival of the people? The spectacle has always been a potent political weapon. How has urban spectacle been deployed these last few years? In U.S. cities, urban spectacle in the 1960s was constituted out of the mass oppositional movements of the time. Civil rights demonstrations, street riots, and inner-city uprisings, vast anti-war demonstrations, and countercultural events were grist for the seething mill of urban discontent that whirled around the base of modernist urban renewal and housing projects. But since around 1972, the spectacle has been captured by quite different forces, and been put to quite different uses. The evolution of urban spectacle in a city like Baltimore is both typical and instructive. In the wake of the riots that erupted after the assassination of Martin Luther King in 1968, a small group of influential politicians, professionals, and business leaders got together to see if there was some way to bring the city together. The urban renewal in the city effort of the 1960s had created a highly functional and strongly modernist downtown of offices, plazas, and occasionally spectacular architecture such as the Mies van der Rohe building of 1 Charles Center. But the riots threatened the vitality of downtown and the viability of investments already made. The leaders sought a symbol around which to build the idea of the city as a community, a city which could believe in itself sufficiently to overcome the divisions and the siege mentality with which the common citizenry approached downtown and its public spaces. Spawned by the necessity to arrest the fear and disuse of downtown areas caused by the civic unrest in the late 1960s, said a later Department of Housing and Urban Development report, the Baltimore City Fair was originated as way to promote urban redevelopment. The fair set out to celebrate the neighborhood and ethnic diversity in the city, even went out of its way to promote ethnic identity. There were 340,000 visitors to the fair in the first year, but by 1973 that number had swelled to nearly 2 million. Bigger, but step by step inexorably less neighborly and more commercial, the fair became the lead item in drawing larger and larger crowds to the downtown area on a regular basis, to see all manner of staged spectacles. It was a short step from that to an institutionalized commercialization of a more or less permanent spectacle in the construction of Harbor Place, a science center, an aquarium, a convention center, a marina, innumerable hotels, pleasure citadels of all kinds. Judged by many as an outstanding success, such a form of development required a wholly different architecture from the austere modernism of the downtown renewal that in the city 91. Plate 1.23 Baltimore Urban Renewal Modernism, the Mies van der Rohe building of 1 Charles Center, had dominated in the 1960s. An architecture of spectacle, with its sense of surface glitter and transitory participatory pleasure, of display and ephemerality, of jouissance, became essential to the success of a project of this sort. Baltimore was not alone in the construction of such new urban spaces. Boston's Faneuil Hall, San Francisco's Fisherman's Wharf, New York's South Street Seaport, San Antonio's Riverwalk, London's Covent Garden, Gateshead's Metro Centre, to say nothing of the fabled West Edmonton Mall, are just the fixed aspects of organized spectacles that include more transitory events such as the Los Angeles Olympic Games, the Liverpool Garden Festival, and the restaging of almost every imaginable historical event. Cities and places now, it seems, take 92. Much more care to create a positive and high-quality image of place, and have sought an architecture and forms of urban design that respond to such need. That they should be so pressed, and that the result should be a serial repetition of successful models, is understandable, given the grim history of deindustrialization and restructuring that left most major cities in the advanced capitalist world with few options except to compete with each other, mainly as financial, consumption, and entertainment centers. Imaging a city through the organization of spectacular urban spaces became a means to attract capital and people in a period of intensified inter-urban competition and urban entrepreneurialism. While we shall return to a closer examination of this phenomenon in Part 3, it is important here to note how architecture and urban design have responded to these new felt urban needs. The projection in the city 93 of a definite image of place blessed with certain qualities, the organization of spectacle and theatricality, have been achieved through an eclectic mix of styles, historical quotation, ornamentation, and the diversification of surfaces. All of these tendencies are exhibited in Moore's Piazza d'Italia in New Orleans. We here see the combination of many of the elements that have been so far described within one singular and quite spectacular project. The description in the Postmodern Visions catalog is most revealing. In an area of New Orleans requiring redevelopment, Charles Moore has created the public Piazza d'Italia for the local Italian population. Its form and architectonic language have brought the social and communicative functions of a European and 94. More specifically, Italian piazza to the southern United States. Within the context of a new block of buildings covering a substantial area and featuring relatively regular, smooth, and angular windows, Moore has inserted a large circular piazza that represents a kind of negative form and is therefore all the more surprising when one enters through the barrier of the surrounding architecture. A small temple stands at the entrance and heralds the historical formal language of the piazza, which is framed by fragmented colonnades. At the center of the arrangement is a fountain basin, the Mediterranean bathing the boot of Italy, which extends down from the Alps. The placement of Sicily at the center of the piazza pays tribute to the fact that the Italian population of the area is dominated by immigrants from that island. The arcades, placed in front of the convex facades of the building around the piazza, make ironic reference to the 5 orders of classical column by placing them in a subtly colored continuum, indebted somewhat to pop art. The bases of the fluted columns are formed like pieces of a fragmented architrave, more a nega in the city 95. Tip form than a fully three-dimensional architectural detail. Their elevation is faced in marble, and their cross-section is like a slice of cake. The columns are separated from their Corinthian capitals by rings of neon tubing, which give them colorful luminous necklaces at night. The arched arcade at the top of the Italian boot also has neon lights on its facade. Other capitals take on a precise, angular form and are placed like Art Deco brooches beneath the architrave, while other columns present further variations, their fluting created by jets of water. All of this brings the dignified vocabulary of classical architecture up to date with pop art techniques, a postmodernist palette, and theatricality. It conceives of history as a continuum of portable accessories, reflecting the way the Italians themselves have been transplanted to the New World. It presents a nostalgic picture of Italy's Renaissance and Baroque palaces and its piazzas, but at the same time there is a sense of dislocation. After all, this is not realism, but a facade, a stage set, a fragment inserted into a new and modern context. The Piazza d'Italia is a 96. Piece of architecture as well as a piece of theater. In the tradition of the Italian residential pubblica, it is a place for the public to gather, yet at the same time, it does not take itself too seriously, and it can be a place for games and amusement. The alienated features of the Italian homeland act as ambassadors in the New World, thus reaffirming the neighborhood population's identity in a district of New Orleans that threatens to become a slum. This piazza must count as one of the most important and striking examples of postmodernist building in the world. It has been the mistake of many publications to show the piazza in isolation. However, the model here shows the successful integration of this theatrical event into its context of modern buildings. But if architecture is a form of communication, the city a discourse, then what can such a structure, inserted into the urban fabric of New Orleans, possibly say or mean? The postmodernists themselves will probably answer that it depends at least as much, if not more, on in the city 97 what is in the eye of the beholder, as it does on the thoughts of the producer. Yet there is a certain facile naivete in such an answer. For there is much too much coherence between the imagery of city life laid out in books such as Raban's Soft City and the system of architectural production and urban design here described for there to be nothing in particular beneath the surface glitter. The example of spectacle suggests certain dimensions of social meaning, and Moore's Piazza d'Italia is hardly innocent in what it sets out to say and how it says it. We there see the penchant for fragmentation, the eclecticism of styles, the peculiar treatments of space and time. There is alienation understood in terms of emigration and slum formation, that the architect tries to recuperate through construction of a place where identity might be reclaimed even in the midst of commercialism, pop art, and all the accoutrements of modern life. The theatricality of effect, the striving for jouissance and schizophrenic effect are all consciously present. Above all, postmodern architecture and urban design of this sort convey a sense of some search for a fantasy world, the illusory high that takes us beyond current realities into pure imagination. The matter of postmodernism, the catalogue to the postmodern visions exhibition forthrightly declares, is not just function but fiction. Charles Moore represents only one strain of practice within the eclectic umbrella of postmodernism. The Piazza d'Italia would hardly earn the approval of Leon Cryer, whose instincts for classical revival are so strong as sometimes to put him outside the postmodernist appellation altogether, and it looks very odd when juxtaposed with an Aldo Rossi design. Furthermore, the eclecticism and pop imagery that lie at the heart of the line of thinking that Moore represents have come in for strong criticism, precisely because of their lack of theoretical rigor and their populist conceptions. The strongest line of argument now comes from what is called deconstructivism. In part of a reaction against the way that much of the postmodern movement had entered into the mainstream and generated a popularized architecture that is lush and indulgent, deconstructivism seeks to regain the high ground of elite and avant-garde architectural practice by active deconstruction of the modernism of the Russian constructivists of the 1930s. The movement in part acquires its interest because of its deliberate attempt to fuse the deconstructionist thinking from literary theory with postmodernist architectural practices that often seem to have developed according to a logic all their own. It shares with modernism a concern to explore pure form and space, but does so in such a way as to conceive of a building not as a 98 unified whole but as disparate texts and parts that remain distinct and unaligned, without achieving a sense of unity, and which are, therefore, susceptible to several asymmetrical and irreconcilable readings. What deconstructivism has in common with much of postmodernism, however, is its attempt to mirror an unruly world subject to corroming moral, political, and economic system. But it does so in such a way as to be disorienting, even confusing, and so break down our habitual ways of perceiving form and space. Fragmentation, chaos, disorder, even within seeming order, remain central themes. Fiction, fragmentation, collage, and eclecticism, all suffused with a sense of ephemerality and chaos, are, perhaps, the themes that dominate in today's practices of architecture and urban design. And there is, evidently, much in common here with practices and thinking in many other realms such as art, literature, social theory, psychology, and philosophy. How is it, then, that the prevailing mood takes the form it does? To answer that question with any power requires that we first take stock of the mundane realities of capitalist modernity and postmodernity, and see what clues might lie there as to the possible functions of such fictions and fragmentations in the reproduction of social life. 4. Modernization. Modernism is a troubled and fluctuating aesthetic response to conditions of modernity produced by a particular process of modernization. A proper interpretation of the rise of postmodernism, therefore, ought to grapple with the nature of modernization. Only in that way will we be able to judge whether postmodernism is a different reaction to an unchanging modernization process, or whether it reflects or presages a radical shift in the nature of modernization itself, towards, for example, some kind of post-industria or even post-capitalist society. Marx provides one of the earliest and most complete accounts of capitalist modernization. I think it useful to begin with that not only because Marx was, as Berman argues, one of the great early modernist writers, combining all the breadth and vigor of Enlightenment thought with a nuanced sense of the paradoxes and contradictions to which capitalism is prone, but also because the theory of capitalist modernization that he offers makes for particularly compelling reading when set against the cultural theses of postmodernity. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels argue that the bourgeoisie has created a new internationalism via the world market, together with subjection of nature's forces to man, machinery, application of chemistry to agriculture and industry, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground. It has done this at great cost, violence, destruction of traditions, oppression, reduction of the valuation of all activity to the cold calculus of money and profit. Furthermore, constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social relations, everlasting uncertainty and agitation, distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier times. All fixed. 100. Fast frozen relationships, with their train of venerable ideas and opinions, are swept away, all new formed ones become obsolete before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and men at last are forced to face with sober sense the real conditions of their lives and their relations with their fellow men. The sentiments certainly match those of Baudelaire and, as Berman points out, Marx here unlooses a rhetoric that defines the underside of all modernist aesthetics. But what is special about Marx is the way he dissects the origin of this general condition. Marx begins Capital, for example, with an analysis of commodities, those everyday things which we daily consume in the course of reproducing ourselves. Yet the commodity is, he avers, a mysterious thing because it simultaneously embodies both a use value and an exchange value. This duality always renders the commodity ambiguous for us: shall we consume it or trade it away? But as exchange relations proliferate and price-fixing markets form, so one commodity typically crystallizes out as money. With money the mystery of the commodity takes on a new twist, because the use value of money is that it represents the world of social labor and of exchange value. Money lubricates exchange, but above all it becomes the means by which we typically compare and assess, both before and after the fact of exchange, the value of all commodities. Plainly, since the way we put value on things is important, an analysis of the money form and the consequences that flow from its use are of paramount interest. The advent of a money economy, Marx argues, dissolves the bonds and relations that make up traditional communities so that money becomes the real community. We move from a social condition, in which we depend directly on those we know personally, to one in which we depend on impersonal and objective relations with others. As exchange relations proliferate, so money appears more and more as a power external to and independent of the producers, so what originally appears as a means to promote production becomes a relation alien to them. Money concerns dominate producers. Money and market exchange draws a veil over, masks social relationships between things. This condition Marx calls the fetishism of commodities. It is one of Marx's most compelling insights, for it poses the problem of how to interpret the real but nevertheless superficial relationships that we can readily observe in the marketplace in appropriate social terms. Pile Fib. Modernization 101. The conditions of labor and life, the sense of joy, anger, or frustration that lie behind the production of commodities, the states of mind of the producers, are all hidden to us as we exchange one object for another. We can take our daily breakfast without a thought for the myriad people who engaged in its production. All traces of exploitation are obliterated in the object. We cannot tell from contemplation of any object in the supermarket what conditions of labor lay behind its production. The concept of fetishism explains how it is that under conditions of capitalist modernization we can be so objectively dependent on others whose lives and aspirations remain so totally opaque to us. Marx's meta-theory seeks to tear away that fetishistic mask, and to understand the social relations that lie behind it. He would surely accuse those postmodernists who proclaim the impenetrability of the other as their creed, of overt complicity with the fact of fetishism and of indifference towards underlying social meanings. The interest of Cindy Sherman's photographs is that they focus on masks without commenting directly on social meanings other than on the activity of masking itself. But we can take the analysis of money deeper still. If money is to perform its functions effectively, Marx argues, it must be replaced by mere symbols of itself, which lead it to be considered as a mere symbol, an arbitrary fiction sanctioned by the universal consent of mankind. Yet it is through these arbitrary fictions that the whole world of social labor, of production, and hard daily work, get represented. In the absence of social labor, all money would be worthless. But it is only through money that social labor can be represented at all. The magical powers of money are compounded by the way owners lend their tongues to commodities by hanging a price ticket on them, appealing to cabalistic signs with names like pounds, dollars, francs. So even though money is the signifier of the value of social labor, the perpetual danger looms that the signifier will itself become the object of human greed and of human desire. This probability turns to certainty once we recognize that money, on the one hand a radical leveler of all other forms of social distinction, is itself a form of social power that can be appropriated as the social power of private persons. Modern society, Marx concludes, soon after its birth, pulled Plutus by the hair of his head, from the bowels of the earth, greets gold as its holy grail, as the glittering incarnation of the very principle of its own life. Does postmodernism signal a reinterpretation or reinforcement of the role? 1J. I. 102. Of money as the proper object of desire? Baudrillard depicts postmodern culture as an excremental culture, and money's excrement in both Baudrillard's and Freud's view. Postmodern concerns for the signifier rather than the signified, the medium rather than the message, the emphasis on fiction rather than function, on signs rather than things, on aesthetics rather than ethics, suggest a reinforcement rather than a transformation of the role of money as Marx depicts it. As commodity producers seeking money, however, we are dependent upon the needs and capacity of others to buy. Producers consequently have a permanent interest in cultivating excess and intemperance in others, in feeding imaginary appetites to the point where ideas of what constitutes social need are replaced by fantasy, caprice, and whim. The capitalist producer increasingly plays the pimp between the consumers and their sense of need, excites in them morbid appetites, lies in wait for each of weaknesses all so that he can demand the cash for the service of love. Pleasure, leisure, seduction, and erotic life are all brought within the range of money power and commodity production. Capitalism therefore produces sophistication of needs and of their means on the one hand, and a bestial barbarization, a complete, unrefined, and abstract simplicity of need, on the other. Advertising and commercialization destroy all traces of production in their imagery, reinforcing the fetishism that arises automatically in the course of market exchange. Furthermore, money, as the supreme representation of social power in capitalist society, itself becomes the object of lust, greed, and desire. Yet here, too, we encounter double meanings. Money confers the privilege to exercise power over others. We can buy their labor time or the services they offer, even build systematic relations of domination over exploited classes simply through control over money power. Money, in fact, fuses the political and the economic into a genuine political economy of overwhelming power relations. The common material languages of money and commodities provide a universal basis within market capitalism for linking everyone into an identical system of market valuation and so procuring the reproduction of social life through an objectively grounded system of social bonding. Yet within these broad constraints, we are free, as it were, to develop our own personalities and modernization 103 relationships in our own way, our own otherness, even to forge group language games, provided, of course, that we have enough money to live on satisfactorily. Money is a great leveler and cynic, a powerful underminer of fixed social relations, and a great democratizer. As a social power that can be held by individual persons, it forms the basis for a wide-ranging individual liberty, a liberty that can be deployed to develop ourselves as free-thinking individuals without reference to others. Money unifies precisely through its capacity to accommodate individualism, otherness, and extraordinary social fragmentation. But by what process is the capacity for fragmentation latent in the money form transformed into a necessary feature of capitalist modernization? Participation in market exchange presupposes a certain division of labor as well as a capacity to separate oneself from one's own product. The result is an estrangement from the product of one's own experience, a fragmentation of social tasks and a separation of the subjective meaning of a process of production from the objective market valuation of the product. A highly organized technical and social division of labor, though by no means unique to capitalism, is one of the founding principles of capitalist modernization. This forms a powerful lever to promote economic growth and the accumulation of capital, particularly under conditions of market exchange in which individual commodity producers can explore the possibilities of specialization within an open economic system. This explains the power of economic liberalism as a founding doctrine for capitalism. It is precisely in such a context that possessive individualism and creative entrepreneurialism, innovation and speculation, can flourish, even though this also means a proliferating fragmentation of tasks and responsibilities, and a necessary transformation of social relations to the point where producers are forced to view others in purely instrumental terms. But there is much more to capitalism than commodity production and market exchange. Certain historical conditions, in particular, the existence of wage labor, are required before profit-seeking launching money into circulation in order to gain more money can become the basic way for social life to be reproduced. Based on the violent separation of the mass of the direct producers from control over the means of production, the emergence of wage labor persons who have to sell labor power in order to live is the result of many revolutions, of the extinction of a whole series of older forms of production. The sense of a 104 radical, total, and violent rupture with the past, another of the basic elements of modernist sensibility, is omnipresent in Marx's account of the origins of capitalism. But Marx takes matters much further. The conversion of labor into wage labor means the separation of labor from its product, of subjective labor power from the objective conditions of labor. This is a very different kind of market exchange. Capitalists, when they purchase labor power, necessarily treat it in instrumental terms. The laborer is viewed as a hand rather than as a whole person, and the labor contributed is a factor of production. The purchase of labor power with money gives the capitalists certain rights to dispose of the labor of others without necessary regard for what the others might think, need, or feel. The omnipresence of this class relation of domination, offset only to the degree that the laborers actively struggle to assert their rights and express their feelings, suggests one of the founding principles upon which the very idea of otherness is produced and reproduced on a continuing basis in capitalist society. The world of the working class becomes the domain of that other, which is necessarily rendered opaque and potentially unknowable by virtue of the fetishism of market exchange. And I should also add parenthetically that if there are already those in society who can readily be conceptualized as the other, then the conflation of class exploitation with gender, race, colonialism, ethnicity, etc. can proceed apace with all manner of invidious results. Capitalism did not invent the other, but it certainly made use of and promoted it in highly structured ways. Capitalists can deploy their rights strategically to impose all kinds of conditions upon the laborer. The latter is typically alienated from the product, from command over the process of producing it, as well as from the capacity to realize the value of the fruit of his or her efforts. The capitalist appropriates that as profit. The capitalist has the power to mobilize the powers of cooperation, division of labor, and machinery as powers of capital over labor. The result is an organized detailed division of labor within the factory, which reduces the laborer to a fragment of a person. The absurd fable of Menenius Agrippa, which makes man a mere fragment of his own body, becomes realized. We here encounter the principle of the division of labor at work in a quite different guise. Whereas the division of labor in society brings into contact independent commodity producers, who acknowledge no other authority but that of competition. Modernization 105. Of the coercion exerted by the pressure of their mutual interests, the division of labor within the workshop implies the undisputed authority of the capitalist over men, that are but parts of a mechanism that belongs to him. Anarchy in the social division of labor is replaced by the despotism enforced through hierarchies of authority and close supervision of tasks of the workshop and the factory. This enforced fragmentation, which is both social and technical within a single labor process, is further emphasized by the loss of control over the instruments of production. This turns the laborer effectively into an appendage of the machine. Intelligence is objectified in the machine, thus separating manual from mental labor and diminishing the application of intelligence on the part of the direct producers. In all of these respects, the individual laborer is made poor in individual productive powers in order to make the collective laborer, and through him capital, rich in social productive power. This process does not stop with the direct producers, with the peasants pulled off the land, the women and children forced to give of their labor in the factories and mines. The bourgeoisie has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than callous cash payment. Has stripped of its halo every occupation hitherto honored and looked up to with reverent awe. It has converted the physician, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science, into its paid wage laborers. How is it, then, that the bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production? The answer Marx provides in Capital is both thorough and convincing. The coercive laws of market competition force all capitalists to seek out technological and organizational changes that will enhance their own profitability vis-a-vis the social average, thus entraining all capitalists in leapfrogging processes of innovation that reach their limit only under conditions of massive labor surpluses. The need to keep the laborer under control in the workplace, and to undercut the bargaining power of the laborer in the market, also stimulates capitalists to innovate. Capitalism is necessarily technologically dynamic, not because of the mythologized capacities of the innovative entrepreneur but because of the coercive laws of competition and the conditions of class struggle endemic to capitalism. The effect of continuous innovation, however, is to devalue, if not 106. Destroy past investments and labor skills. Creative destruction is embedded within the circulation of capital itself. Innovation exacerbates instability, insecurity, and in the end, becomes the prime force pushing capitalism into periodic paroxysms of crisis. Not only does the life of modern industry become a series of periods of moderate activity, prosperity, overproduction, crisis, and stagnation, but the uncertainty and instability to which machinery subjects the employment, and consequently the conditions of existence, of the operatives become normal. Furthermore, All means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over, and exploitation of, the producers. They mutilate the laborer into a fragment of a man, degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, destroy every remnant of charm in his work and turn it into a hated toil. They estrange from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They distort the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism the more hateful for its meanness. They transform his lifetime into working time, and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. The struggle to maintain profitability sends capitalists racing off to explore all kinds of other possibilities. New product lines are opened up, and that means the creation of new wants and needs. Capitalists are forced to redouble their efforts to create new needs in others, thus emphasizing the cultivation of imaginary appetites and the role of fantasy, caprice, and whim. The result is to exacerbate insecurity and instability, as masses of capital and workers shift from one line of production to another, leaving whole sectors devastated, while the perpetual flux in consumer wants, tastes, and needs becomes a permanent locus of uncertainty and struggle. New spaces are necessarily opened up as capitalists seek new markets, new sources of raw materials, fresh labor power, and new and more profitable sites for production operations. The drive to relocate to more advantageous places periodically revolutionizes the international and territorial division of labor, adding a vital geographical dimension to the insecurity. The resultant transformation in the experience of space and place is matched by revolutions in the time dimension, as capitalists strive to reduce the turnover time of their capital to the twinkling of an eye. Modernization 107. Capitalism, in short, is a social system internalizing rules that ensure it will remain a permanently revolutionary and disruptive force in its own world history. If, therefore, the only secure thing about modernity is insecurity, then it is not hard to see from where that insecurity derives. Yet, Marx insists, there is a single unitary principle at work that underpins and frames all of this revolutionary upheaval, fragmentation, and perpetual insecurity. The principle resides in what he calls, most abstractly, value in motion or, more simply, the circulation of capital restlessly and perpetually seeking new ways to garner profits. By the same token, there are higher-order coordinating systems that seem to have the power, though in the end Marx will insist that this power is itself transitory and illusory, to bring order to all this chaos and set the path of capitalist modernization on a more stable terrain. The credit system, for example, embodies a certain power to regulate money uses. Money flows can be switched so as to stabilize relations between production and consumption, to arbitrate between current expenditures and future needs, and to shift surpluses of capital from one line of production or region to another on a rational basis. But here, too, we immediately encounter a central contradiction, because credit creation and disbursement can never be separated from speculation. Credit is, according to Marx, always to be accounted for as fictitious capital, as some kind of money bet on production that does not yet exist. The result is a permanent tension between what Marx calls the financial system and its monetary base. This contradiction is founded on a particular paradox: money has to take some tangible form even though it is a general representation of all social labor. The question of which of the diverse tangible representations is real money typically erupts at times of crisis. Is it better to hold stocks and share certificates, notes, gold, or cans of tuna, in the midst of a depression? It also follows that whoever controls the tangible form that is most real at a given time, has enormous social influence, even if, in the last instance, it is the producers and exchangers of commodities in aggregate who effectively define the value of money. Control over the rules of money formation is, as a consequence, a strongly contested terrain of struggle which generates considerable insecurity and uncertainty as to the value of value. In speculative booms, a financial system which starts out by appearing 108 as a sane device for regulating the incoherent tendencies of capitalist production, ends up becoming the main lever for overproduction and overspeculation. The fact that postmodernist architecture regards itself as being about fiction rather than function appears, in the light of the reputations of the financiers, property developers, and speculators that organize construction, more than a little apt. The state, constituted as a coercive system of authority that has a monopoly over institutionalized violence, forms a second organizing principle through which a ruling class can seek to impose its will not only upon its opponents but upon the anarchical flux, change, and uncertainty to which capitalist modernity is always prone. The tools vary from regulation of money and legal guarantees of fair market contracts, through fiscal interventions, credit creation, and tax redistributions, to provision of social and physical infrastructures, direct control over capital and labor allocations as well as over wages and prices, the nationalization of key sectors, restrictions on working class power, police surveillance, and military repression and the like. Yet the state is a territorial entity struggling to impose its will upon a fluid and spatially open process of capital circulation. It has to contest within its borders the factional forces and fragmenting effects of widespread individualism, rapid social change, and all the ephemerality that typically attaches to capital circulation. It also depends on taxation and credit markets, so that states can be disciplined by the circulation process at the same time as they can seek to promote particular strategies of capital accumulation. To do so effectively, the state must construct an alternative sense of community to that based on money, as well as a definition of public interests over and above the class and sectarian interests and struggles that are contained within its borders. It must, in short, legitimize itself. It is, therefore, bound to engage to some degree in the aestheticization of politics. This issue is addressed in Marx's classic study of the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. How is it, he there asks, that even at the height of revolutionary ferment, the revolutionaries themselves anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service and borrow from them names, battle cries and costumes in order to present the new scene of world history in this time-honored disguise and borrowed language? The awakening of the dead in revolution served the purpose of glorifying the new struggles, not of parodying the old, of magnifying the given task in imagination, not fleeing from its solution in reality, of finding once more the spirit of revolution, not of making its ghost walk about again. The invocation of myth may have played a key role in past revolutions, but here Marx strives to deny what Sarl was later. Modernization 109 to affirm. The social revolution of the 19th century cannot draw its poetry from the past, Marx argues, but only from the future. It must strip off all superstition in regard to the past, else the tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living and converts the cathartic tragedy of revolution into the ritual of farce. In pitting himself so mercilessly against the power of myth and the aestheticization of politics, Marx in effect affirms their remarkable powers to stifle progressive working-class revolutions. Bonapartism was, for Marx, a form of Caesarism that could, in the person of Louis Bonaparte assuming the mantle of his uncle, block the revolutionary aspirations of the progressive bourgeoisie and the working class alike. Thus did Marx come to terms with the aesthetization of politics that fascism later achieved in far more virulent form. The tension between the fixity that state regulation imposes, and the fluid motion of capital flow, remains a crucial problem for the social and political organization of capitalism. This difficulty is modified by the way in which the state stands itself to be disciplined by internal forces and external conditions, competition in the world economy, exchange rates and capital movements, migration, or, on occasion, direct political interventions on the part of superior powers. The relation between capitalist development and the state has to be seen, therefore, as mutually determining rather than unidirectional. State power can, in the end, be neither more nor less stable than the political economy of capitalist modernity will allow. There are, however, many positive aspects to capitalist modernity. The potential command over nature that arises as capitalism rends the veil over the mysteries of production holds a tremendous potential for reducing the powers of nature-imposed necessities over our lives. the creation of new wants and needs can alert us to new cultural possibilities. Even the variation of labor, fluency of function, universal mobility of the laborer demanded by modern industry, holds the potential to replace the fragmented worker by the fully developed individual, fit for a variety of labors, ready to face any change of production, and to whom the different functions he performs, are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. The reduction of spatial barriers and the formation of the world market not only allows a generalized access to the diversified products of different regions and climes, but also puts us into direct contact with all the peoples of the earth. 110. Above all, revolutions in productive force, in technology and science, open up new vistas for human development and self-realization. It is particularly useful to look at these conceptions in relation to heroic modernism's justing with mythology. The latter, Marx argues, controls and fashions the forces of nature in the imagination, and through the imagination, it disappears therefore when real control over these forces is established. Mythology is, in short, a humanly constructed, intermediate, and historically determined link, which disappears when human beings acquire the capacity to make their history according to conscious choice and design. Revolutions in technology rendered possible by the division of labor and the rise of the materialist sciences had the effect of demystifying the processes of production and opening up the capacity to liberate society from scarcity and the more oppressive aspects of nature-imposed necessity. This was the good side of capitalist modernization. The problem, however, was to liberate us from the fetishisms of market exchange and to demystify the social and historical world in exactly the same way. This was the scientific task that Marx set himself in Capital. But it is always possible, particularly in the face of the uncertainties and fragmentations to which capitalism is prone, to remythologize, to seek once again to control and fashion the social forces in imagination and through imagination, under conditions where all semblance of control over these forces seems to be lost. The struggle to create a demythologized art and science of history has to be seen as part and parcel of this broader social struggle. But that battle could be won only through the transition to an all-encompassing and powerful socialism, which would render appropriation of the natural and social world through myth redundant and irrelevant. Meanwhile, the tension between the mystifications, fetishisms, and mythological constructions of the older order, and the penchant for revolutionizing our conceptions of the world has to be appreciated as central to intellectual, artistic, and scientific life. It is out of the tension between the negative and positive qualities of capitalism that new ways to define our species being can be constructed. Thus capital creates the bourgeois society, and the universal appropriation of nature as well as of the social bond itself by modernization. 111 The members of society. Hence the great civilizing influence of capital, its production of a stage of society in comparison to which all earlier ones appear as mere local developments of humanity and as nature idolatry. For the first time nature becomes purely an object for humankind, purely a matter of utility, ceases to be recognized as a power for itself, and the theoretical discovery of its autonomous laws appears merely as a ruse so as to subjugate it to human needs. Capital drives beyond national barriers and prejudices as much as beyond nature worship, as well as all traditional, confined, complacent, encrusted satisfactions of present needs, and reproduction of old ways of life. It is destructive towards all of this, and constantly revolutionizes it, tearing down all the barriers which hem in the development of the forces of production, the expansion of needs, the all-sided development of production, and the exploitation and exchange of natural and mental forces. There is more than a hint of the Enlightenment project in passages of this sort. And Marx gives us plenty of advice on how we might fuse all the sporadic though widespread resistances, discontents, and struggles against the oppressive, destructive, fragmenting, and destabilizing aspects of life under capitalism so as to master the maelstrom and become collective creators of our own history according to conscious plan. The realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane consideration ceases. Beyond it begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom. What Marx depicts, therefore, are social processes at work under capitalism conducive to individualism, alienation, fragmentation, ephemerality, innovation, creative destruction, speculative development, unpredictable shifts in methods of production and consumption, a shifting experience of space and time, as well as a crisis-ridden dynamic of social change. If these conditions of capitalist modernization form the material context out of which both modernist and postmodernist thinkers and cultural producers forge their aesthetic sensibilities, principles, and practices, it seems reasonable to conclude that the turn to postmodernism does not reflect any fundamental change of social condition. The rise of postmodernism either represents a departure in ways of thinking about what could or should be done about that social condition, or else it reflects a shift in the way in which capitalism is working these days. In either case, Marx's account of capitalism, if correct, provides us with a very solid basis for thinking about the general relations between modernization, modernity, and the aesthetic movements that draw their energies from such conditions. 4. Postmodernism or postmodernism. How, then, should postmodernism in general be evaluated? My preliminary assessment would be this: that in its concern for difference, for the difficulties of communication, for the complexity and nuances of interests, cultures, places, and the like, it exercises a positive influence. The meta-languages, meta-theories, and meta-narratives of modernism did tend to gloss over important differences, and failed to pay attention to important disjunctions and details. Postmodernism has been particularly important in acknowledging the multiple forms of otherness as they emerge from differences in subjectivity, gender and sexuality, race and class, temporal and spatial geographic locations and dislocations. It is this aspect of postmodernist thought that gives it a radical edge, so much so that traditional neoconservatives, such as Daniel Bell, fear rather than welcome its accommodations with individualism, commercialism, and entrepreneurialism. Such neoconservatives would, after all, hardly welcome Lyotard's assertion that the temporary contract is in practice supplanting permanent institutions in the professional, emotional, sexual, cultural, family, and international domains, as well as in political affairs. Daniel Bell plainly regrets the collapse of solid bourgeois values, the erosion of the work ethic in the working class, and sees contemporary trends less as a turn towards a vibrant postmodernist future and more as an exhaustion of modernism that surely harbingers a social and political crisis in years to come. Also ought to be looked at as mimetic of the social, economic, and political practices in society. But since it is mimetic of different facets of those practices, it appears in very different guises. The superimposition of different worlds in many a postmodern novel, worlds between which an uncommunicative 114 otherness prevails in a space of coexistence, bears an uncanny relationship to the increasing ghettoization, disempowerment, and isolation of poverty and minority populations in the inner cities of both Britain and the United States. It is not hard to read a postmodern novel as a metaphorical transect across the fragmenting social landscape, the subcultures and local modes of communication in London, Chicago, New York, or Los Angeles. Since most social indicators suggest a strong increase in actual ghettoization since 1970, it is useful to think of postmodern fiction as perhaps mimetic of that fact. But the increasing affluence, power, and authority emerging at the other end of the social scale produces an entirely different ethos. For while it is hard to see that working in the postmodern AT&T building by Philip Johnson is any different from working in the modernist Seagram building by Mies van der Rohe, the image projected to the outside is different. AT&T insisted they wanted something other than just another glass box, said the architect. We were looking for something that projected the company's image of nobility and strength. No material does that better than granite. With luxury housing and corporate headquarters, aesthetic twists become an expression of class power. Crimp takes it further. The present condition of architecture is one in which architects debate academic, abstract aesthetics while they are in fact in the thrall of the real estate developers who are ruining our cities and turning working class people out of their homes. Philip Johnson's new skyscraper is a developer building, with a few applied gewgaws, thrust upon a neighborhood that is not particularly in need of another skyscraper. Invoking the memory of Hitler's architect Albert Speer, Krimp goes on to attack the postmodernist mask of what he sees as a new authoritarianism in the direction of city forms. I have chosen these two examples to illustrate how important it is to think through exactly what kinds of social practice, what sets of social relations, are being reflected in different aesthetic movements. Yet this account is surely incomplete because we have yet to establish, and this will be the subject of inquiry in parts 2 and 3 of this study, exactly what postmodernism might be mimetic of. Furthermore, it is just as surely dangerous to presuppose that postmodernism is solely mimetic rather than an aesthetic intervention in politics, economy, and social life in its own right. The strong injection of postmodernism or postmodernism. 115. Fiction as well as function into common sensibility, for example, must have consequences, perhaps unforeseen, for social action. Even Marx insisted, after all, that what distinguishes the worst of architects from the best of bees is that the architect erects structures in the imagination before giving them material form. Changes in the way we imagine, think, plan, and rationalize are bound to have material consequences. Only in these very broad terms of the conjoining of mimesis and aesthetic intervention can the broad range of postmodernism make sense. Yet postmodernism sees itself rather more simply, for the most part as a willful and rather chaotic movement to overcome all the supposed ills of modernism. But in this regard I think postmodernists exaggerate when they depict the modern as grossly as they do, either caricaturing the whole modernist movement to the point where, as even Jenks admits, modern architecture bashing has become a form of sadism that is getting far too easy, or isolating one wing of modernism for criticism as if that was all there was. There were, after all, many cross-currents within modernism, and postmodernists echo some of them quite explicitly. The meta-narratives that the postmodernists decry were much more open, nuanced, and sophisticated than the critics admit. Marx and many of the Marxists have an eye for detail, fragmentation, and disjunction that is often caricatured out of existence in postmodern polemics. Marx's account of modernization is exceedingly rich in insights into the roots of modernist as well as postmodernist sensibility. It is equally wrong to write off the material achievements of modernist practices so easily. Modernists found a way to control and contain an explosive capitalist condition. They were effective, for example, in the organization of urban life and the capacity to build space in such a way as to contain the intersecting processes that have made for a rapid urban change in 20th century capitalism. If there is a crisis implicit in all of that, it is by no means clear that it is the modernists, rather than the capitalists, who are to blame. There are, indeed, some extraordinary successes in the modernist pantheon. While some housing projects were 116. Indeed dismal failures, others were not, particularly when compared with the slum conditions from which many people came. And it turns out that the social conditions in Pruitt ego, that great symbol of modernist failure, were much more at the heart of the problem than pure architectural form. The blaming of physical form for social ills has to rest on the most vulgar kind of environmental determinism that few would be prepared to accept in other circumstances. It is interesting to note, therefore, how the tenant population in Le Corbusier's Habitat for Living at Firminal-Vert has organized into a social movement to prevent its destruction. As even Jenks admits, postmodernists have taken over all of the great achievements of the modernists in architectural design, though they have certainly altered aesthetics and appearances in at least superficial ways. I also conclude that there is much more continuity than difference between the broad history of modernism and the movement called postmodernism. It seems more sensible to me to see the latter as a particular kind of crisis within the former, one that emphasizes the fragmentary, the ephemeral, and the chaotic side of Baudelaire's formulation while expressing a deep skepticism as to any particular prescriptions as to how the eternal and immutable should be conceived of, represented, or expressed. But postmodernism, with its emphasis upon the ephemerality of jouissance, its insistence upon the impenetrability of the other, its concentration on the text rather than the work, its penchant for deconstruction bordering on nihilism, its preference for aesthetics over ethics, takes matters too far. It takes them beyond the point where any coherent politics are left, while that wing of it that seeks a shameless accommodation with the market puts it firmly in the tracks of an entrepreneurial culture that is the hallmark of reactionary neoconservatism. Postmodernist philosophers tell us not only to accept but even to revel in the fragmentations and the cacophony of voices through which the dilemmas of the modern world are understood. Obsessed with deconstructing and delegitimating every form of argument they encounter, they can end only in condemning their own validity claims to the point where nothing remains of any basis for reasoned action. Postmodernism has us accepting the reifications and partitionings, actually celebrating the activity of masking and cover-up, all the fetishisms of locality, place, or social grouping, while denying that kind of meta-theory which can grasp the political-economic processes that are becoming ever more universalizing in their depth, intensity, reach and power over daily life. Worst of all, while it opens up a radical prospect by acknowledging the authenticity of other voices, postmodernist thinking immediately shuts off those other voices from access to more universal sources of power by ghettoizing them within an opaque otherness, the specificity of this or that language game. It thereby disempowers those voices in a world of lopsided power relations. The language game of a cabal of international bankers may be impenetrable to us, but that does not put it on a par with the equally impenetrable language of inner-city blacks from the standpoint of power relations. The rhetoric of postmodernism is dangerous for it avoids confronting the realities of political economy and the circumstances of global power. The silliness of Lyotard's radical proposal that opening up the data banks to everyone as a prologue to radical reform is instructive, because it indicates how even the most resolute of postmodernists is faced in the end with either making some universalizing gesture or lapsing, like Derrida, into total political silence. Meta-theory cannot be dispensed with. The postmodernists simply push it underground where it continues to function as a now unconscious effectivity. I find myself agreeing, therefore, with Eagleton's repudiation of Lyotard, for whom there can be no difference between truth, authority, and rhetorical seductiveness, he who has the smoothest tongue or the raciest story has the power. The 8-year reign of a charismatic storyteller in the White House suggests that there is more than a little continuity to that political problem, and that postmodernism comes dangerously close to complicity with the aestheticizing of politics upon which it is based. This takes us back to a very basic question. If both modernity and postmodernity derive their aesthetic from some kind of struggle with the fact of fragmentation, ephemerality, and chaotic flux, it is, I would suggest, very important to establish why such a fact should have been so pervasive an aspect of modern experience for so long a period of time, and why the intensity of that experience seems to have picked up so 118 powerfully since 1970. If the only thing certain about modernity is uncertainty, then we should, surely, pay considerable attention to the social forces that produce such a condition. It is to these social forces that I now turn. Part 2. The political economic transformation of late 20th century capitalism. The interval between the decay of the old and the formation and establishment of the new, constitutes a period of transition, which must always necessarily be one of uncertainty, confusion, error, and wild and fierce fanaticism. John Calhoun. 10. Introduction. If there has been some kind of transformation in the political economy of late 20th century capitalism, then it behoves us to establish how deep and fundamental the change might be. Signs and tokens of radical changes in labor processes, in consumer habits, in geographical and geopolitical configurations, in state powers and practices, and the like, abound. Yet we still live, in the West, in a society where production for profit remains the basic organizing principle of economic life. We need some way, therefore, to represent all the shifting and churning that has gone on since the first major post-war recession of 1973, which does not lose sight of the fact that the basic rules of a capitalist mode of production continue to operate as invariant shaping forces in historical geographical development. The language that I shall explore is one in which we view recent events as a transition in the regime of accumulation and its associated mode of social and political regulation. In representing matters this way, I am resorting to the language of a certain school of thought known as the regulation school. Their basic argument, pioneered by Aglietta and advanced by Lippietz, Boyer, and others, can briefly be summarized. A regime of accumulation describes the stabilization over a long period of the allocation of the net product between consumption and accumulation. It implies some correspondence between the transformation of both the conditions of production and the conditions of reproduction of wage earners. A particular system of accumulation can exist because its schema of reproduction is coherent. The problem, however, is to bring the behaviors of all kinds of individuals, capitalists, workers, state employees, financiers, and all manner of other political economic agents into some kind of configuration that will keep the regime of accumulation functioning. There must exist, therefore, a materialization of the regime of accumulation. 122 Political economic capitalist transformation taking the form of norms, habits, laws, regulating networks, and so on that ensure the unity of the process, i.e. the appropriate consistency of individual behaviors with the schema of reproduction. This body of interiorized rules and social processes is called the mode of regulation. This kind of language is useful, in the first instance, as a heuristic device. It focuses our attention upon the complex interrelations, habits, political practices, and cultural forms that allow a highly dynamic, and consequently unstable, capitalist system to acquire sufficient semblance of order to function coherently at least for a certain period of time. There are two broad areas of difficulty within a capitalist economic system that have to be successfully negotiated if that system is to remain viable. The first arises out of the anarchic qualities of price-fixing markets, and the second derives from the need to exert sufficient control over the way labor power is deployed to guarantee the addition of value in production and, hence, positive profits for as many capitalists as possible. Price-fixing markets, to take up the first problem, typically provide innumerable and highly decentralized signals that allow producers to coordinate output decisions with the needs, wants, and desires of consumers. But Adam Smith's celebrated hidden hand of the market has never been sufficient in itself to guarantee stable growth for capitalism, even when the background institutions have been functioning properly. Some degree of collective action, usually state regulation and intervention, is needed to compensate for the market failures, to prevent excessive concentrations of market power, or to check the abuse of monopoly privilege where such cannot be avoided, to provide collective goods that cannot be produced and sold through the market, and to guard against runaway failures due to speculative surges, aberrant market signals, and the potentially negative interplay between entrepreneurial expectations and market signals. In practice, collective pressures exercised by the state or other institutions together with the exercise of dominant market power by large corporations and other powerful institutions, affect capitalism's dynamic in vital ways. The pressures. Introduction 123 can be direct or indirect, but the net effect is to shape the trajectory and form of capitalist development in ways that cannot be understood simply by analysis of market transactions. Furthermore, social and psychological propensities, such as individualism and the drive for personal fulfillment through self-expression, the search for security and collective identity, the need to acquire self-respect, status, or some other mark of individual identity, all play a role in shaping modes of consumption and lifestyles. One only has to contemplate the whole complex of forces implicated in the proliferation of mass automobile production, ownership, and use to recognize the vast range of social, psychological, political, as well as more conventionally understood economic meanings which attach to one of the key growth sectors of 20th century capitalism. The virtue of regulation school thinking is that it insists we look at the total package of relations and arrangements that contribute to the stabilization of output growth and aggregate distribution of income and consumption in a particular historical period and place. The second arena of general difficulty in capitalist societies concerns the conversion of men and women's capacity to do active work into a labor process whose fruits can be appropriated by capitalists. Labor of any kind requires a certain concentration, self-discipline, habituation to different instruments of production, and knowledge of the potentialities of various raw materials for conversion into useful products. Commodity production under conditions of wage labor, however, locates much of the knowledge, decisions as to technique, as well as disciplinary apparatus, outside the control of the person who actually does the work. The habituation of wage laborers to capitalism was a long drawn-out historical process, that has to be renewed with the addition of each new generation of workers into the labor force. The disciplining of labor power to the purposes of capital accumulation, a process I shall generally refer to as labor control, is a very intricate affair. It entails, in the first instance, some mix of repression, habituation, co-optation and cooperation, all of which have to be organized not only within the workplace but throughout society at large. The socialization of the worker to conditions of capitalist production entails the social control of physical and mental powers on a very broad basis. Education, training, persuasion, the mobilization of certain social sentiments and psychological propensities, all 124 political economic capitalist transformation play a role and are plainly mixed in with the formation of dominant ideologies cultivated by the mass media, religious and educational institutions, the various arms of the state apparatus, and asserted by simple articulation of their experience on the part of those who do the work. Here, too, the mode of regulation becomes a useful way to conceptualize how the problems of organizing labor power for purposes of capital accumulation are worked out in particular places and times. I broadly accept the view that the long post-war boom, from 1945 to 1973, was built upon a certain set of labor control practices, technological mixes, consumption habits, and configurations of political economic power, and that this configuration can reasonably be called Fordist Keynesian. The breakup of the system since 1973 has inaugurated a period of rapid change, flux, and uncertainty. Whether or not the new systems of production and marketing, characterized by more flexible labor processes and markets, of geographical mobility and rapid shifts in consumption practices, warrant the title of a new regime of accumulation, and whether the revival of entrepreneurialism and of neoconservatism, coupled with the cultural turn to postmodernism, warrant the title of a new mode of regulation, is by no means clear. There is always a danger of confusing the transitory and the ephemeral with more fundamental transformations in political economic life. But the contrasts between present political economic practices and those of the post-war boom period are sufficiently strong to make the hypothesis of a shift from Fordism to what might be called a flexible regime of accumulation a telling way to characterize recent history. And while I shall, for didactic purposes, emphasize the contrasts in what follows, I shall return to the evaluative question of how fundamental the changes really are by way of general conclusion. 10. Fordism. The symbolic initiation date of Fordism must, surely, be 1914, when Henry Ford introduced his $5, 8-hour day as recompense for workers manning the automated car assembly line he had established the year before at Dearborn, Michigan. But the manner of general implantation of Fordism was very much more complicated than that. Ford's organizational and technological innovations were, in many respects, a simple extension of well-established trends. The corporate form of business organization, for example, had been perfected by the railroads throughout the 19th century, and had already spread, particularly after the wave of mergers, trust, and cartel formation at the end of the century, to many industrial sectors. Ford likewise did little more than rationalize old technologies and a pre-existing detail division of labor, though by flowing the work to a stationary worker he achieved dramatic gains in productivity. F. W. Taylor's The Principles of Scientific Management, an influential tract which described how labor productivity could be radically increased by breaking down each labor process into component motions and organizing fragmented work tasks according to rigorous standards of time and motion study had, after all, been published in 1911. And Taylor's thinking had a long ancestry, going back via Gilbert's experiments of the 1890s to the works of mid-19th century writers like Ure and Babbage, which Marx had found so revealing. The separation between management, conception, control, and execution was also already well underway in many industries. What was special about Ford was his vision, his explicit recognition that mass pro. 126 political economic capitalist transformation duction meant mass consumption, a new system of the reproduction of labor power, a new politics of labor control and management, a new aesthetics and psychology, in short, a new kind of rationalized, modernist, and populist democratic society. The Italian communist leader, Antonio Gramsci, languishing in one of Mussolini's jails some 2 decades later, drew exactly that implication. Americanism and Fordism, he noted in his prison notebooks, amounted to the biggest collective effort to date to create, with unprecedented speed, and with a consciousness of purpose unmatched in history, a new type of worker and a new type of man. The new methods of work are inseparable from a specific mode of living and of thinking and feeling life. Questions of sexuality, the family, forms of moral coercion, of consumerism, and of state action were, in Gramsci's view, all bound up with the search to forge a particular kind of worker suited to the new type of work and productive process. Yet, even 2 decades after Ford's opening gambit, Gramsci judged that this elaboration is still only in its initial phase and therefore idyllic. Why, then, did it take so long for Fordism to mature into a fully fledged regime of accumulation? Ford believed that the new kind of society could be built simply through the proper application of corporate power. The purpose of the $5, 8-hour day was only in part to secure worker compliance with the discipline required to work the highly productive assembly line system. It was coincidentally meant to provide workers with sufficient income and leisure time to consume the mass-produced products the corporations were about to turn out in ever vaster quantities. But this presumed that workers knew how to spend their money properly. So in 1916, Ford sent an army of social workers into the homes of his privileged workers to ensure that the new man of mass production had the right kind of moral probity, family life, and capacity for prudent and rational consumption to live up to corporate needs and expectations. The experiment did not last too long, but its very existence was a prescient signal of the deep social, psychological, and political problems that Fordism was to pose. So strongly did Ford believe in corporate power to regulate the economy as a whole, that he increased wages with the onset of the Great Depression in the belief that this would boost effective demand, revive the market, and restore business confidence. But the coercive laws of competition proved too powerful for even the mighty Ford, and he was forced to lay off workers and cut wages. It took Roosevelt and the New Deal to try and save capitalism by doing through state. Fordism 127, intervention. What Ford had tried to do alone. Ford tried to preempt that outcome in the 1930s by pushing his workers to supply the greater part of their own subsistence requirements. They ought, he argued, to cultivate vegetables in their spare time in their own gardens. In insisting that self-help is the only means of combating the economic depression, Ford here reinforced the kind of controlled, back-to-the-land utopianism that characterized Frank Lloyd Wright's plans for Broadacre City. But even here we can detect interesting signs of future configurations, since it was the suburbanization and deconcentration of population and industry implicit in Wright's modernist conception that was to become a major element in stimulating effective demand for Ford's products in the long post-war boom after 1945. How the Fordist system was put into place is, in fact, a long and complicated story, stretching over nearly half a century. It depended on myriad individual, corporate, institutional, and state decisions, many of them unwitting political choices or knee-jerk responses to the crisis tendencies of capitalism, particularly as manifest in the Great Depression of the 1930s. The subsequent wartime mobilization also implied large-scale planning as well as thorough rationalizations of the labor process in spite of worker resistance to assembly line production and capitalist fears of centralized control. It was hard for either capitalists or workers to refuse rationalizations which improved efficiency at a time of all-out war effort. Furthermore, confusions of ideological and intellectual practices complicated matters. Both left and right wings of the political spectrum evolved their own version of rationalized state planning as a solution to the ills to which capitalism was so plainly heir, particularly as manifest in the 1930s. This was the kind of confused political and intellectual history that had Lenin lauding Taylorist and Fordist production technology while the unions in Western Europe refused it, Le Corbusier appearing as an apostle of modernity while consorting with authoritarian regimes, Ebenezer Howard forging utopian plans inspired by the anarchism of Geddes and Kropotkin only to be appropriated by capitalist developers, and Robert Moses beginning the century as a political progressive and ending up as the power broker who took the meat axe to the Bronx in the name of the automobilization of America. There were, it seems, two major impediments to the spread of 128 political economic capitalist transformation Fordism in the interwar years. To begin with, the state of class relations throughout the capitalist world was hardly conducive to the easy acceptance of a production system that rested so heavily upon the socialization of the worker to long hours of purely routinized labor, demanding little in the way of traditional craft skills, and conceding almost negligible control to the worker over the design, pace, and scheduling of the production process. Ford had relied almost exclusively on immigrant labor to set up his assembly line production system, but the immigrants learned, and Native American workers were hostile. The turnover in Ford's labor force proved impressively high. Taylorism was likewise fiercely resisted in the 1920s, and some commentators, such as Richard Edwards, insist that worker opposition roundly defeated the implantation of such techniques in most industries, in spite of capitalist domination of labor markets, the continued flow of immigrant labor, and the capacity to mobilize labor reserves from rural America. In the rest of the capitalist world, labor organization and craft traditions were simply too strong, and immigration too weak, to permit Fordism or Taylorism any easy purchase on production, even though the general principles of scientific management were widely accepted and applied. In this regard, Henry Fayol's Administration Industrielle Générale proved a much more influential text in Europe than did Taylor's. With its emphasis upon organizational structures and hierarchical ordering of authority and information flow, it gave rise to a rather different version of rationalized management compared to Taylor's preoccupation with simplifying the horizontal flow of production processes. Mass production assembly line technology, spottily implanted in the United States, was very weakly developed in Europe before the mid-1930s. The European car industry, with the exception of Fiat's plant in Turin, remained for the most part a highly skilled craft industry producing upmarket cars for elite consumers, and was only lightly touched by assembly line procedures for the mass production of cheaper models before World War II. It took a major revolution in class relations, a revolution that began in the 1930s but which came to fruition only in the 1950s to accommodate the spread of Fordism to Europe. The second major barrier to be overcome lay in the modes and mechanisms of state intervention. A new mode of regulation had to be devised to match the requirements of Fordist production, and it took the shock of savage depression and the near collapse of capitalism in the 1930s to push capitalist societies to some new conception of how state powers should be conceived of and deployed. The crisis. Fordism 129 appeared fundamentally as a lack of effective demand for product, and it was in those terms that the search for solutions began. With the benefit of hindsight, of course, we can more clearly see all of the dangers posed by National Socialist movements. But in the light of the evident failure of democratic governments to do anything other than seem to compound the difficulties of an across-the-board economic collapse, it is not hard to see the attraction of a political solution in which workers were disciplined to new and more efficient production systems, and excess capacity was absorbed in part through productive expenditures on much-needed infrastructures for both production and consumption. Not a few politicians and intellectuals thought the kinds of solutions being explored in Japan, Italy, and Germany in the 1930s were along the right lines, and supported Roosevelt's New Deal because they saw it precisely in that light. The democratic stasis of the 1920s had to be overcome, many agreed, by a modicum of state authoritarianism and interventionism, for which very little precedent could be found. Disillusioned by the inability of democratic governments to undertake what he considered essential tasks of modernization, Le Corbusier turned first to syndicalism, and later to authoritarian regimes, as the only political forms capable of facing up to the crisis. The problem, as an economist like Keynes saw it, was to arrive at a set of scientific managerial strategies and state powers that would stabilize capitalism, while avoiding the evident repressions and irrationalities, all the warmongering and narrow nationalism that National Socialist solutions implied. It is in such a context of confusion that we have to understand the highly diversified attempts within different nation-states to arrive at political, institutional, and social arrangements that could accommodate the chronic incapacities of capitalism to regulate the essential conditions for its own reproduction. The problem of the proper configuration and deployment of state powers was resolved only after 1945. This brought Fordism to maturity as a fully fledged and distinctive regime of accumulation. As such, it then formed the basis for a long post-war boom that stayed broadly intact until 1973. During that period, capitalism in the advanced capitalist countries achieved strong but relatively stable rates of economic growth. Living standards rose, crisis tendencies were contained, mass democracy was preserved, and the threat of intercapitalist wars kept remote. Came to be is a dramatic story that deserves at least cursory scrutiny if we are better to understand the transitions that have occurred since 1973. The post-war period saw the rise of a series of industries based on technologies that had matured in the interwar years and been pushed to new extremes of rationalization in World War II. Cars, shipbuilding and transport equipment, steel, petrochemicals, rubber, consumer electrical goods, and construction became the propulsive engines of economic growth, focused on a series of grand production regions in the world economy: the Midwest of the United States, the Ruhr Rhinelands, the West Midlands of Britain, the Tokyo-Yokohama production region. The privileged workforces in these regions formed one pillar of a rapidly expanding effective demand. The other pillar rested on state-sponsored reconstruction of war-torn economies, suburbanization particularly in the United States, urban renewal, geographical expansion of transport and communication systems, and infrastructural development both within and outside the advanced capitalist world. Coordinated by way of interlinked financial centers with the United States and New York at the apex of the hierarchy, these core regions of the world economy drew in massive supplies of raw materials from the rest of the non-communist world, and reached out to dominate an increasingly homogeneous mass world market with their products. The phenomenal growth that occurred in the post-war boom depended, however, on a series of compromises and repositionings on the part of the major actors in the capitalist development process. The state had to take on new roles and build new. Fordism 133 institutional powers. Corporate capital had to trim its sails in certain respects in order to move more smoothly in the track of secure profitability, and organized labor had to take on new roles and unctions with respect to performance in labor markets and in production processes. The tense but nevertheless firm balance of power that prevailed between organized labor, large corporate capital, and the nation-state, and which formed the power basis for the post-war boom, was not arrived at by accident. It was the outcome of years of struggle. The defeat of the resurgent radical working-class movements of i.e. immediate post-war period, for example, prepared the political ground for the kinds of labor control and compromise that made Fordism possible. Armstrong, Glynn, and Harrison provide a detailed account of how the attack upon traditional and radical forms of labor organizing was mounted both in the occupied territories of Japan, West Germany, and Italy, and in the supposedly free territories of Britain, France, and the Low Countries. In the United States, where the Wagner Act of 1933 had given the unions power in the marketplace in return for sacrificing powers in the realm of production, the unions found themselves under virulent attack in the post-war years for communist infiltration, and were ultimately brought under strict legal discipline through the Taft-Hartley Act of 1952. With their principal adversary under control, capitalist class interests could resolve what Gramsci earlier called the problem of hegemony and establish a seemingly new basis for those class relations conducive to Fordism. How deeply these new class relations penetrated is a matter of some dispute and in any case evidently varied a great deal from one country or even region to another. In the United States, for example, the unions won considerable power in the sphere of collective bargaining in the mass production industries of the Midwest and Northeast, preserved some shop floor control over job specifications, security, and promotions, and wielded an important political power over such matters as Social Security benefits, the minimum wage, and other facets of social policy. But they acquired and maintained these rights in return for adopting a collaborative stance with respect to Fordist production techniques and cognate corporate strategies to increase productivity. Burawa, in his Manufacturing Consent, illustrates how deeply cooperative sentiments ran within the workforce, though modified by all kinds. 134 Political economic capitalist transformation of games of resistance to any excessive incursions of capitalist power on the shop floor. He thus broadly confirms with American data the profile of the cooperation stance of the affluent worker compiled by Goldthorpe in Britain. Yet there has been a sufficient record of sudden eruptions of discontent, even among affluent workers, to suggest that this may be more of a surface adaptation than a total reconstruction of worker attitudes with respect to assembly line production. The perpetual problem of habituating the worker to such routinized, desk-idled, and degraded systems of work, as Braverman forcefully argues, can never be completely overcome. Nevertheless, bureaucratized trade union organizations were increasingly corralled into the corner of swapping real wage gains for cooperation in disciplining workers to the Fordist production system. The roles of the other partners in the general, if often tacit, social contract that reigned over the post-war boom were similarly well defined. Large corporate power was deployed to assure steady growth in investments that enhanced productivity, guaranteed growth, and raised living standards while ensuring a stable basis for gaining profits. This implied a corporate commitment to steady but powerful processes of technological change, mass fixed capital investment, growth of managerial expertise in both production and marketing, and the mobilization of economies of scale through standardization of product. The strong centralization of capital that had been such a conspicuous feature of U.S. capitalism since 1900 allowed the curbing of intercapitalist competition within an all-powerful U.S. economy and the emergence of oligopolistic and monopoly pricing and planning practices. Scientific management of all facets of corporate activity became the hallmark of bureaucratic corporate rationality. The decisions of corporations became hegemonic in defining the paths of mass consumption growth, presuming, of course, that the other two partners in the Grand Coalition did whatever was necessary to keep effective demand at levels sufficient to absorb the steady growth of capitalist output. The massing of workers in large-scale factories always posed, however, the threat of stronger labor organization and enhanced working class power, hence the importance of the political attack upon radical elements within the labor movement after 1945. Nevertheless, corporations. Fordism 135 grudgingly accepted union power, particularly when the unions undertook to control their membership and collaborate with management in plans to raise productivity in return for wage gains that stimulated effective demand in the way that Ford had originally envisaged. The state, for its part, assumed a variety of obligations. To the degree that mass production requiring heavy investment in fixed capital in turn required relatively stable demand conditions to be profitable, so the state strove to curb business cycles through an appropriate mix of fiscal and monetary policies in the post-war period. Such policies were directed towards those areas of public investment in sectors like transportation, public utilities, etc., that were vital to the growth of both mass production and mass consumption, and which would also guarantee relatively full employment. Governments likewise moved to provide a strong underpinning to the social wage through expenditures covering social security, health care, education, housing, and the like. In addition, state power was deployed, either directly or indirectly, to effect wage agreements and the rights of workers in production. The forms of state interventionism varied greatly across the advanced capitalist countries. Table 2.2 illustrates, for example, the variety of postures taken by different governments in Western Europe in relation to wage contract negotiations. Similar qualitative as well as quantitative differences can be found in the patterning of public expenditures, the organization of welfare systems, and the degree of active as opposed to tacit state involvement in economic decisions. Patterns of labor unrest, shop floor organizing and union activism likewise varied considerably from state to state. But what is remarkable is the way in which national governments of quite different ideological complexions Gaullist in France, the Labour Party in Britain, Christian Democrats in West Germany, etc., engineered both stable economic growth and rising material living standards through a mix of welfare statism, Keynesian economic management, and control over wage relations. Fordism depended, evidently, upon the nation-state taking much as Gramsci predicted a very special role within the overall system of social regulation. Post-war Fordism has to be seen, therefore, less as a mere system of mass production and more as a total way of life. Mass production meant standardization of product as well as mass consumption, and that meant a whole new aesthetic and a commodification of culture that many neoconservatives, such as Daniel Bell, were later to see as detrimental to the preservation of the work ethic and other supposed capitalist virtues. Fordism also built upon and contributed to the aesthetic of modernism, particularly the latter's penchant for functionality and efficiency in very explicit ways, while the forms of state interventionism, and the configuration of political power that gave the system its coherence, rested on notions of a mass economic democracy welded together through a balance of special interest forces. Post-war Fordism was also very much an international affair. The long post-war boom was crucially dependent upon a massive expansion of world trade and international investment flows. Slow to develop outside the United States before 1939, Fordism became more firmly implanted in both Europe and Japan after 1940 as part of the war effort. It was consolidated and expanded in the post-war period, either directly through policies imposed in the occupation. Fordism 137 or indirectly through the Marshall Plan and subsequent U.S. direct investment. The latter, which had sputtered along in the interwar years as U.S. corporations sought market outlets overseas to overcome the limits of internal effective demand, sprang to life after 1945. This opening up of foreign investment and trade permitted surplus productive capacity in the United States to be absorbed elsewhere, while the progress of Fordism internationally meant the formation of global mass markets and the absorption of the mass of the world's population, outside the communist world, into the global dynamics of a new kind of capitalism. Furthermore, uneven development within the world economy meant the experience of already muted business cycles as so many local and broadly compensating oscillations within a fairly stable growth of world demand. At the input end, the opening up of foreign trade meant the globalization of the supply of often cheaper raw materials. The new internationalism also brought a whole host of other activities in its wake: banking, insurance, services, hotels, airports, and ultimately tourism. It carried with it a new international culture and relied heavily upon newfound capacities to gather, evaluate, and disseminate information. All of this was secured under the hegemonic umbrella of the United States financial and economic power backed by military domination. The Bretton Woods Agreement of 1944 turned the dollar into the world's reserve currency and tied the world's economic development firmly into U.S. fiscal and monetary policy. The United States acted as the world's banker in return for an opening up of the world's commodity and capital markets to the power of the large corporations. Under this umbrella, Fordism spread unevenly as each state sought its own mode of management of labor relations, monetary and fiscal policy, welfare, and public investment strategies, limited internally only by the state of class relations and externally only by its hierarchical position in the world economy and by the fixed exchange rate against the dollar. The international spread of Fordism occurred, therefore, within a particular frame of international political economic regulation and a geopolitical configuration in which the United States dominated through a very distinctive system of military alliances and power relations. Not everyone was included in the benefits of Fordism, and there were, to be sure, abundant signs of discontent even at the system's apogee. To begin with, Fordist wage bargaining was confined to certain sectors of the economy and certain nation-states where stable demand growth could be matched by large-scale investment in mass production technology. Other sectors of high-risk production still depended on low wages and weak job security. And even Fordist sectors could rest upon a non-Fordist base of subcontracting. Labor markets therefore tended to divide into what O'Connor called a monopoly sector, and a much more diverse competitive sector in which labor was far from privileged. The resultant inequalities produced serious social tensions and strong social movements on the part of the excluded, movements that were compounded by the way in which race, gender, and ethnicity often determined who had access to privileged employment and who did not. The inequalities were particularly hard to sustain in the face of rising expectations, fed in part by all the artifice applied to need creation and the production of a new kind of consumerist society. Denied access to privileged work in mass production, large segments of the workforce were equally denied access to the much-touted joys of mass consumption. This was a sure formula for discontent. The civil rights movement in the United States spilled over into a revolutionary rage that shook the inner cities. The surge of women into low-paying jobs was accompanied by an equally vigorous feminist movement. And the shock of discovery of awesome poverty in the midst of growing affluence spawned strong counter-movements of discontent with the supposed benefits of Fordism. While the division between a predominantly white, male, and highly unionized workforce and the rest was useful in some ways from the standpoint of labor control, it also had its drawbacks. It meant a rigidity in labor markets that made it hard to reallocate labor from one line of production to another. The exclusionary power of the unions strengthened their capacity to resist deskilling, authoritarianism, hierarchy, and loss of control in the workplace. The penchant for using those powers depended on political traditions, modes of organization, and the willingness of workers to trade in their rights in production for greater market power. Labor struggles did not disappear, as unions often found themselves forced to respond to grassroots discontent. But the unions also found themselves increasingly under attack from the outside, from excluded minorities, women, and the underprivileged. To the degree they served their members' narrow interests and dropped more radical socialist concerns, they were in danger of being reduced in the public eye to fragmented special interest groups pursuing self-serving rather than general aims. The state bore the brunt of the increasing discontent, sometimes culminating in civil disorders on the part of the excluded. At the very minimum, the state had to try and guarantee some kind of adequate social wage for all, or to engage in redistributive policies or legal actions that would actively remedy the inequalities, address the relative impoverishment and lack of inclusion of minorities. Increasingly, the legitimation of state power depended on the ability to spread the benefits of Fordism over all and to find ways to deliver adequate health care, housing, and educational services on a massive scale but in a humane and caring way. Qualitative failures on that score were the butt of innumerable criticisms, but in the end it was probably the quantitative failure that provoked the most serious dilemmas. The ability to provide collective goods depended upon continuous acceleration in the productivity of labor in the corporate sector. Only in that way could Keynesian welfare statism be made fiscally viable. On the consumer side, there was more than a little criticism of the blandness of the quality of life under a regime of standardized mass consumption. The quality of service provision through a non-discriminating system of state administration also came in for heavy criticism. Fordism and Keynesian state managerialism became associated with an austere functionalist aesthetic in the field of rationalized design. The critics of suburban blandness and downtown monolithic monumentality became, as we have seen, a vociferous minority that articulated a whole host of cultural discontents. The countercultural critiques and practices of the 1960s therefore paralleled movements of the excluded minorities and the critique of depersonalized bureaucratic rationality. All these threads of opposition began to fuse into a strong cultural political movement at the very moment when Fordism as an economic system appeared to be at its apogee. To this must be added all the Third World discontents at a modernization process that promised development, emancipation from want, and full integration into Fordism, but which delivered destruction of local cultures, much oppression, and various forms of capitalist domination in return for rather meager gains in living standards and services for any except a very affluent indigenous elite that chose to collaborate actively with international capital. Movements towards national liberation, sometimes socialist but more often bourgeois nationalist, focused many of these discontents in ways that sometimes appeared quite threatening to global Fordism. The geopolitical hegemony of the United States was 140. Political economic capitalist transformation threatened, and the USA, which began the post-war era by using anti-communism and militarism as a vehicle for geopolitical and economic stabilization, soon found itself facing the problem of guns or butter in its own fiscal economic policy. But in spite of all the discontents and all the manifest tensions, the centerpieces of the Fordist regime held firm at least until 1973, and in the process did indeed manage to keep a post-war boom intact that favored unionized labor, and to some degree spread the benefits of mass production and consumption even further afield. Material living standards rose for the mass of the population in the advanced capitalist countries, and a relatively stable environment for corporate profits prevailed. It was not until the sharp recession of 1973 shattered that framework that a process of rapid, and as yet not well understood, transition in the regime of accumulation began. From Fordism to flexible accumulation. In retrospect, it seems there were signs of serious problems within Fordism as early as the mid-1960s. By then, the West European and Japanese recoveries were complete, their internal markets saturated, and the drive to create export markets for their surplus output had to begin. And this occurred at the very moment when the success of Fordist rationalization meant the relative displacement of more and more workers from manufacturing. The consequent slackening of effective demand was offset in the United States by the war on poverty and the war in Vietnam. But declining corporate productivity and profitability after 1966 meant the beginnings of a fiscal problem in the United States that would not go away except at the price of an acceleration in inflation, which began to undermine the role of the dollar as a stable international reserve currency. The formation of the euro-dollar market, and the credit crunch of 1966-7, were indeed prescient signals of the United States' diminished power to regulate the international financial system. It was at about this time too that import substitution policies in many third-world countries, coupled with the first big push by multinationals into offshore manufacturing, brought a wave of competitive Fordist industrialization to entirely new environments, where the social contract with labor was either weakly enforced or non-existent. International competition thereafter intensified as Western Europe and Japan, joined by a whole host of newly industrializing countries, challenged United States hegemony within Fordism to the point where the Bretton Woods Agreement cracked and the dollar was devalued. Floating and often highly volatile exchange rates thereafter replaced the fixed exchange rates of the post-war boom. And any attempt to overcome these rigidities ran into the seemingly immovable force of deeply entrenched working-class power, hence the strike waves and labor disruptions of the period 1968-72. The rigidities of state commitments also became more serious as entitlement programs grew under pressure to keep legitimacy at a time when rigidities in production restricted any expansion in the fiscal basis for state expenditures. The only tool of flexible response lay in monetary policy, in the capacity to print money at whatever rate appeared necessary to keep the economy stable. And so began the inflationary wave that was eventually to sink the post-war boom. Behind all these specific rigidities lay a rather unwieldy and seemingly fixed configuration of political power and reciprocal relations that bound big labor, big capital, and big government into what increasingly appeared as a dysfunctional embrace of such narrowly defined vested interests as to undermine rather than secure capital accumulation. The momentum of the post-war boom was maintained through the period 1969-73 by an extraordinarily loose monetary policy on the part of both the United States and Britain. The capitalist world was awash with excess funds, and with few diminished productive outlets for investment, that meant strong inflation. The attempt to put a brake on rising inflation in 1973 exposed a lot of excess capacity in Western economies, triggering first of all a worldwide crash in property markets and severe difficulties for financial institutions. To that were added the effects of OPEC's decision to raise oil prices, and the Arab decision to embargo oil exports to the West in the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. This changed the relative cost of energy inputs dramatically, and pushed all segments of the economy to seek out ways to economize on energy use through technological and organizational change, and led to a recycling problem of surplus petrodollars, that exacerbated the already brewing instability in the world's financial markets. The strong deflation of 1973-5 further indicated that state finances were overextended in relation to resources, creating a deep fiscal and legitimation crisis. The technical bankruptcy of New York City in 1975, with one of the largest public budgets in the world, was illustrative of the seriousness of the problem. At the same time, corporations found themselves with a lot of unusable excess capacity under conditions of intensifying competition. This forced them into a period of rationalization, restructuring, and intensification of labor control. Technological change, automation, the search for new product lines and market niches, geographical dispersal to zones of easier labor control, mergers, and steps to accelerate the turnover time of their capital surged to the fore of corporate strategies for survival under general conditions of deflation. The sharp recession of 1973, exacerbated by the oil shock, evidently shook the capitalist world out of the suffocating torpor of stagflation, and set in motion a whole set of processes that undermine the Fordist compromise. The 1970s and 1980s have consequently been a troubled period of economic restructuring and social and political readjustment. In the social space created by all this flux and uncertainty, a series of novel experiments in the realms of industrial organization as well as in political and social life have begun to take shape. These experiments may represent the early stirrings of the passage to an entirely new regime of accumulation, coupled with a quite different system of political and social regulation. Annual rate of change in mortgage debt in the United States. Department of Commerce. 1955, 1965, 1975. 300. 200. 100. 1962, 1966, 1970, 1974. Figure 2.6. Some indices of the property boom and crash in Britain and the United States, 1955 to 1975. Top, annual rate of change in mortgage debt in the United States. Middle, share prices of real estate investment trusts in the United States. Bottom, property share price index in Britain. Flexible accumulation, as I shall tentatively call it, is marked by a direct confrontation with the rigidities of Fordism. It rests on flexibility with respect to labor processes, labor markets, products, and patterns of consumption. It is characterized by the emergence of entirely new sectors of production, new ways of providing financial services, new markets, and, above all, greatly intensified rates of commercial, technological, and organizational innovation. It has entrained rapid shifts in the patterning of uneven development, both between sectors and between geographical regions, giving rise, for example, to a vast surge in so-called service sector employment as well as to entirely new industrial ensembles in hitherto underdeveloped regions. It has also entailed a new round of what I shall call time-space compression in the capitalist world. The time horizons of both private and public decision-making have shrunk, while satellite communication and declining transport costs have made it increasingly possible to spread those decisions immediately over an ever wider and variegated space. These enhanced powers of flexibility and mobility have allowed employers to exert stronger pressures of labor control on a workforce in any case weakened by two savage bouts of deflation, that saw unemployment rise to unprecedented post-war levels in advanced capitalist countries. Organized labor was undercut by the reconstruction of foci of flexible accumulation in regions lacking previous industrial traditions, and by the importation back into the older centers of the regressive norms and practices established in these new areas. Flexible accumulation appears to imply relatively high levels of structural unemployment, rapid destruction and reconstruction of skills, modest gains in the real wage, and the rollback of trade union power, one of the political pillars of the Fordist regime. The labor market has, for example, undergone a radical restructuring. Faced with strong market volatility, heightened competition, and narrowing profit margins, employers have taken advantage of weakened union power and the pools of surplus laborers to push for much more flexible work regimes and labor contracts. It is hard to get a clear overall picture, because the very purpose of such flexibility is to satisfy the often highly specific needs of each firm. Even for regular employers, systems such as 9-day fortnights, or work schedules that average a 40-hour week over the year but oblige the employee to work much longer at periods of peak demand, and compensate with shorter hours at periods of slack, are becoming much more common. But more important has been the apparent move away from regular employment towards increasing reliance upon part-time, temporary, or subcontracted work arrangements. The result is a labor market structure of the sort depicted in Figure 2.10, taken, as are the following quotations, from the Institute of Personnel Management's Flexible Patterns of Work. The core, a steadily shrinking group according to accounts emanating from both sides of the Atlantic, is made up of employees with full-time, permanent status and is central to the long-term future of the organization. Enjoying greater job security, good promotion and reskilling prospects, and relatively generous pension, insurance, and other fringe benefit rights, this group is nevertheless expected to be adaptable, flexible, and if necessary geographically mobile. The potential costs of laying off core employees in time of difficulty may, however, lead a company to subcontract even high-level functions, leaving the core group of managers relatively small. The periphery encompasses two rather different subgroups. The first consists of full-time employees with skills that are readily available in the labor market, such as clerical, secretarial, routine, and lesser-skilled manual work. With less access to career opportunities, this group tends to be characterized by high labor turnover, which makes workforce reductions relatively easy by natural wastage. The second peripheral group provides even greater numerical flexibility and includes part-timers, casuals, fixed-term contract staff, temporaries, subcontractors and public subsidy trainees, with even less job security than the first peripheral group. All the evidence points to a very From Fordism to Flexible Accumulation 151. Figure 2.10 Labor Market Structures under Conditions of Flexible Accumulation. Significant growth in this category of employees in the last few years. Such flexible employment arrangements do not by themselves engender strong worker dissatisfaction, since flexibility can sometimes be mutually beneficial. But the aggregate effects, when looked at from the standpoint of insurance coverage and pension rights, as well as wage levels and job security, by no means appear positive from the standpoint of the working population as a whole. The most radical shift has been either towards increased subcontracting or towards temporary rather than part-time work. This follows a long-established pattern in Japan where, even under Fordism, small business subcontracting acted as a buffer to protect large corporations from the cost of market fluctuations. The current trend in labor markets is to reduce the number of core workers and to rely increasingly upon a workforce that can quickly be taken on board and equally quickly and costlessly be laid off when times get bad. In Britain, flexible workers increased by 16% to 8.1 million between 1981 and 1985, while permanent jobs decreased by 6% to 15.6 million. Over roughly the same time period, nearly one-third of the 10 million new jobs created in the USA were thought to be in the temporary category. This has not, evidently, changed very radically the problems that arose in the 1960s of segmented or dual labor markets, but has reshaped them according to a rather different logic. While it is true that the declining significance of union power has reduced the singular power of white male workers in monopoly sector markets, it does not follow that those excluded from those labor markets, such as blacks, women, ethnic minorities of all kinds, have achieved sudden parity. While some women and some minorities have gained access to more privileged positions, the new labor market conditions have for the most part re-emphasized the vulnerability of disadvantaged groups. The transformation in labor market structure has been paralleled by equally important shifts in industrial organization. Organized subcontracting, for example, opens up opportunities for small business formation, and in some instances permits older systems of domestic, artisanal, familial, and paternalistic labor systems to revive and flourish as centerpieces rather than as appendages of the production system. The revival of sweatshop forms of production in cities such as New York and Los Angeles, Paris, and London, became a matter for commentary in the mid-1970s and has proliferated rather than shrunk during the 1980s. The rapid growth of black, informal, or underground economies has also been documented throughout the advanced capitalist world, leading some to suggest that there is a growing convergence between third world and advanced capitalist labor systems. Yet the rise of new and the revival of older forms of industrial organization represents rather different things in different places. Sometimes it indicates the emergence of new survival strategies for the unemployed or wholly discriminated against, while in others it is more simply immigrant groups looking for an entry into a capitalist system, organized tax dodging, or the attraction of high profit from illegal trade that lies at its basis. But in all such cases, the effect is to transform the mode of labor control and employment. Working class forms of organization, for example, depended heavily upon the massing of workers within the factory for their viability, and find it peculiarly difficult to gain any purchase within family and domestic labor systems. Paternalistic systems are dangerous territories for labor organizing because they are more likely to corrupt union power than union power is likely to liberate employees from godfather domination and paternalistic welfarism. Indeed, one of the signal advantages of embracing such ancient forms of labor process and of petty capitalist production is that they undermine working class organization and transform the objective basis for class struggle. Class consciousness no longer derives from the straight class relation between capital and labor, and moves onto a much more confused terrain of interfamilial conflicts and fights for power within a kinship or clan-like system of hierarchically ordered social relations. Struggling against capitalist exploitation in the factory is very different from struggling against a father or uncle who organizes family labor into a highly disciplined and competitive sweatshop that works to order for multinational capital. The effects are doubly obvious when we consider the transformed role of women in production and labor markets. Not only do the new labor market structures make it much easier to exploit the labor power of women on a part-time basis, and so to substitute lower-paid female labor for that of more highly paid and less easily laid-off core male workers, but the revival of subcontracting and domestic and family labor systems permits a resurgence of patriarchal practices and homeworking. This revival parallels the enhanced capacity of multinational capital to take Fordist mass production systems abroad, and there to exploit extremely vulnerable women's labor power under conditions of extremely low pay and negligible job security. The Maquiladora program that allows U.S. managers and capital ownership to remain north of the Mexican border, while locating factories employing mainly young women south of the border, is a particularly dramatic type of form basis of politics of production exploitation production. Self-employed consultants, exchange of individualist and self-employed artisans and goods and market-led anti-informal sector services monopoly or state regulation cooperative collectives internal negotiation and agreements cooperatives external exchange patriarchy small family firms kinship-based kitchen on age and sex politics communal large domestic community politics of face paternalism firms customs, and force bureaucratic corporate and calculating career ladder and paternalism state. Managerial rationality, competition systems loyalty, and within seniority organizations patrimonial hierarchically power relations bargaining, ordered empires and exchange mutual gain, and in production, of favors dynastic struggles trade. Or finance proletarian capitalist firm and buying and selling market compete factory system of labor powertion, collective and control over action, bargaining, labor process and class struggle and means of production. From Fordism to flexible accumulation 155 example of a practice that has become widespread in many of the less developed and newly industrializing countries. The transition to flexible accumulation has in fact been marked by a revolution in the role of women in labor markets and labor processes during a period when the women's movement has fought for both greater awareness and improved conditions for what is now more than 40% of the labor force in many of the advanced capitalist countries. New techniques and organizational forms in production have spelled danger for traditionally organized businesses, sparking a wave of bankruptcies, plant closures, deindustrialization, and restructuring, that has put even the most powerful corporations at risk. The organizational form and managerial technique appropriate to high-volume, standardized mass production were not always easy to convert to flexible system production with its emphasis upon problem-solving, rapid and often highly specialized responses, and adaptability of skills to special purposes. Where production could be standardized, it proved hard to stop its moving to take advantage of low-paid labor power in the Third World, creating there what Lippietz calls peripheral Fordism. The Penn Central bankruptcy of 1976 and the Chrysler bailout of 1981 indicated the seriousness of the problem in the United States. Not only did the list of the Fortune 500 top corporations in that country undergo considerable modification, their role in the economy also changed. Their global employment remained stationary after 1970 compared to the doubling of employment that had occurred in their plants from 1954 to 1970. On the other hand, new business formation in the United States picked up dramatically, doubling in the period between 1975 and 1981. Many of the new small businesses inserted themselves into the matrix of subcontracting skilled tasks or consultancy. The economies of scale sought under Fordist mass production have, it seems, been countered by an increasing capacity to manufacture a variety of goods cheaply in small batches. Economies of scope have beaten out economies of scale. By 1983, for example, Fortune reported that 75% of all machine parts today are produced in batches of 50 or less. Fordist enterprises could, of course, adopt the new technologies and labor processes, but in many instances competitive pressures and the struggle for better labor control led either to the rise of entirely new industrial forms or to the integration of Fordism with a whole network of subcontracting and outsourcing to give. 156 Political economic capitalist transformation. Greater flexibility in the face of heightened competition and greater risk. Small batch production and subcontracting certainly had the virtues of bypassing the rigidities of the Fordist system and satisfying a far greater range of market needs, including quick-changing ones. Such flexible production systems have permitted, and to some degree depended upon, an acceleration in the pace of product innovation together with the exploration of highly specialized and small-scale market niches. Under conditions of recession and heightened competition, the drive to explore such possibilities became fundamental to survival. Turnover time, always one of the keys to capitalist profitability, stood to be reduced dramatically by deployment of the new technologies in production and new organizational forms. But accelerating turnover time in production would have been useless unless the turnover time in consumption was also reduced. The half-life of a typical Fordist product was, for example, from 5 to 7 years, but flexible accumulation has more than cut that in half in certain sectors, while in others such as the so-called thoughtware industries the half-life is down to less than 18 months. Flexible accumulation has been accompanied on the consumption side, therefore, by a much greater attention to quick-changing fashions and the mobilization of all the artifices of need inducement and cultural transformation that this implies. The relatively stable aesthetic of Fordist modernism has given way to all the ferment, instability, and fleeting qualities of a postmodernist aesthetic that celebrates difference, ephemerality, spectacle, fashion, and the commodification of cultural forms. These shifts on the consumption side, coupled with changes in production, information gathering, and financing, seem to underlie a remarkable proportionate surge in service employment since the early 1970s. To some degree, this trend could be detected much earlier, perhaps as a consequence of rapid increases in efficiency in much of manufacturing industry through Fordist rationalization and of the evident difficulty of making similar productivity gains in service provision. But the rapid contraction in manufacturing employment after 1972 has highlighted a rapid growth of service employment, not so much in retailing, distribution, transportation, and personal services, as in producer services, finance, insurance, and real estate, and certain other sectors such as health and education. The exact interpretation to be put on this is a matter of considerable controversy. Some of the expansion can be attributed, for example, to the growth of subcontracting and consultancy, which permits activities formerly internalized within manufacturing firms to be hived off to separate enterprises. It may also be, as we shall see in Part 3, that the need to accelerate turnover time in consumption has led to a shift of emphasis from production of goods to the production of events. Whatever the full explanation may be, any account of the transformation of advanced capitalist economies since 1970 has to look carefully at this marked shift in occupational structure. All of this has put a premium on smart and innovative entrepreneurialism, aided and abetted by all of the accoutrements of swift, decisive, and well-informed decision-making. The enhanced capacity for geographical dispersal, small-scale production, and the pursuit of 158 political economic capitalist transformation custom markets has not necessarily led, however, to any diminution of corporate power. Indeed, to the degree that information and the ability to make swift decisions in a highly uncertain, ephemeral, and competitive environment become crucial to profits, the well-organized corporation has marked competitive advantages over small business. Deregulation has often meant increased monopolization in sectors such as airlines, energy, and financial services. At one end of the business scale, flexible accumulation has been conducive to massive mergers and corporate diversifications. U.S. companies spent $22 billion acquiring each other in 1977, but by 1981 that had risen to $82 billion, cresting in 1985 at an extraordinary $180 billion. Though mergers and acquisitions declined in 1987, in part as a response to the stock market crash, the total value still stood at $165.8 billion for 2,052 transactions. Yet in 1988 the merger mania kept going. In the United States, merger deals worth than $198 billion were completed in the first 3 quarters of the year, while in Europe, De Benedetti of Olivetti's attempt to take over the Union Generale of Belgium, a bank which controlled about 1/3 of that country's productive assets, indicated the global spread of merger mania. Most of those employed by the Fortune 500 top companies in the USA now work in lines of activity that have nothing to do with the primary line of business with which their company is identified. The duty of management is to make money, not steal, announced James Roderick, chairman of U.S. Steel, in 1979, and he promptly launched into a campaign of acquisitions and expansions to diversify that company's activities. At the other end of the scale, small businesses, patriarchal and artisanal organizational structures have also flourished. Even self-employment, which had declined steadily in the United States after 1950, underwent, according to Reich's account, substantial revival after 1972, expanding by more than 25% in less than a decade. New systems of coordination have been put in place either through an intricate variety of subcontracting arrangements, through the formation of new production ensembles in which agglomeration economies have become of increased significance, or through the domination and integration of small businesses under the aegis of powerful financial or marketing organizations. What this suggests is that the tension that has always prevailed within capitalism between monopoly and competition, between centralization and decentralization of economic power, is being worked out in fundamentally new ways. This does not necessarily imply, however, that capitalism is becoming more disorganized, as If and Lash and Urey suggest. For what is most interesting about the current situation is the way in which capitalism is becoming ever more tightly organized through dispersal, geographical mobility, and flexible responses in labor markets, labor processes, and consumer markets, all accompanied by hefty doses of institutional, product, and technological innovation. The tighter organization and imploding centralization have in fact been achieved by 2 parallel developments of the greatest importance. First, accurate and up-to-date information is now a very highly valued commodity. Access to, and control over, information, coupled with a strong capacity for instant data analysis, have become essential to the centralized coordination of far-flung corporate interests. The capacity for instantaneous response to changes in exchange rates, fashions and tastes, and moves by competitors is more essential to corporate survival than it ever was under Fordism. The emphasis on information has also spawned a wide array of highly specialized business services and consultancies capable of providing up-to-the-minute information on market trends and the kind of instant data analyses useful in corporate decision-making. It has also created a situation in which vast profits stand to be made on the basis of privileged access to information, particularly in financial and currency markets. But this is, in a sense, only the illegal tip of an iceberg where privileged access to information of any sort becomes an essential aspect of successful and profitable decision-making. Access to scientific and technical know-how has always been important in the competitive struggle, but here, too, we can see a renewal of interest and emphasis, because in a world of quick-changing tastes and needs and flexible production systems, access to the latest technique, the latest product, the latest scientific discovery implies the possibility of seizing an important competitive advantage. Knowledge itself becomes a key commodity, to be produced and sold to the highest bidder, under conditions that are themselves 160 political economic capitalist transformation increasingly organized on a competitive basis. Universities and research institutes compete fiercely for personnel as well as for being first in patenting new scientific discoveries. Organized knowledge production has expanded remarkably over the past few decades, at the same time as it has been increasingly put upon a commercial basis. The celebrated Stanford Silicon Valley or the MIT Boston Route 128 high-tech industry connections are configurations that are quite new and special to the era of flexible accumulation. Control over information flow and over the vehicles for propagation of popular taste and culture have likewise become vital weapons in competitive struggle. The startling concentration of economic power in book publishing, the media, and the press cannot be explained simply in terms of the production conditions conducive to mergers in those fields. It has a lot to do with the power of other large corporations, as expressed through their controls over mechanisms of distribution and advertising expenditures. The latter have grown markedly since the 1960s, and eat up even larger proportions of corporate budgets because, in a highly competitive world, it is not simply products but the corporate image itself that becomes essential, not only to marketing but also for raising capital, pursuing mergers, and gaining leverage over the production of knowledge, government policy, and the promotion of cultural values. Corporate sponsorship of the arts, of universities, and of philanthropic projects is the prestige end of a scale of activities that include everything from lavish brochures and company reports, public relations stunts, and even scandals that constantly keep the company name in the public eye. The second development, and this has been far more important than the first, was the complete reorganization of the global financial system and the emergence of greatly enhanced powers of financial coordination. Again, there has been a dual movement, on the one hand towards the formation of financial conglomerates and brokers of extraordinary global power, and, on the other hand, a rapid, from Fordism to flexible accumulation 161 proliferation and decentralization of financial activities and flows through the creation of entirely new financial instruments and markets. In the United States, this meant the deregulation of a financial system that had been rigorously circumscribed ever since the reforms of the 1930s. The U.S. Hunt Commission report of 1971 was the first explicit recognition of the need for reforms as a condition of survival and growth of the capitalist economic system. After the traumas of 1973, the pressure for financial deregulation gathered pace in the 1970s and had engulfed all of the world's financial centers by 1986. Deregulation and financial innovation, both long and complicated processes, had by then become a condition of survival of any world financial center within a highly integrated global system coordinated through instantaneous telecommunications. The formation of a global stock market, of global commodity futures markets, of currency and interest rate swaps, together with an accelerated geographical mobility of funds, meant, for the first time, the formation of a single world market for money and credit supply. The structure of this global financial system is now so complicated that it surpasses most people's understanding. The boundaries between distinctive functions like banking, brokerage, financial services, housing finance, consumer credit, and the like have become increasingly porous at the same time as new markets in commodity, stock, currency, or debt futures have sprung up, discounting time future into time present in baffling ways. Computerization and electronic communications have pressed home the significance of instantaneous international coordination of financial flows. Banking, said the Financial Times, is rapidly becoming indifferent to the constraints of time, place, and currency. It is now the case that an English buyer can get a Japanese mortgage, an American can tap his New York bank account through a cash machine in Hong Kong, and a Japanese investor can buy shares in a London-based Scandinavian bank whose stock is denominated in sterling, dollars, Deutsche Marks, and Swiss francs. This bewildering world of high finance encloses an equally bewildering variety of cross-cutting activities, in which banks borrow massively short-term from other banks, insurance companies, and pension funds assemble such vast pools of investment funds as to function as dominant market makers, while industrial, merchant, and landed capital become so integrated into financial operations and structures that it becomes increasingly difficult to tell where commercial and industrial interests begin and strictly financial interests end. This confusion has been particularly associated with the growth of what is now called paper entrepreneurialism. Tremendous emphasis has been put in recent years on finding ways other than straight production of goods and services to make profits. The techniques vary from sophisticated creative accounting through careful monitoring of international markets and political conditions by multinationals, so that they can profit from relative shifts in currency values or interest rates, to straight corporate raiding and asset stripping of rival or even totally unrelated corporations. The merger and takeover mania of the 1980s was part and parcel of this emphasis upon paper entrepreneurialism, for although there were some instances where such activities could indeed be justified in terms of rationalization or diversification of corporate interests, the thrust was more often than not to gain paper profits without troubling with actual production. Small wonder, as Robert Reich observes, that paper entrepreneurialism now preoccupies some of America's best minds, attacks some of its most talented graduates, employs some of its most creative and original thinking, and spurs some of its most energetic wheeling and dealing. Over the last 15 years, he reports, the most sought-after and most lucrative jobs to be had in U.S. business lay not in the management of production but in the legal and financial spheres of corporate action. Awash with liquidity, and perturbed by an indebtedness that has spiraled out of control since 1973, the world's financial system has, however, eluded any collective control on the part of even the most powerful advanced capitalist states. The formation of the so-called eurodollar financial market out of surplus US dollars in the mid-1960s is symptomatic of the problem. Quite uncontrolled by any national government, this market in stateless money expanded from $50 billion in 1973 to nearly $2 trillion by 1987, thus approaching the size of the money aggregates within the United States. The volume of eurodollars increased at a rate of around 25% per year in the 1970s, compared to a 10% increase in money supply within the USA and a 4% growth rate in the volume of foreign trade. The debt of third world countries likewise mushroomed out of control. It does not take much imagination to see that such imbalances portend severe stresses and strains within the global capitalist system. Prophets of doom now abound, and even The Economist and the Wall Street Journal sounded somber warnings of impending financial disaster well before the stock market crash of October 1987. The new financial systems put into place since 1972 have changed the balance of forces at work in global capitalism, giving much more autonomy to the banking and financial system relative to corporate, state, and personal financing. Flexible accumulation evidently looks more to finance capital as its coordinating power than did Fordism. This means that the potentiality for the formation of independent and autonomous monetary and financial crises is much greater than before, even though the financial system is better able to spread risks over a broader front and shift funds rapidly from failing to profitable enterprises, regions, and sectors. Much of the flux, instability, and gyrating can be directly attributed to this enhanced capacity to switch capital flows around in ways that seem almost oblivious of the constraints of time and space that normally pin down material activities of production and consumption. The increasing powers of coordination lodged within the world's financial system have emerged to some degree at the expense of the power of the nation-state to control capital flow and, hence, its own fiscal and monetary policy. The breakdown, in 1971, of the Bretton Woods Agreement to fix the price of gold and the convertibility of the dollar was an acknowledgement that the United States no longer had the power to control world fiscal and monetary policy single-handedly. The adoption of a flexible exchange rate system in 1973 signaled the complete abolition of Bretton Woods. Since that time, all nation-states have been at the mercy of financial disciplining, one either through the effects of capital flow, or by direct institutional disciplining. Britain's concession under a Labour government to austerity measures dictated why the International Monetary Fund, in order to gain access to credit in 1976, was a simple acknowledgement of external financial power over internal politics. There had, of course, always been a delicate balance between financial and state powers under capitalism, but the breakdown of Fordism Keynesianism evidently meant a shift towards the empowerment of finance capital vis-a-vis the nation-state. The significance of all this becomes even more apparent when put into the context of the rapid reduction in transportation and communications costs that rested on containerization, jumbo jet cargo transport, and satellite communications, which allowed production and design instructions to be communicated instantaneously anywhere around the world. Industry that had traditionally been tied by locational constraints to raw material sources or markets could become much more footloose. From the mid-1970s onwards, a vast literature emerged trying to keep track of the new international division of labor, shifting principles of location, and proliferating mechanisms of coordination both within transnational corporations as well as between different sectoral commodity and product markets. Newly industrializing countries such as the Southeast Asian Gang of Four began to make serious inroads into the markets for certain products in the advanced capitalist countries, and were soon joined by a host of other NICs and those countries that had earlier pursued import substitution strategies in a locational reshuffle of the world's industrial production. Some of the power shifts since 1972 within the global political economy of advanced capitalism have been truly remarkable. United States dependence on foreign trade doubled in the period 1973-80. Imports from developing countries increased almost tenfold, and foreign imports surged to claim a major share of U.S. markets in areas as diverse as silicon chips, televisions and videos, numerically controlled machine tools, shoes, textiles, and cars. The balance of payments in goods and services for the United States rapidly moved that country from a net global creditor to the status of the world's largest debtor. Meanwhile, the financial power of Japan grew, turning Tokyo into one of the world's most important financial centers simply because of the vast quantities of surplus funds controlled by the Japanese banks. The latter displaced the Americans as the largest holders of international assets in 1985, and by 1987 held $1.4 trillion compared with the $630 billion held by Americans. The four largest banks in the world are now Japanese. These shifts have been accompanied and in part ushered in by the rise of an aggressive neoconservatism in North America and much of Western Europe. The electoral victories of Thatcher and Reagan are often viewed as a distinctive rupture in the politics of the post-war period. I understand them more as consolidations of what was already underway throughout much of the 1970s. The crisis of 1973-5 was in part born out of a confrontation with the accumulated rigidities of government policies and practices built up during the Fordist Keynesian period. Keynesian policies had appeared inflationary as entitlements grew and fiscal capacities stagnated. Since it had always been part of the Fordist political consensus that redistributions should be funded out of growth, slackening growth inevitably meant trouble for the welfare state and the social wage. The Nixon and Heath governments both recognized the problem in the period 1974, sparking struggles with organized labor and retrenchment in state expenditures. The labor and democratic governments that subsequently came to power bowed to the same imperatives, though ideologically predisposed in quite different directions. Their corporatist approach to solving the problem may have been different, but the objectives had to be the same. As soon as political choices were seen as a trade-off. 168 Political economic capitalist transformation between growth or equity. There was no question which way the wind would blow for even the most dedicated of reformist governments. The gradual withdrawal of support for the welfare state, and the attack upon the real wage and organized union power, that began as an economic necessity in the crisis of 1973-5, were simply turned by the neoconservatives into a governmental virtue. The image of strong governments administering powerful doses of unpalatable medicine to restore the health of ailing economies became widespread. To the degree that heightened international competition under conditions of flagging growth forced all states to become more entrepreneurial and concerned to maintain a favorable business climate, so the power of organized labor and of other social movements had to be curbed. Though the politics of resistance may have varied with tangible results, as Thorborn's comparative study of European states shows, austerity, fiscal retrenchment, and erosion of the social compromise between big labor and big government became watchwords in every state in the advanced capitalist world. Although, therefore, states retain considerable power to intervene in labor contracts, what Jessup calls the accumulation strategy of each capitalist nation-state has become more strictly circumscribed. On the reverse side of the coin, governments ideologically committed to non-intervention and fiscal conservatism have been forced by events to be more rather than less interventionist. Laying aside the degree to which the evident insecurities of flexible accumulation create a climate conducive to authoritarianism of the Thatcher-Reagan type, financial instability and the massive problems of internal and external indebtedness have forced periodic interventions in unstable financial markets. The deployment of Federal Reserve power to ameliorate the Mexican debt crisis of 1982, and the U.S. Treasury's agreement to broker what might amount to a $20 billion write-off of Mexican debt held by U.S. banks in 1987, are two examples of this new kind of interventionism in international markets. The decision to nationalize the failing Continental Illinois Bank in 1984, and the massive outlays of the U.S. Federal Deposit and Insurance Corporation to absorb the rising costs of bank failure and the similar drain on the resources of the Federal Savings and Loan Insurance Corporation that required a $10 billion recapitalization effort in 1987 to guard against the fact that some 20% of the nation's 3,100 thrift institutions were technically insolvent, illustrates the scale of the problem. So exercised did William Isaacs, chairman of the FDIC, become that he felt obliged to warn the American Bankers Association as early as October 1987 that the USA might be headed towards nationalization of banking, if they could not stem their losses. Operations in international currency markets to stabilize exchange rates come no cheaper. The New York Federal Reserve reported spending more than $4 billion in the 2 months after the stock market crash of October 1987 to keep the dollar exchange rate relatively orderly, and the Bank of England sold £24 billion in 1987 in order to keep the British pound from rising too fast and too far. The role of the state as a lender or operator of last resort has, evidently, become more rather than less crucial. But, by the same token, we now see that it is also possible for nation-states to default on their international financial obligations, forcing interstate negotiations on debt repayments. It is also, I suspect, no accident that the first economic summit between the major capitalist powers occurred in 1975, and that the pursuit of international coordinations either through the IMF or through the pursuit of collective agreements to 170 political economic capitalist transformation intervene in currency markets has intensified ever since, becoming even more emphatic in the wake of the 1987 stock market crash. There has been, in short, a struggle to win back for the collectivity of capitalist states some of the power they have individually lost over the past 2 decades. This trend was institutionalized in 1982, when the IMF and the World Bank were designated as the central authority for exercising the collective power of capitalist nation-states over international financial negotiations. Such power is usually deployed to force curbs on public expenditure, cuts in real wages, and austerity in fiscal and monetary policy, to the point of provoking a wave of so-called IMF riots from Sao Paulo to Kingston, Jamaica, and from Peru to the Sudan and Egypt since 1976. There are many other signs of continuity rather than rupture with the Fordist era. The massive government deficits in the United States, mainly attributable to defense, have been fundamental to whatever economic growth there has been in world capitalism in the 1980s, suggesting that Keynesian practices are by no means dead. Neither does the commitment to free market competition and deregulation entirely fit with the wave of mergers, corporate consolidations, and the extraordinary growth of interlinkages between supposedly rival firms of different national origin. Arenas of conflict between the nation-state and transnational capital have, however, opened up, undermining the easy accommodation between big capital and big government so typical of the Fordist era. The state is now in a much more problematic position. It is called upon to regulate the activities of corporate capital in the national interest at the same time as it is forced, also in the national interest, to create a good business climate to act as an inducement to transnational and global finance capital, and to deter capital flight to greener and more profitable pastures. While the history may have varied substantially from one country to another, there is strong evidence that the modalities and targets of, as well as the capacity for, state intervention have changed substantially since 1972 throughout the capitalist world, no matter what the ideological complexion of the government in power. This does not mean, however, that state interventionism has generally diminished, for in some respects, particularly regarding labor control, state intervention is more crucial now than it ever was. This brings us, finally, to the even thornier problem of the ways in which norms, habits, and political and cultural attitudes have shifted. From Fordism to flexible accumulation 171 since 1970, and the degree to which such shifts integrate with the transition from Fordism to flexible accumulation. Since the political success of neoconservatism can hardly be attributed to its overall economic achievements, several commentators have attributed its rise to a general shift from the collective norms and values that were hegemonic at least in working-class organizations and other social movements of the 1950s and 1960s, towards a much more competitive individualism as the central value in an entrepreneurial culture that has penetrated many walks of life. This heightened competition has, of course, proved destructive and ruinous to some, yet it has undeniably generated a burst of energy that many, even on the left, compare favorably with the stifling orthodoxy and bureaucracy of state control and monopolistic corporate power. It has also permitted substantial redistributions of income to be achieved, which have advantaged, for the most part, the already privileged. Entrepreneurialism now characterizes not only business action, but realms of life as diverse as urban governance, the growth of informal sector production, labor market organization, research and development, and it has even reached into the nether corners of academic, literary, and artistic life. While the roots of this transition are evidently deep and complicated, their consistency with the transition from Fordism to flexible accumulation is reasonably clear even if the direction of causality is not. To begin with, the more flexible motion of capital emphasizes the new, the fleeting, the ephemeral, the fugitive, and the contingent in modern life, rather than the more solid values implanted under Fordism. To the degree that collective action was thereby made more difficult, and it was indeed a central aim of the drive for enhanced labor control to render it thus so rampant, individualism fits into place as a necessary, though not a sufficient, condition for the transition from Fordism to flexible accumulation. It was, after all, mainly through the burst of new business formation, innovation, and entrepreneurialism that many of the new systems of production were put into place. But, as Simmel long ago suggested, it is also at such times of fragmentation and economic insecurity that the desire for stable values leads to a heightened emphasis upon the authority of basic institutions, the family, religion, the state. And there is abundant evidence of a revival of support for such institutions and the values they represent throughout the Western world since about 1970. Such connections are, at 172 Political economic capitalist transformation least plausible, and they ought, therefore, to be given more careful scrutiny. The immediate task at hand is to outline an interpretation of the roots of such a major transition in capitalism's dominant regime of accumulation. 10. Theorizing the transition. To the degree that we are witnessing a historical transition, still far from complete and in any case, like Fordism, bound to be partial in certain important respects, so we have encountered a series of theoretical dilemmas. Can we grasp theoretically the logic, if not the necessity, of the transition? To what degree do past and present theoretical formulations of the dynamics of capitalism have to be modified in the light of the radical reorganizations and restructurings taking place in both productive forces and social relations? And can we represent the current regime sufficiently well to get some grip on the probable course and implications of what appears to be an ongoing revolution? The transition from Fordism to flexible accumulation has, in fact, posed serious difficulties for theories of any sort. Keynesians, monetarists, neoclassical partial equilibrium theorists, appear just as befuddled as everyone else. The transition has also posed serious dilemmas for Marxists. In the face of such difficulties, many commentators have abandoned any pretense of theory, and simply resorted to data chasing to keep pace with the rapid shifts. But here too there are problems. What data are key indicators rather than contingent series? The only general point of agreement is that something significant has changed in the way capitalism has been working since about 1970. The first difficulty is to try to encapsulate the nature of the changes we are looking at. In tables 2.6, 2.7, and 2.8 I summarize three recent accounts of the transition. The first, a rather celebratory account by Halal of the new capitalism, emphasizes the positive and liberatory elements of the new entrepreneurialism. The second, by Lash and Uri, emphasizes power relations and politics in relation to economy and culture. The third, by Swangidu, provides much more detail on transformations in technology and the labor process while appreciating how the regime of accumulation and its modes of regulation have shifted. In each case, of course, the opposition is used as a didactic tool to emphasize the differences rather than the continuities, and none of the authors argue that matters are anywhere near as cut and dried as these schemas suggest. The schemas indicate, however, some overlaps but also some differences which are instructive, since they suggest rather different mechanisms of causation. Halal appears closer to Schumpeter's theory of entrepreneurial innovation as the driving force of capitalism, and tends to interpret Fordism and Keynesianism as an unfortunate interlude in capitalist progress. Lash and Uri see the evolution in part as the collapse of the material conditions for a powerful collective working class politics, and attempt to probe the economic, cultural, and political roots of that collapse. By the very use of the terms organized and disorganized to characterize the transition, they emphasize more the disintegration than the coherence of contemporary capitalism, and therefore avoid confronting the possibility of a tran. Within the regulation school, little or no attempt to provide any detailed understanding of the mechanisms and logic of transitions. This, it seems to me, is a serious lack. To plug the gap requires going back to basics and dealing with the underlying logic of capitalism in general. And it was, of course, Marx's peculiar virtue to have built a theory of capitalism in general through an analysis of capitalism under the broadly competitive and laissez-faire mode of regulation to be found in Britain in the mid-19th century. Let us go back, therefore, to Marx's invariant elements and relations of a capitalist mode of production and see to what degree they are omnipresent beneath all the surface froth and evanescence, the fragmentations and disruptions, so characteristic of present political economy. Since flexible accumulation is still a form of capitalism, we can expect a number of basic propositions to hold. I have tried to summarize these propositions elsewhere, and so I shall simply extract some very basic elements of the argument laid out in the Limits to Capital. I shall refer, in particular, to three basic features of any capitalist mode of production. 180 Political Economic Capitalist Transformation. 1. Capitalism is growth-oriented. A steady rate of growth is essential for the health of a capitalist economic system, since it is only through growth that profits can be assured and the accumulation of capital be sustained. This implies that capitalism has to prepare the ground for, and actually achieve an expansion of, output and a growth in real values, no matter what the social, political, geopolitical, or ecological consequences. To the degree that virtue is made of necessity, it is a cornerstone of capitalism's ideology that growth is both inevitable and good. Crisis is then defined as lack of growth. 2. Growth in real values rests on the exploitation of living labor in production. This is not to say that labor gets little, but that growth is always predicated on a gap between what labor gets and what it creates. This implies that labor control, both in production and in the marketplace, is vital for the perpetuation of capitalism. Capitalism is founded, in short, on a class relation between capital and labor. Since labor control is essential to capitalist profit, so, too, is the dynamic of class struggle over labor control and market wage fundamental to the trajectory of capitalist development. 3. Capitalism is necessarily technologically and organizationally dynamic. This is so in part because the coercive laws of competition push individual capitalists into leapfrogging innovations in their search for profit, but organizational and technological change also play a key role in modifying the dynamics of class struggle, waged from both sides, in the realm of labor markets and labor control. Furthermore, if labor control is fundamental to the production of profits and becomes a broader issue for the mode of regulation, so technological and organizational innovation in the regulatory system becomes crucial to the perpetuation of capitalism. The ideology that progress is both inevitable and good derives in part from this necessity. What Marx was able to show was that these three necessary conditions of a capitalist mode of production were inconsistent and contradictory, and that the dynamic of capitalism was necessarily, therefore, crisis-prone. There was, in his analysis, no way in which the combination of these three necessary conditions could produce steady and unproblematic growth. In particular, the crisis tendencies of capitalism would produce periodic phases of overaccumulation, defined as a condition in which idle capital and idle labor supply could exist side by side with no apparent way to bring these idle resources together to accomplish socially useful tasks. A generalized theorizing the transition. 181. Condition of overaccumulation would be indicated by idle productive capacity, a glut of commodities and an excess of inventories, surplus money capital, and high unemployment. The conditions that prevailed in the 1930s and have emerged periodically since 1973 have to be regarded as typical manifestations of the tendency towards overaccumulation. The Marxist argument is, then, that the tendency towards overaccumulation can never be eliminated under capitalism. It is a never-ending and eternal problem for any capitalist mode of production. The only question, therefore, is how the overaccumulation tendency can be expressed, contained, absorbed, or managed in ways that do not threaten the capitalist social order. We here encounter the heroic side of bourgeois life and politics, in which real choices have to be made if the social order is not to dissolve into chaos. Let us look at some of these choices. 1. Devaluation of commodities, of productive capacity, of money value, perhaps coupled with outright destruction, provides one way of dealing with surpluses of capital. In simple terms, devaluation means the writing down or writing off of the value of capital equipment, the cut-rate disposal of surplus stocks of goods, or the inflationary erosion of money power coupled with burgeoning defaults on loan obligations. Labor power can similarly be devalued and even destroyed. The Great Depression saw plenty of devaluation of both capital and labor power, and World War II saw even more. There are plenty of examples, and abundant evidence for devaluation as a response to overaccumulation since 1973. But devaluation extracts a political price and hurts large segments of the capitalist class as well as workers and the various other social classes comprising modern complex capitalist society. Some shakeout might seem a good thing, but uncontrolled bankruptcies and massive devaluation exposes the irrational side of capitalist rationality in far too brutal a way for it to be sustainable for long without eliciting some kind of revolutionary response. Nevertheless, controlled devaluation through managed deflationary policies is one very important and by no means uncommon option for dealing with overaccumulation. 2. Macroeconomic control, through institutionalization of some system of regulation, can contain the overaccumulation problem, perhaps for a considerable period of time. It was, of course, the 182 political economic capitalist transformation virtue of the Fordist Keynesian regime that a balance of forces, however tenuous, could be created through which the mechanisms causing the overaccumulation problem, the pace of technological and organizational change together with the struggle over labor control, could be kept sufficiently under control so as to assure steady growth. But it took a major crisis of overaccumulation to connect Fordist production with a Keynesian mode of state regulation before some kind of steady macroeconomic growth could be assured for any extended period. The rise of a particular regime of accumulation has to be seen, then as now, as the outcome of a whole host of political and economic decisions, by no means always consciously directed towards this or that specific end, provoked by persistent manifestations of the overaccumulation problem. 3. Absorption of overaccumulation through temporal and spatial displacement provides, in my judgment, a much richer and long-lasting, but also much more problematic, terrain upon which to try and control the overaccumulation problem. The argument here is rather complicated in its details, so I shall again draw upon accounts published elsewhere. Temporal displacement entails either a switch of resources from meeting current needs to exploring future uses, or an acceleration in turnover time so that speed up this year absorbs excess capacity from last year. Excess capital and surplus labor can, for example, be absorbed by switching from current consumption to long-term public and private investments in plant, physical and social infrastructures, and the like. Such investments mop up surpluses in the present only to return their value equivalent over a long time period in the future. The capacity to make the switch depends, however, upon the availability of credit and the capacity for fictitious capital formation. The latter is defined as capital that has a nominal money value and paper existence, but which at a given moment in time has no backing in terms of real productive activity or physical assets as collateral. Fictitious capital is converted into real capital to the degree that investments are made that lead to an appropriate increase in useful assets or commodities. For this reason, temporal displacement into future uses is a short-run palliative to the overaccumulation problem unless, that is, there is continuous displace. Theorizing the transition 183 meant viaduct continuously accelerating rates of fictitious capital formation and expanding volumes of longer-term investment. All of this depends upon some continuous and state-backed dynamic growth in indebtedness. Keynesian policies after 1945 in the advanced capitalist countries in part had such an effect. Absorption of surpluses through accelerations in turnover time, a strong feature in the recent period of flexible accumulation, poses a different kind of theoretical problem. Heightened competition certainly provokes individual firms to speed up their turnover time. But only under certain conditions does this produce an aggregate acceleration of turnover time so as to permit aggregate absorption of surpluses. Even then, this is, at best, a short-run palliative, unless it proves possible to accelerate social turnover time continuously year by year. Spatial displacement entails the absorption of excess capital and labor in geographical expansion. This spatial fix to the overaccumulation problem entails the production of new spaces within which capitalist production can proceed, the growth of trade and direct investments, and the exploration of new possibilities for the exploitation of labor power. Here, too, the credit system and fictitious capital formation, backed by state fiscal, monetary, and, where necessary, military power, become vital mediating influences. And it also follows that the manner of prior occupation of the spaces into which capitalism expands, and the degrees of resistance encountered there, can have profound consequences. In some spaces there has been a history of fierce resistance to the implantation of Western capital, whereas in other spaces, dominant or even subordinate classes have aggressively inserted themselves into what they saw as a superior economic system. If continuous geographical expansion of capitalism were a real possibility, there could be a relatively permanent solution to the overaccumulation problem. But to the degree that the progressive implantation of capitalism across the face of the earth extends the space within which the overaccumulation problem can arise, so geographical expansion can at best be a short-run solution to the overaccumulation problem. The long-run outcome will almost certainly be heightened international and inter-regional competition, with the least advantaged countries and regions suffering the severest consequences. 184 Political economic capitalist transformation time-space displacements, of course, have a double power with respect to absorption of the overaccumulation problem, and in practice, and particularly to the degree that fictitious capital formation is essential to both temporal and spatial displacement, it is the combination of the temporal and spatial strategies that counts. Lending money to Latin America to build long-term infrastructures or to purchase capital equipment which will help to generate output for many years to come, is a typical and powerful form of absorption of overaccumulation. How, then, did Fordism solve the inherent overaccumulation tendencies of capitalism? Before World War II it lacked the appropriate regulatory apparatus to do very much more than engage in some tentative pursuits of temporal and spatial displacement, and was therefore forced, for the most part, into savage devaluation of the sort achieved in the 1930s and 1940s. Since 1945 and largely as a consequence of detailed wartime planning to stabilize the post-war economic order, there emerged a fairly coherent accumulation strategy built around control of devaluation and the absorption of overaccumulation by other means. Devaluation through violent swings in the business cycle was brought under control and reduced to the kind of steady devaluation through planned obsolescence that posed relatively minor problems. On the other hand, a strong system of macroeconomic control was instituted which controlled the pace of technological and organizational change, kept the class struggle within bounds, and kept mass production and mass consumption roughly in balance through state management. But this mode of regulation would not have been anywhere near as successful as it evidently was, had it not been for the strong presence of both temporal and spatial displacements, albeit under the watchful eye of the interventionist state. By 1972, for example, we find Business Week complaining that the U.S. economy was sitting atop a mountain of debt. Keynesian debt financing, initially intended as a short-term management tool to control business cycles, had, predictably, become sucked into an attempt to absorb overaccumulation by continuous expansion of fictitious capital formation and consequent expansion. Theorizing the transition 185. Of the debt burden. Steady expansion of long-term investments, orchestrated by the state, proved a useful way, at least up until the mid-1960s, to absorb any excess capital or labor. Spatial displacement was an even more powerful influence. Within the United States, the radical transformation of metropolitan economies, as well as the expansion into the South and West, absorbed vast quantities of excess capital and labor. Internationally, the reconstruction of the economies of Western Europe and Japan, accelerating flows of foreign direct investment, and the enormous growth in world trade played a critical role in absorbing surpluses. Planning for post-war peace with prosperity in World War II emphasized the need for a global strategy for capital accumulation within a world where trade and investment barriers were to be steadily reduced and colonial subservience replaced by an open system of growth, advancement, and cooperation within a decolonized capitalist world system. Even though some facets of this program were to prove ideological and illusory, enough of its content was realized to make a spatial revolution in global trading and investment entirely possible. It was primarily through spatial and temporal displacement that the Fordist regime of accumulation resolved the overaccumulation problem during the long post-war boom. The crisis of Fordism can to some degree be interpreted, therefore, as a running out of those options to handle the overaccumulation problem. Temporal displacement was piling debt upon debt to the point where the only viable government strategy was to monetize it away. This was done, in effect, by printing so much money as to trigger an inflationary surge, which radically reduced the real value of past debts. Turnover time could not easily be accelerated without destroying the value of fixed capital assets. New geographical centers of accumulation, the US South and West, Western Europe, and Japan, and then a range of newly industrializing countries were created. As these Fordist production systems came to maturity, they became new and often highly competitive centers of overaccumulation. Spatial competition intensified between geographically distinct Fordist systems, with the most efficient regimes and lower labor cost regimes driving other centers into paroxysms of devaluation through deindustrialization. Spatial competition intensified, particularly after 1973, as the capacity to resolve the 186 political economic capitalist transformation over accumulation problem through geographical displacement ran out. The crisis of Fordism was, therefore, as much a geographical and geopolitical crisis as it was a crisis of indebtedness, class struggle, or corporate stagnation within any particular nation-state. It was simply that the mechanisms evolved for controlling crisis tendencies were finally overwhelmed by the power of the underlying contradictions of capitalism. There seemed to be no option except to fall back into devaluation of the sort that occurred in the period 1973-5 or 1980-2 as the primary means of dealing with the tendency towards overaccumulation. Unless, that is, some other and superior regime of capitalist production could be created which would assure a solid basis for further accumulation on a global scale. Flexible accumulation here seems to fit as a simple recombination of the two basic strategies which Marx defined for procuring profit. The first, termed absolute surplus value, rests on the extension of the working day relative to the wage needed to guarantee working class reproduction at a given standard of living. The shift towards longer working hours coupled with an overall reduction in the standard of living either by erosion of the real wage or by the shift of corporate capital from high wage to low wage regions captures one facet of flexible capital accumulation. Many of the standardized production systems built up under Fordism have, for this reason, shifted to the periphery, creating peripheral Fordism. Even the new production systems have tended to shift, once standardized, from their innovative hearths to third-world locations. Under the second strategy, termed relative surplus value, organizational and technological change is set in motion to gain temporary profits for innovative firms and more generalized profits as costs of goods that define the standard of living of labor are reduced. Here, too, the proliferating violence of investments, which cut employment and labor costs in every industry from coal mining and steel production to banking and financial services, has been a highly visible aspect of capital accumulation in the 1980s. Yet reliance on this strategy brings to the fore the significance of highly skilled labor powers with the capacity to understand, implement, and manage the new but much more flexible patterns of technological innovation and market orientation. A highly privileged, and to some degree empowered, stratum within the labor force emerges as capitalism depends more and more on mobilizing the powers of intellectual labor as a vehicle for further accumulation. In the end, of course, it is the particular manner in which absolute theorizing the transition 187 and relative strategies combine and feed off each other that counts. Interestingly, the deployment of new technologies has so freed surpluses of labor power as to make the revival of absolute strategies for procuring surplus value more feasible even in the advanced capitalist countries. What is, perhaps, more unexpected is the way in which new production technologies and coordinating forms of organization have permitted the revival of domestic, familial, and paternalistic labor systems, which Marx tended to assume would either be driven out of business or reduced to such conditions of gross exploitation and dehumanizing toil as to be intolerable under advanced capitalism. The revival of the sweatshops in New York and Los Angeles, of home work and telecommuting, as well as the burgeoning growth of informal sector labor practices throughout the advanced capitalist world, does indeed represent a rather sobering vision of capitalism's supposedly progressive history. Under conditions of flexible accumulation, it seems as if alternative labor systems can exist side by side within the same space in such a way as to enable capitalist entrepreneurs to choose at will between them. The same shirt designs can be produced by large-scale factories in India, cooperative production in the Third Italy, sweatshops in New York and London, or family labor systems in Hong Kong. Eclecticism in labor practices seem almost as marked in these times as the eclecticism of postmodern philosophies and tastes. Yet there is, in spite of the difference of context and the specificities of the example used, something quite compelling and relevant about Marx's account of the logic of capitalist organization and accumulation. Rereading his account in Capital strikes home with a certain jolt of recognition. We there read of the ways in which the factory system can intersect with domestic, workshop, and artisanal systems of manufacture, of how an industrial reserve army is mobilized as a counterweight to workers' power with respect to both labor control and wage rates, of the ways in which intellectual powers and new technologies are deployed to disrupt the organized power of the working class, of how capitalists try to foster the spirit of competition amongst workers, while all the time demanding flexibility of disposition, of location, and of approach to tasks. We are also forced to consider how all of this creates opportunities as well as dangers and difficulties for working class people precisely because education, flexibility, and geographical mobility, once acquired, become harder for capitalists to control. Even though present conditions are very different in many respects, it is not hard to see how the invariant elements and relations that Marx defined as fundamental to any capitalist mode of production. 188 Political economic capitalist transformations still shine through, and in many instances with an even greater luminosity than before, all the surface froth and evanescence so characteristic of flexible accumulation. Is the latter, then, anything more than a jazzed-up version of the same old story of capitalism as usual? That would be too simple a judgment. It treats of capitalism ahistorically, as a non-dynamic mode of production, when all the evidence is that capitalism is a constantly revolutionary force in world history, a force that perpetually reshapes the world into new and often quite unexpected configurations. Flexible accumulation appears, at least, to be a new configuration and, as such, it requires that we scrutinize its manifestations with the requisite care and seriousness, using, nevertheless, the theoretical tools that Marx devised. 11. Flexible accumulation, solid transformation or temporary fix. I have argued that there has certainly been a sea change in the surface appearance of capitalism since 1973, even though the underlying logic of capitalist accumulation and its crisis tendencies remain the same. We need to consider, however, whether the shifts in surface appearance betoken the birth of a new regime of accumulation, capable of containing the contradictions of capitalism for the next generation, or whether they betoken a series of temporary fixes, thus constituting a transitional moment of grumbling crisis in the configuration of late 20th century capitalism. The question of flexibility has already been the focus of some debate. Three broad positions seem now to be emerging. The first position, primarily espoused by Pior and Sabel and accepted in principle by several subsequent writers, is that the new technologies open up the possibility for a reconstitution of labor relations and of production systems on an entirely different social, economic, and geographical basis. Pior and Sabel see a parallel between the current conjuncture and the missed opportunity of the mid-19th century, when large-scale and eventually monopoly capital ousted the small firm and the innumerable small-scale cooperative ventures that had the potential to solve the problem of industrial organization along decentralized and democratically controlled lines. Much is made of the Third Italy as an example of these new forms of worker cooperative organizations which, armed with new decentralized technologies of command and control, can successfully integrate with, and even subvert, the dominant and repressive forms of labor organization characteristic of corporate and multinational capital. Not everyone shares this rosy vision of the forms of industrial organization. There is much that is regressive and repressive about the new practices. Nevertheless, 190 Political economic capitalist transformation. Many share the sense that we are at some kind of second industrial divide, and that new forms of labor organization and new locational principles are radically transforming the face of late 20th century capitalism. The revival of interest in the role of small business, the rediscovery of sweatshops and of informal activities of all kinds, and the recognition that these are playing an important role in contemporary economic development even in the most advanced of industrialized countries, and the attempt to track the rapid geographical shifts in employment and economic fortunes, have produced a mass of information that seems to support this vision of a major transformation in the way late 20th century capitalism is working. A vast literature has indeed emerged, from both left and right ends of the political spectrum, that tends to depict the world as if it is in the full flood of such a radical break in all these dimensions of socio-economic and political life that none of the old ways of thinking and doing apply anymore. The second position sees the idea of flexibility as an extremely powerful term which legitimizes an array of political practices, but without any strong empirical or materialist grounding in the actual facts of organization of late 20th century capitalism. Pollard, for example, factually challenges the idea of flexibility in labor markets and labor organization, and concludes that the discovery of the flexible workforce is part of an ideological offensive which celebrates pliability and casualization, and makes them seem inevitable. Gordon similarly challenges the idea of hypergeographical mobility of capital as far beyond what the facts of international trade will support. Gordon is particularly concerned to combat the idea of the supposed powerlessness of the nation-state to exercise any degree of control over capital mobility. Sayer likewise disputes the accounts of the new forms of accumulation in new industrial spaces as put forward by Scott and others on the grounds that they emphasize relatively insignificant and peripheral changes. Pollard, Gordon, and Sayer all argue that there is nothing new in the capitalist search for increased flexibility or locational advantage, and that the substantive evidence for any radical change in the way capitalism is working is either weak or faulty. Those who promote the idea of flexibility, they suggest, are either consciously or inadvertently contributing to a climate of opinion and ideological condition that renders working class movements less rather than more powerful. Flexible accumulation 191. I do not accept this position. The evidence for increased flexibility throughout the capitalist world is simply too overwhelming to make Pollard's counterexamples credible. I also find it surprising that Gordon, who earlier made a reasonably strong case that the suburbanization of industry away from the city centers was in part motivated by a desire to increase labor control, should reduce the question of geographical mobility to a matter of volumes and directions of international trade. Nevertheless, such criticisms introduce a number of important correctives in the debate. The insistence that there is nothing essentially new in the push towards flexibility, and that capitalism has periodically taken these sorts of paths before, is certainly correct. The argument that there is an acute danger of exaggerating the significance of any trend towards increased flexibility and geographical mobility, blinding us to how strongly implanted Fordist production systems still are, deserves careful consideration. And the ideological and political consequences of overemphasizing flexibility in the narrow sense of production technique and labor relations are serious enough to make sober and careful evaluations of the degree of flexibility imperative. If, after all, workers are convinced that capitalists can move or shift to more flexible work practices even when they cannot, then the stomach for struggle will surely be weakened. But I think it equally dangerous to pretend that nothing has changed, when the facts of deindustrialization and of plant relocation, of more flexible manning practices and labor markets, of automation and product innovation, stare most workers in the face. The third position, which defines the sense in which I use the idea of a transition from Fordism to flexible accumulation here, lies somewhere in between these two extremes. Flexible technologies and organizational forms have not become hegemonic everywhere. The current conjuncture is characterized by a mix of highly efficient Fordist production in some sectors and regions and more traditional production systems resting on artisanal, paternalistic, or patriarchal labor relations, embodying quite different mechanisms of labor control. The latter systems have undoubtedly grown since 1970, often at the expense of the Fordist factory assembly line. This shift has important implications. Market coordinations have expanded at the expense of direct corporate planning within the system of surplus value production and APRO. 192 Political Economic Capitalist Transformation Priation. The nature and composition of the global working class has also changed, as have the conditions of consciousness formation and political action. Unionization and traditional left politics become very hard to sustain in the face, for example, of the patriarchal production systems characteristic of Southeast Asia, or of immigrant groups in Los Angeles, New York, and London. Gender relations have similarly become much more complicated, at the same time as resort to a female labor force has become much more widespread. By the same token, the social basis for ideologies of entrepreneurialism, paternalism, and privatism has increased. We can, I think, trace back many of the surface shifts in economic behavior and political attitudes to a simple change in balance between Fordist and non-Fordist systems of labor control, coupled with the disciplining of the former either through competition with the latter, widespread unemployment, or through political repression and geographical relocations to peripheral countries or regions and back into industrial heartlands in a seesaw motion of uneven geographical development. I do not see this shift to alternative systems of labor control as irreversible, but interpret it as a rather traditional response to crisis. The devaluation of labor power has always been the instinctive response of capitalists to falling profits. The generality of that conceals, however, some contradictory movements. New technologies have empowered certain privileged layers, at the same time as alternative production and labor control systems open up the way to high remuneration of technical, managerial, and entrepreneurial skills. The trend, further exaggerated by the shift to services and the enlargement of the cultural mass, has been to increasing inequalities of income, perhaps presaging the rise of a new aristocracy of labor as well as the emergence of an ill-remunerated and broadly disempowered underclass. This, however, poses serious problems of sustaining effective demand and raises the specter of a crisis of underconsumption, the kind of manifestation of crisis that Fordism Keynesianism proved most adept at avoiding. I do not, therefore, see the neoconservative monetarism that attaches to flexible modes of accumulation and the overall devaluation of labor power through enhanced labor control as offering even a short-term solution to the crisis tendencies of capitalism. The budget deficit of the United States has, I think, been very important to the stabilization of capitalism these last few years, and if that proves unsustainable, then the path of capitalist accumulation worldwide will be rocky indeed. What does seem special about the period since 1972 is the extraordinary efflorescence and transformation in financial markets. There have been phases of capitalist history from 1890 to 1929, for example, when finance capital seemed to occupy a position of paramount importance within capitalism, only to lose that position in the speculative crashes that followed. In the present phase, however, it is not so much the concentration of power in financial institutions that matters, as the explosion in new financial instruments and markets, coupled with the rise of highly sophisticated systems of financial coordination on a global scale. It is through this financial system that much of the geographical and temporal flexibility of capital accumulation has been achieved. The nation-state, though seriously weakened as an autonomous power, nevertheless retains important powers of labor disciplining as well as of intervention in financial flows and markets, while becoming itself much more vulnerable to fiscal crisis and the discipline of international money. I am therefore tempted to see the flexibility achieved in production, labor markets, and consumption more as an outcome of the search for financial solutions to the crisis tendencies of capitalism, rather than the other way round. This would imply that the financial system has achieved a degree of autonomy from real production unprecedented in capitalism's history, carrying capitalism into an era of equally unprecedented financial dangers. The emphasis on financial and monetary solutions derives, of course, from the inflationary rather than deflationary nature of the way the crisis was manifest from the mid-1960s on. What is surprising is the way in which indebtedness and fictitious capital formation have accelerated since then, at the same time as massive defaults and devaluations have been absorbed, not without trauma to be sure, within the financial apparatus of overall regulation. In the United States, for example, the banking system went into the red, for the first time since 1934, in the first half of 1987 with scarcely a murmur of panic. The pace of bank failures has likewise picked up dramatically since 1980. And we need only take the secondary market value of third world debt, and multiply it by the obligations outstanding, to get a rough estimate of the volume of devaluation current within the financial system. Compared to all of this, the extraordinary fluctuations manifest in stock and currency markets appear more as epiphenomena rather than as fundamental structural problems. It is tempting, of course, to see this all as some prelude to a financial crash that would make 1929 look like a footnote in history. Flexible accumulation 195. Figure 2.16 The changing secondary market value of the debt obligations of selected countries. While it would be foolish to rule that out as a very real possibility, particularly in the light of the heavy losses in world stock markets in October 1987, circumstances do indeed appear radically different this time around. Consumer, corporate, and governmental debts are much more tightly tied in with each other, permitting the simultaneous regulation of both consumption and production magnitudes through speculative and fictitious financing. It is also much easier to deploy strategies of temporal and geographical displacement together with sectoral change under the hegemonic umbrella of burgeoning financial markets. Innovation within the financial systems appears to have been a necessary prerequisite to overcoming the general rigidities as well as the distinctive temporal, geographical, and even geopolitical crisis into which Fordism had fallen by the late 1960s. Two basic conclusions then follow. First, that if we are to look for anything truly distinctive in the present situation, then it is upon the financial aspects of capitalist organization and on the role of credit that we should concentrate our gaze. Secondly, if there is to be any medium-term stability to the present regime of accumulation, then it is in the realms of new rounds and forms of temporal and spatial fixes that these will most likely be found. It may, in short, prove possible to reschedule the crisis by rescheduling third world and other debt repayments until the 21st century, while simultaneously provoking a radical reconstitution of spatial configurations in which a diversity of systems of labor control may prevail along with new products and patterns in the international division of labor. I want to stress the tentative nature of these conclusions. Yet it does seem important to emphasize to what degree flexible accumulation has to be seen as a particular and perhaps new combination of mainly old elements within the overall logic of capital accumulation. Furthermore, if I am right that the crisis of Fordism was in large part a crisis of temporal and spatial form, then we should pay rather more attention to these dimensions of the problem than is customary in either radical or conventional modes of analysis. We look more closely at them in Part 3, since it also transpires that the changing experience of time and space underlies, at least in part, the impulsive turn to postmodernist cultural practices and philosophical discourses. Part 3. The experience of space and time. I hear the ruin of all space, shattered glass, and toppling masonry, and time one livid final flame. James Joyce. 11. Introduction. Marshall Berman equates modernity with a certain mode of experience of space and time. Daniel Bell argues that the various movements that brought modernism to its apogee had to work out a new logic in the conception of space and motion. He suggests, furthermore, that the organization of space has become the primary aesthetic problem of mid-20th century culture as the problem of time was the primary aesthetic problem of the first decades of this century. Frederick Jameson attributes the postmodern shift to a crisis in our experience of space and time, a crisis in which spatial categories come to dominate those of time, while themselves undergoing such a mutation that we cannot keep pace. We do not yet possess the perceptual equipment to match this new kind of hyperspace, he writes, in part because our perceptual habits were formed in that older kind of space I have called the space of high modernism. In what follows, I shall accept these statements at their face value. But since few trouble to explain exactly what they mean by them, I shall give an account of space and time in social life so as to highlight material links between political, economic and cultural processes. This will allow me to explore the link between postmodernism and the transition from Fordism to more flexible modes of capital accumulation via the mediations of spatial and temporal experiences. Space and time are basic categories of human existence. Yet we rarely debate their meanings, we tend to take them for granted, and give them common sense or self-evident attributions. We record the passage of time in seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, years, decades, centuries, and eras, as if everything has its place upon a single objective time scale. Even though time in physics is a difficult and contentious concept, we do not usually let that interfere with the common sense of time around which we organize daily routines. We 202 The experience of space and time recognize, of course, that our mental processes and perceptions can play tricks, make seconds feel like light years, or pleasurable hours pass by so fast we hardly notice. We may also learn to appreciate how different societies cultivate quite different senses of time. In modern society, many different senses of time get pinned together. Cyclical and repetitive motions provide a sense of security in a world where the general thrust of progress appears to be ever onwards and upwards into the firmament of the unknown. When the sense of progress is checked by depression or recession, by war or social disruption, we may reassure ourselves either with the idea of cyclical time as a natural phenomenon to which we must perforce adapt, or dredge up an even more compelling image of some stable universal propensity as the perpetual counterpoint to progress. At another level we can see how what Heyerven calls family time may be mobilized to meet the exigencies of industrial time, which allocates and reallocates labor to tasks according to powerful rhythms of technological and locational change forged out of the restless search for capital accumulation. And in moments of despair or exaltation, who among us can refrain from invoking the time of fate, of myth, of the gods? Astrologers, we have learned, peddled their insights even in the corridors of the Reagan White House. Out of such different senses of time, serious conflicts can arise. Should the optimal rate of exploitation of a resource be set by the interest rate, or should we search, as environmentalists insist, for a sustainable development which assures the perpetuation of the ecological conditions suitable for human life into an indefinite future? Such questions are by no means arcane. The time horizon implicated in a decision materially affects the kind of decision we make. If we want to leave something behind, or build a better future for our children, then we do quite different things than would be the case were we simply concerned with our own pleasures in the here and now. For this reason, time gets used in political rhetoric in confusing ways. Failure to defer gratifications is often used by conservative critics, for example, to explain the persistence of impoverishment in an affluent society, even though that society systematically promotes the debt financing of present gratifications as one of its principal engines of economic growth. Introduction 203. In spite of this diversity of conceptions and the social conflicts that flow therefrom, there is still a tendency to regard the differences as those of perception or interpretation of what should fundamentally be understood as a single, objective yardstick of time's ineluctable arrow of motion. I shall shortly challenge this conception. Space likewise gets treated as a fact of nature, naturalized through the assignment of common sense everyday meanings. In some ways more complex than time, it has direction, area, shape, pattern, and volume as key attributes, as well as distance. We typically treat of it as an objective attribute of things which can be measured and thus pinned down. We do recognize, of course, that our subjective experience can take us into realms of perception, imagination, fiction, and fantasy, which produce mental spaces and maps as so many mirages of the supposedly real thing. We also discover that different societies or subgroups possess different conceptions. The Plains Indians of what is now the United States did not hold at all to the same conception of space as the white settlers that replaced them, Territorial agreements between the groups were based on such different meanings that conflict was inevitable. Indeed, the conflict in part was precisely over the proper sense of space that should be used to regulate social life and give meaning to concepts such as territorial rights. The historical and anthropological record is full of examples of how varied the concept of space can be, while investigations of the spatial worlds of children, the mentally ill, oppressed minorities, women and men of different class, rural and urban dwellers, etc. illustrate a similar diversity within outwardly homogeneous populations. Yet some sense of an overarching and objective meaning of space which we must, in the last instance, all acknowledge is pervasive. I think it important to challenge the idea of a single and objective sense of time or space, against which we can measure the diversity of human conceptions and perceptions. I shall not argue for a total dissolution of the objective-subjective distinction, but insist, rather, that we recognize the multiplicity of the objective qualities which space and time can express, and the role of human practices in their construction. Neither time nor space, the physicists now broadly propose, had existence before matter. The objective qualities of physical time-space cannot be understood, therefore, independently of the qualities of material processes. It is, however, by no means necessary to subordinate all objective conceptions of time and space to this particular physical conception, since it, also, is a construct that rests upon a particular version of the constitution of matter and the origin of the universe. The history of the concepts of 204 The experience of space and time space and time-space in physics has, in fact, been marked by strong epistemological breaks and reconstructions. The conclusion we should draw is simply that neither time nor space can be assigned objective meanings independently of material processes, and that it is only through investigation of the latter that we can properly ground our concepts of the former. This is not, course, a new conclusion. It confirms the general thrust of several earlier thinkers, of whom Dilthey and Durkheim are the most prominent. From this materialist perspective we can then argue that objective conceptions of time and space are necessarily created through material practices and processes which serve to reproduce social life. The Plains Indians or the African Nuer objectify qualities of time and space that are as separate from each other as they are distant from those ingrained within a capitalist mode of production. The objectivity of time and space is given in each case by the material practices of social reproduction, and to the degree that these latter vary geographically and historically, so we find that social time and social space are differentially constructed. Each distinctive mode of production or social formation will, in short, embody a distinctive bundle of time and space practices and concepts. Since capitalism has been a revolutionary mode of production in which the material practices and processes of social reproduction are always changing, it follows that the objective qualities as well as the meanings of space and time also change. On the other hand, if advance of knowledge is vital to the progress of capitalist production and consumption, then changes in our conceptual apparatus can have material consequences for the ordering of daily life. When, for example, a planner-architect like Le Corbusier, or an administrator like Haussmann, creates a built environment in which the tyranny of the straight line predominates, then we must perforce adjust our daily practices. This does not mean that practices are determined by built form, for they have the awkward habit of escaping their moorings in any fixed schema of representation. New meanings can be found for older materializations of space and time. We appropriate ancient spaces in very modern ways, treat time and history as something to create rather than to accept. The same concept of, say, community can disguise radical differences in meaning because the processes of community production themselves diverge remarkably according to group capacities and interests. Yet the treatment of Introduction 205 communities as if they are comparable has material implications to which the social practices of people who live in them have to respond. Beneath the veneer of common sense and seemingly natural ideas about space and time, there lie hidden terrains of ambiguity, contradiction, and struggle. Conflicts arise not merely out of admittedly diverse subjective appreciations, but because different objective material qualities of time and space are deemed relevant to social life in different situations. Important battles likewise occur in the realms of scientific, social, and aesthetic theory, as well as in practice. How we represent space and time in theory matters, because it affects how we and others interpret and then act with respect to the world. Consider, for example, one of the more startling schisms in our intellectual heritage concerning conceptions of time and space. Social theories typically privilege time over space in their formulations. They broadly assume either the existence of some pre-existing spatial order within which temporal processes operate, or that spatial barriers have been so reduced as to render space a contingent rather than fundamental aspect to human action. Aesthetic theory, on the other hand, is deeply concerned with the spatialization of time. It is a tribute to the compartmentalizations in Western thought that this disjunction has for so long passed largely unremarked. On the surface, the difference is not too hard to understand. Social theory has always focused on processes of modernization and revolution. Progress is its theoretical object, and historical time its primary dimension. Indeed, progress entails the conquest of space, the tearing down of all spatial barriers, and the ultimate annihilation of space through time. The reduction of space to a contingent category is implied in the notion of progress itself. Since modernity is about the experience of progress through modernization, writings on that theme have tended to emphasize temporality, the process of becoming, rather than being in space and place. Even Foucault, obsessed as he confesses himself to be with spatial metaphors, wonders, when pressed, when and why it happened that space was treated as the dead, the fixed, the undialectical, the immobile, while time, on the contrary, was richness, fecundity, life, dialectic. Aesthetic theory, on the other hand, seeks out the rules that allow eternal and immutable truths to be conveyed in the midst of the maelstrom of flux and change. The architect, to take the most obvious case, tries to communicate certain values through the construction of 206 the experience of space and time a spatial form. Painters, sculptors, poets, and writers of all sorts do no less. Even the written word abstracts properties from the flux of experience and fixes them in spatial form. The invention of printing embedded the word in space, it has been said, and writing a set of tiny marks marching in neat line, like armies of insects, across pages and pages of white paper is, therefore, a definite spatialization. Any system of representation, in fact, is a spatialization of sorts which automatically freezes the flow of experience and in so doing distorts what it strives to represent. Writing, says Bourdieu, tears practice and discourse out of the flow of time. For this reason, Bergson, the great theorist of becoming, of time as flux, was incensed that it took the spatializations of the clock to tell the time. The philosopher Carsten Harries makes much of this idea. Architecture, he maintains, is not only about domesticating space, wresting and shaping a livable place from space. It is also a deep defense against the terror of time. The language of beauty is the language of a timeless reality. To create a beautiful object is to link time and eternity in such a way as to redeem us from time's tyranny. The urge to devaluate time reappears as the artist's will to redeem through the creation of a work strong enough to still time. Much of the aesthetic thrust of modernism, we saw in Part I, is to strive for the sense of eternity in the midst of flux. But in leaning to the eternal side of Baudelaire's formulation, this emphasizes space rather than time. The aim of spatial constructs is not to illuminate temporal reality so that might feel more at home in it, but to be relieved of it, to abolish time within time, if only for a time. Harries here echoes those famous modernist formulations of Baudelaire, one can only forget time by making use of it, and T.S. Eliot, only through time, time is conquered. But here arises the paradox. We learn our ways of thinking and conceptualizing from active grappling with the spatializations of the written word, the study and production of maps, graphs, diagrams, photographs, models, paintings, mathematical symbols, and the like. How adequate are such modes of thought and such conceptions in the face of the flow of human experience and strong processes of social change? On the other side of the coin, how can spatializations in general, and aesthetic practices in particular, represent flux and change, particularly if these latter are held essential truths to be conveyed? This was the dilemma that plagued Bergson. It became a central problem for both futurist and Dada art. Futurism sought to shape space in ways that could represent speed and motion. Dadaists. BFBLF. Introduction 207 viewed art as ephemeral and, renouncing any permanent spatialization, sought eternity by embedding their happenings in revolutionary action. It was perhaps in response to this conundrum that Walter Pater argued that all art aspires to the condition of music. Music, after all, contains its aesthetic effect precisely through its temporal movement. But the most obvious means of representation of time was the film. The young Sartre was particularly impressed by its possibilities. "It is an art which reflects civilization in our time," he said. "It will teach you about the beauty of the world you live in, the poetry of speed, machines, and the inhuman splendid inevitability of industry." The combination of film and music provides a powerful antidote to the spatial passivity of art and architecture. Yet the very confinement of the film to a depthless screen and a theater is a reminder that it, too, is spacebound in some curious way. There is much to be learned from aesthetic theory about how different forms of spatialization inhibit or facilitate processes of social change. Conversely, there is much to be learned from social theory concerning the flux and change with which aesthetic theory has to cope. By playing these two currents of thought off against each other, we can, perhaps, better understand the ways in which political economic change informs cultural practices. But let me first illustrate where the political significance of such an argument might lie. In so doing, I shall revert to that conception which Kant advanced, of aesthetic judgment as a potential mediator between the worlds of objective science and of subjective moral judgment. Aesthetic judgments have entered in as powerful criteria of political, and hence of social and economic, action. If aesthetic judgment prioritizes space over time, then it follows that spatial practices and concepts can, under certain circumstances, become central to social action. In this regard, the German philosopher Heidegger is an intriguing figure. Rejecting the Kantian dichotomies of subject and object, he proclaimed the permanence of being over the transitoriness of becoming. His investigations of being led him away from the universals of modernism and of the Judeo-Christian tradition, and back to the intense and creative nationalism of pre-Socratic Greek thought. All metaphysics and philosophy, he declared, are given their meaning only in relation to the destiny of the people. 208 The experience of space and time. The geopolitical position of Germany in the interwar years squeezed in a great pincer between Russia and America led to the following reflections. From a metaphysical point of view, Russia and America are the same dreary technological frenzy, the same unrestricted organization of the average man. At a time when the furthermost corner of the globe has been conquered by technology and open to economic exploitation, when any incident whatsoever, regardless of where and when it occurs, can be communicated to the rest of the world at any desired speed, when the assassination of a king in France and a symphony in Tokyo can be experienced simultaneously, when time has ceased to be anything other than velocity, instantaneousness, and simultaneity, and time as history has vanished from the lives of all peoples. Then, yes, then, through all this turmoil a question still haunts us like a specter: what for? Whither? What then? The sense of time-space transformation and the anguish it provoked, could hardly be stronger. Heidegger's response is explicit. All this implies that this nation, as a historical nation, must move itself and thereby the history of the West beyond the center of their future happening and into the primordial realm of the powers of being. If the great decision regarding Europe is not to bring annihilation, that decision must be made in terms of new spiritual energies unfolding historically from out of the center. Herein, for Heidegger, lay the inner truth and greatness of the National Socialist movement. In support of Germany's withdrawal from the League of Nations, he sought a knowledge that does not divide the classes but binds and unites them in the great will of the state. By such means he hoped that the German people might grow in its unity as a work people, finding again its simple worth and genuine power, and procuring its duration and greatness as a work state. To the man of this unheard of will, our Führer Adolf Hitler, a threefold Sieg Heil. That a great 20th century philosopher should so compromise himself politically has been a matter of considerable concern. Documentation of Heidegger's rather long-lasting Nazi links. But I think a number of useful points can be made on the basis of the Heidegger case. He was evidently disturbed by the bland universalisms of technology, the collapse of spatial distinctiveness and identity, and the seemingly uncontrolled acceleration of temporal processes. From this standpoint he exemplifies all the dilemmas of modernity as Baudelaire articulates them. He is deeply influenced by Nietzsche's interventions but sees them leading down the path of an unacceptable and total nihilism. It is from such a fate that he seeks to rescue civilization. His search for permanence connects with a place-bound sense of geopolitics and destiny that was both revolutionary and intensely nationalistic. From a metaphysical point of view this entailed rooting himself in classical values, thereby highlighting a parallel orientation towards classicism in Nazi rhetoric in general and in architecture in particular. The rejection of Platonic and Judeo-Christian values, of the myth of machine rationality and internationalism, was total, even if the revolutionary side to his thought forced him to compromise with the advances of science and technology in practical affairs. Reactionary modernism of the Nazi sort simultaneously emphasized the power of myth while mobilizing all the accoutrements of social progress towards a project of sublime national achievement. The application of this particular aesthetic sense to politics altered the course of history with a vengeance. The Nazi case is by no means unique. The aestheticization of politics has a long history and poses deep problems for doctrines of untrammeled social progress. It has its left and its right versions. The clearest form the problem takes is the shift in emphasis from historical change towards national cultures and destinies, sparking geographical conflicts between different spaces in the world economy. Geopolitical conflicts invariably imply a certain aestheticization of politics in which appeal to the mythology of place and person has a strong role to play. The rhetoric of national liberation movements is here just as powerful as the counter-rhetoric, imposed through imperialism and colonialism, of manifest destiny, racial or cultural supremacy, paternalism, and doctrines of national superiority. 210 The experience of space and time. How and why the world's history dissolves into geopolitical conflicts often of a most destructive kind cannot be regarded as a matter of mere accident. It may have its roots in the political economic processes that force capitalism into configurations of uneven geographical development and make it seek out a series of spatial fixes to the overaccumulation problem. But the aestheticization of politics that accompanies this geopolitical turn must likewise be taken seriously. Herein, I think, lies the significance of conjoining aesthetic and social theoretic perspectives on the nature and meaning of space and time. And it is exactly from this sort of perspective that Eagleton launches his most virulent polemic against the postmodernism of Lyotard. Modernity for Lyotard would seem nothing but a tale of terroristic reason and Nazism little more than the lethal terminus of totalizing thought. This reckless travesty ignores the fact that the death camps were among other things the upshot of a barbarous irrationalism which, like some aspects of postmodernism itself, junked history, refused argumentation, aestheticized politics and staked all on the charisma of those who told the stories. 11. Individual spaces and times in social life. The material practices from which our concepts of space and time flow are as varied as the range of individual and collective experiences. The challenge is to put some overall interpretative frame around them that will bridge the gap between cultural change and the dynamics of political economy. Let me begin with the simplest descriptor of daily practices as set out in the time geography pioneered Bidjagerstrand individualisger here viewed as purposeful agents engaged in Projects that take up limefly rough movement in space. Yahida usual biographies can be tracked as life paths in time-space, beginning with daily routines of movement, and extending to migratory movements over phases of a lifespan. Such paths can be portrayed diagrammatically. The idea is to study the principles of time-space behavior through an examination of such biographies. Finite time resources and the friction of distance constrain daily movement. Time for eating, sleeping, etc. has to be found, and social projects always encounter coupling constraints, specified as the need to have the time-space paths of two or more individuals intersect to accomplish any social transaction. Such transactions typically occur within a geographical pattern of available stations and domains where certain social interactions prevail. Hagerstrand's schema is a useful descriptor of how the daily life of individuals unfolds in space and time. But it tells us nothing about how stations and domains are produced, or why the friction of distance varies in the way it palpably does. It also leaves aside the question of how and why certain social projects and their characteristic coupling constraints become hegemonic, and it makes no attempt to understand why certain social relations dominate others, or how meaning gets assigned to places, spaces, history, and time. Unfortunately, assembling massive empirical data on time-space biographies does not get at the answers to these broader questions, even though the individual spaces and times in social life 213 record of such biographies forms a useful datum for considering the time-space dimension of social practices. Consider, by way of contrast, the socio-psychological and phenomenological approaches to time and space that have been put forward by writers such as Desserteau, Bachelard, Bourdieu, and Foucault. The latter treats the space of the body as the irreducible element in our social scheme of things, for it is upon that space that the forces of repression, socialization, disciplining, and punishing are inflicted. The body exists in space and must either submit to authority or carve out particular spaces of resistance and freedom, heterotopias from an otherwise repressive world. That struggle, the centerpiece of social history for Foucault, has no necessary temporal logic. But Foucault does see particular historical transitions as important, and he pays great attention to the periodization of experience. The power of the Ancien regime was undermined by the Enlightenment, only to be replaced by a new organization of space dedicated to the techniques of social control, surveillance, and repression of the self and the world of desire. The difference lies in the way state power in the modern era becomes faceless, rational, and technocratic, rather than personalized and arbitrary. The irreducibility of the human body means that it is only from that side of power that resistance can be mobilized in the struggle to liberate human desire. Space, for Foucault, is a metaphor for a site or container of power which usually constrains but sometimes liberates processes of becoming. Foucault's emphasis upon imprisonment within spaces of social control has carried more than a little literal relevance to the way modern social life is organized. The entrapment of impoverished populations in inner city spaces is the theme that has, for example, long captured the attention of urban geographers. But Foucault's exclusive concentration on the spaces of organized repression weakens the generality of his argument. Jake Gerdo _ provides an interesting corrective. He treats social spaces as more open to human creativity and action. Walking, he suggests, defines a space of enunciation. Like Hagerstrand, he begins his story at ground level, but in this case with footsteps in the city. Their swarming mass is an innumerable collection of singularities. Their intertwined paths give their shape to spaces. They weave places together, and so create the city through daily activities and movements. They are not localized, it is rather that they spatialize. The particular. 214 The experience of space and time spaces of the city are created by myriad actions, all of which bear the stamp of human intent. Answering Foucault, Desserteau sees a daily substitution for the technological system of a coherent and totalizing space by a pedestrian rhetoric of trajectories that have a mythical structure understood as a story built out of elements taken from common sayings, an elusive and fragmentary story whose gaps mesh with the social practices it symbolizes. Desserto here defines a basis for understanding the ferment of popular, localized street cultures, even as expressed within the framework imposed by some overarching repressive order. The goal, he writes, is not to make clear how the violence of order is transmuted into a disciplinary technology, but rather to bring to light the clandestine forms taken by the dispersed, tactical and makeshift creativity of groups or individuals already caught in the nets of discipline. The resurgence of popular practices within industrial and scientific modernity, he writes, cannot be confined to the past, the countryside, or primitive peoples but exists at the heart of the contemporary economy. Spaces can be more easily liberated than Foucault imagines, precisely because social practices spatialize rather than becoming localized within some repressive grid of social control. Desserto, as we shall see, recognizes that the practices of everyday life can and do get converted into the totalizatio.ixip rationally ordered and controlled space and time. But he tells us little of why and how the rationalizations take the forms they do. In some instances it seems as if the Enlightenment project has something to do with it, although in other instances he points to the symbolic orderings of space and time which give profounder continuity to social practices. On this latter point, Desserto draws some sustenance from Bourdieu. Symbolic orderings of space and time provide a framework for experience through which we learn who or what we are in society. The reason why submission to the collective rhythms is so rigorously demanded, writes Bourdieu, is that the temporal forms or the spatial structures structure not only the group's representation of the world but the group itself, which orders itself in accordance with this representation. The common sense notion that there is a time and a place for everything gets carried into a set of prescriptions which replicate the social order by assigning social meanings to spaces and times. This was the sort of phenomenon that Hall saw as the root of a lot of intercultural conflict, precisely because different groups signaled quite different meanings by their use or space and time. Through studies of the internal world of the Kabyle, individual spaces and times in social life 215 house and of the external worlds of fields, markets, gardens, and the like in relation to the annual calendar and divisions between night and day, Bourdieu shows how all the divisions of the group are projected at every moment into the spatio-temporal organization which assigns each category its place and time. It is here that the fuzzy logic of practice works wonders in enabling the group to achieve as much social and logical integration as is compatible with the diversity imposed by the division of labor between the sexes, the ages, and the occupations. It is, suggests Bourdieu, through the dialectical relationship between the body and a structured organization of space and time that common practices and representations are determined. And it is precisely out of such experiences that durable schemes of perception, thought, and action get imposed. Even more profoundly, the organization of time and the group in accordance with mythical structures leads collective practice to appear as realized myth. Findings of this sort have been replicated in many anthropological studies in recent years. The more general question, however, concerns the degree to which similar kinds of social meanings can be signaled through spatial and temporal organization in contemporary capitalist culture. Certainly, it is not hard to spot examples of such processes at work. The organization of spaces within a household, for example, still says much about gender and age relations. The organized spatio-temporal rhythms of capitalism provide abundant opportunities for socialization of individuals to distinctive roles. The common-sense notion that there is a time and a place for everything still carries weight, and social expectations attach to where and when actions occur. But while the mechanisms to which Bourdieu points may be omnipresent in capitalist society, they do not easily conform to the broadly static picture of social reproduction which he evokes in the case of the Kabyles. Modernization entails, after all, the perpetual disruption of temporal and spatial rhythms, and modernism takes as one of its missions the production of new meanings for space and time in a world of ephemerality and fragmentation. Bourdieu provides the barest hint of how the search for money power might undermine traditional practices. Moore, in her study of the Endo, elaborates on that idea, and in so doing sheds further insight on the complex relations between spatializations and social reproduction. Value and meaning are not inherent in any spatial order, she insists, but must be invoked. The idea that there is some universal language of space, a semiotics of space independent of practical activities and historically situated actors, has to be rejected. Yet within the context of specific practices, the organization of space can indeed define relationships between people, activities, things, and concepts. The organization of space amongst the endo can be conceived of as a text. As such, it talks about or works over states of affairs which are imaginary but nonetheless important, because they represent social concerns. Such spatial representations are both product and producer. Under pressures of monetization and the introduction of wage labor, the representations shift. In the case of the endo, modernism is displayed by the replacement of the traditional roundhouse with a square house, coupled with an overt display of wealth, the separation of the cooking area from the main house, and other spatial reorganizations that signal a shift in social relations. The potentiality for such processes to become wrapped in myth and ritual tells us much about the dilemmas of modernism and postmodernism. We have already noted, in Part I as well as in the introduction to Part 3, how modernism was so often to flirt with mythology. We here encounter the fact that spatial and temporal practices can themselves appear as realized myth and so become an individual spaces and times in social life. 217. Essential ideological ingredient to social reproduction. The difficulty under capitalism, given its penchant for fragmentation and ephemerality in the midst of the universals of monetization, market exchange, and the circulation of capital, is to find a stable mythology expressive of its inherent values and meanings. Social practices may invoke certain myths and push for certain spatial and temporal representations as part and parcel of their drive to implant and reinforce their hold on society. But they do so in such an eclectic and ephemeral fashion that it is hard to speak of realized myth under capitalism with the same certitude that Bourdieu achieves for the Kabbales. This does not prevent the deployment of powerful mythologies as vigorous provocations to historical geographic change. Moreover, mythology is presented in mild enough forms to make of it a more subtle affair than the raucous claims of Nazism. But it is hard to find examples of its workings in contemporary society that do not in some way evoke a very specific sense of what a time and a place for everything means. Hence the significance of spatializing practices in architecture and urban design, of historical evocation, and the struggles that go on over the definition of what exactly is the right time and right place for what aspects of social practice. Bachelard, for his part, focuses our attention on the space of imagination, poetic space. Space that has been seized upon by the imagination cannot remain indifferent space subject to the measures and estimates of the surveyor any more than it can be exclusively represented as the affective space of the psychologists. We think we know ourselves in time, he writes, when all we know is a sequence of fixations in the spaces of the being's stability. Memories are motionless, and the more securely they are fixed in space, the sounder they are. The echoes of Heidegger are strong here. Space contains compressed time. That is what space is for. And the space which is paramount for memory is the house, one of the greatest powers of integration of the thoughts, memories, and dreams of mankind. For it is within that space that we learned how to dream and imagine. There. Being is already a value. Life begins well, it begins enclosed, protected, all warm in the bosom of the house. This is the environment in which the protective beings live. In this remote region, memory and imagination remain associated, each one working for their mutual deepening. Through dreams. 218 The experience of space and time. The various dwelling places in our lives co-penetrate and retain the treasures of former days. And after we are in the new house, when memories of other places we have lived in come back to us, we travel to the land of motionless childhood, motionless the way all immemorial things are. Being, suffused with immemorial spatial memory, transcends becoming. It founds all those nostalgic memories of a lost childhood world. Is this the foundation for collective murhuri, for all those manifestations of place-bound nostalgias that infect our images of the country and the city, of region, milieu, and locality, of neighborhood and community? And if it is true that time is always memorialized not as flow, but as memories of experienced places and spaces, then history must indeed give way to poetry, time to space, as the fundamental material of social expression. The spatial image then asserts an important power over history. Spatial and temporal practices, in any society, abound in subtleties and complexities. Since they are so closely implicated in processes of reproduction and transformation of social relations, some way has to be found to depict them and generalize about their use. The history of social change is in part captured by the history of the conceptions of space and time, and the ideological uses to which those conceptions might be put. Furthermore, any project to transform society must grasp the complex nettle of the transformation of spatial and temporal conceptions and practices. I shall try to capture some of the complexity through construction of a grid of spatial practices. Down the left-hand side I range 3 dimensions identified in Lefebvre's La Production de i.e. space. 1. Material spatial practices refer to the physical and material flows, transfers, and interactions that occur in and across space in such a way as to assure production and social reproduction. 2. Representations of space encompass all of the signs and significations, codes, and knowledge, that allow such material practices to be talked about and understood, no matter whether in terms of everyday common sense or through the sometimes arcane jargon of the academic disciplines that deal with spatial practices. 3. Spaces (F) representation are mental inventions that imagine new meanings or possibilities for spatial practices. Lefebvre characterizes these 3 dimensions as the experienced, the perceived, and the imagined. He regards the dialectical relations between them as the fulcrum of a dramatic tension through which the history of spatial practices can be read. The spaces of representation, therefore, have the potential not only to affect representation of space but also to act as a material productive force with respect to spatial practices. But to argue that the relations between the experienced, the perceived, and the imagined are dialectically rather than causally determined leaves things much too vague. Bourdieu provides a clarification. He explains how a matrix of perceptions, appreciations, and actions can at one and the same time be put to work flexibly to achieve infinitely diversified tasks while at the same time being in the last instance engendered out of the material experience of objective structures, and therefore out of the economic basis of the social formation in question. The mediating link is provided by the concept of habitus, a durably installed generative principle of regulated improvisations which produces practices which in turn tend to reproduce the objective conditions which produce the generative principle of habitus in the first place. The circular causation is obvious. Bourdieu's conclusion is, however, a very striking depiction of the constraints to the power of the imagined over the experienced. Because the habitus is an endless capacity to engender products, thoughts, perceptions, expressions, actions whose limits are set by the historically and socially situated conditions of its production, the conditioning and conditional freedom it secures is as remote from a creation of unpredictable novelty as it is from a simple mechanical reproduction of the initial conditionings. That theorization, though not in itself complete, is of considerable interest. I shall return to examine its implications for cultural production later. Across the top of the grid I list 4 other aspects to spatial practice drawn from more conventional understandings. 1. Accessibility and distanciation speak to the role of the friction of distance in human affairs. Distance is both a barrier to, and a defense against, human interaction. It imposes transaction costs upon any system of production and reproduction. Distanciation is simply a measure of the degree to which the friction of space has been overcome to accommodate social interaction. 2. The appropriation of space examines the way in which space is occupied by objects, activities, individuals, classes, or other social groupings. Systematized and institutionalized appropriation may entail the production of territorially bounded forms of social solidarity. 3. The domination of space reflects how individuals or powerful groups dominate the organization and production of space through legal or extra-legal means so as to exercise a greater degree of control either over the friction of distance or over the manner in which space is appropriated by themselves or others. 4. The production of space examines how new systems of land use, transport, and communications, territorial organization, etc. are produced, and how new modes of representation arise. These 4 dimensions to spatial practice are not independent of each other. The friction of distance is implicit in any understanding of the domination and appropriation of space, while the persistent appropriation of a space by a particular group amounts to a de facto domination of that space. The production of space, insofar as it reduces the friction of distance, alters distanciation and the conditions of appropriation and domination. My purpose in setting up such a grid is not to attempt any systematic exploration of the positions within it, though such an examination would be of considerable interest. My purpose is to find some point of entry that will allow a deeper discussion of the shifting experience of space in the history of modernism and postmodernism. The grid of spatial practices can tell us nothing important by itself. To suppose so would be to accept the idea that there is some universal spatial language independent of social practices. Spatial practices derive their efficacy in social life only through the structure of social relations within which they come into play. Under the social relations of capitalism, for example, the spatial practices portrayed in the grid become imbued with CLS meanings. To put it this way is not, however, to argue that spatial practices are derivative of capitalism. They take on their meanings under specific social relations of class, gender, community, ethnicity, or race and get used up or worked over in the course of social action. When placed in the context of capitalist social relations and imperatives, the grid helps unravel some of the complexity that prevails in understanding the transformation of spatial experience associated with the shift from modernist to postmodernist ways of thinking. Gurevich suggests an analogous framework for thinking about the meaning of time in social life. He addresses the issue of the social content of temporal practices directly, however, while avoiding issues of materiality, representation, and imagination of the sort that Lefebvre insists upon. His primary thesis is that particular social formations associate with a specific sense of time. Out of that study comes an eightfold classification of the types of social time that have existed historically. This typology proves rather interesting in its implications. To begin with, it inverts the proposition that there is a time for everything and proposes that we think, instead, of every social relation containing its own sense of time. It is tempting, for example, to think of 1968 as an explosive time emerging out of the deceptive time of Fordism Keynesianism and giving way in the late 1970s to the world of time in advance of itself populated by speculators, entrepreneurs, and debt-peddling finance capitalists. It is also possible to use the typology to look at different senses of time at work contemporaneously, with academics and other professionals perpetually condemned to retarded time, perhaps with a mission to avert explosive and erratic times, and so restore to us some sense of enduring time. The potential mixes are intriguing, and I shall come back to them later, since they shed light, I think, on the confused transition in the sense of time implied in the shift from modernist to postmodernist cultural practices. If there were an independent language of time or space, we could at this point reasonably abandon social concerns and inquire more directly into the properties of space-time languages as means of communication in their own right. But since it is a fundamental axiom of my inquiry that time and space cannot be understood independently of social action, I shall now shift the focus to a consideration of how power relations are always implicated in spatial and temporal practices. This will then permit us to put these rather passive typologies and possibilities into the more dynamic frame of historical materialist conceptions of capitalist modernization. We owe the idea that command over space is a fundamental and all-pervasive source of social power in _an ovexclide light to the persistent voice ol Hen Lefebvre. How that form of social power articulates with control over time, as well as with money and other forms of social power, requires further elaboration. The general argument I shall explore is that in money economies in general, and in capitalist society in particular, the intersecting command of money, time, and space forms a substantial nexus of social power that we cannot enquiry. Time measurement, Landis declares in his authoritative study of the subject, was at once a sign of newfound creativity and an agent and catalyst in the use of knowledge for wealth and power. Accurate timekeepers and accurate maps have long been worth their weight in gold, and command over spaces and times is a crucial element in any search for profit. For example, the property speculator who has the money to wait while controlling development on adjacent spaces is in a much better situation to make pecuniary gains compared to someone who lacks power in any one of these dimensions. Furthermore, money can be used to command time and space. Conversely, command of time and space can be converted back into command over money. Two very general questions then emerge. See * those who define the material practices, forms, and meanings of money, time, or space fix certain basic rules of the social game. I do not wish to imply by this that those who define the rules always win any contest that may ensue. There are too many examples of unintended consequences, and of oppositional groups learning and using the rules to overwhelm those who devised them, for such a simple equation to be credible. It is nevertheless the case that ideological and political hegemony in any society depends on an ability to control the material context of personal and social experience. For this reason, the materializations and meanings given to money, time, and space have more than a little significance for the maintenance of political power. The immediate problem, however, is to understand the social processes whereby their objective qualities are established. That way we can better evaluate the claim that something vital has happened to our experience of space and time since the 1970s so as to provoke the turn to postmodernism. Interior to that general question lies another, to consider how well established spatial and temporal practices and discourses are used up and worked over in social action. How, for example, does the grid of spatial practices or the typology of social time acquire a class, gender, or ethnic social content in a given historical situation? The common sense rules which determine the time and place for every thing are certainly used to achieve and replicate particular distri jb my and j_opound s.kshulpau This question is not, however, independent of the first. Frustrated power struggles within a given set of rules generate much social energy to change those rules. Shifts in the objective qualities of space and time, in short, can be, and often are, effected through J7 Soalstfugel. It is against this background that I shall take a cursory look at the relations between money, space, and time as interlocking sources of social power. I begin with the simplest connection. Money measures value, but if we ask what constitutes value in the first instance, we find it impossible to define value without saying something about how the time of social labor is allocated. Economy of time, says Marx, to this all economy ultimately reduces itself. Conversely, though money represents social labor time, the rise of the money form shaped the meaning of time in important and specific ways. Goff points out, for example, that the enlargement of the monetary sphere of circulation, and the organization of commercial networks over space in the early medieval period, forced the merchant to construct a more adequate and predictable measure of time for the orderly conduct of business. But notice the implication of space in this argument. The medieval merchant discovered the fundamental concept of the price of time only in the course of exploring space. Because trade and exchange entail spatial movement, it was the time taken up by this spatial movement which taught the merchant to attach prices, and hence the money form itself, to working time. Two general implications then follow. First, progress.si /e__monetization of relations jn_mchul life transforms the .exnalities opound j, imc announced the victory of a new cultural and economic order. By the same token, the mapping of the world opened up a way to look upon space as open to appropriation for private uses. Mapping also turned out to be far from ideologically neutral. Helgerson, for example, argues that Christopher Saxton's collection of county maps of Britain, published in 1579, not only allowed the English, for the first time, to take effective visual and conceptual possession of the physical kingdom in which they lived, but also strengthened the becomes a vital commodity in such struggles. For these reasons also, the ability to influence the production of space is an important means to augment social power. In materials terms, this means that those who can affect the spatial distribution of flow investments in transport and communications, in physical and social infrastructures, or the territorial distribution of administrative, political, and economic powers can often reap material rewards. The range of phenomena to be considered here is vast indeed. It varies all the way from one neighbor inciting another to help improve local property values by painting the porch, through systematic pressures by land and property developers to put in water and sewer connections that will improve the value of the lands they hold, to the interest of military contractors in exacerbating geopolitical tensions as a means tg._and better armaments on tax/influence over the ways of representing SPA SEP1 as well as over the packs of representation can also be import and/if wo Kiri can be persuaded for example, that space is an open field of play for capital but a closed terrain for themselves, then a crucial advantage accrues to the capitalists. Workers, in conceding greater powers of mobility to capital, might be more liable to concede before the threat of capital flight than would be the case if they were convinced that capitalists could not move. If, to take an example from the field of spatial representation, geopolitical threats can be partially manufactured with the help of the appropriate kinds of map projection, then considerable power goes to those who command the techniques of representation. If a picture or map is worth 1,000 words, then power in the realms of representation may end up being as important as power over the materiality of spatial organization itself. Such considerations have long entered in as crucial determinants in 234 the experience of space and time, the dynamics of class struggle. We can here, I think, invoke a simple rule, those who command space can always control the politics of place even though, and this is a vital corollary, it takes control of Sara Pre to instance. The relative powers of working class movements and the bourgeoisie to command space had long been an important constituent element in the power relations between them. John Foster, in Class Struggle in the Industrial Revolution, for example, recounts several incidents in which local mill owners found it difficult to control their workforce because the local forces of law and order were prone to sympathize with the militants, and because it was difficult to summon external assistance with the requisite speed. In the massive railroad strike that shook the east coast of the United States, on the other hand, a different story was to unfold. The railroad owners likewise found themselves facing a local militia reluctant to act. But the telegraph not only allowed federal assistance to be summoned with great dispatch, but also facilitated the transmission of false messages to the effect that workers had returned to work in St. Louis or Baltimore, and that the strike was collapsing at different points along the line. Even though the press played an important progressive role during this incident, the superior power to command space gave the capitalists an added advantage in what was an uneven but tense power struggle. The differential powers of geographical mobility for capital and labor have not remained constant over time, nor are they evenly available to different factions of capital and labor. When either capitalists or workers have important assets fixed and immobile in space, then neither side is in a good position to use powers of geographical mobility against the other. The skilled roving craft workers in, say, the iron industry in the early years of the Industrial Revolution moved far and wide across Europe and used their superior powers of geographical mobility to their own financial advantage. Modern, debt-encumbered homeowners in weak housing market situations, with strong social interests in staying in a particular milieu, are much more vulnerable. While some capitalists are plainly more mobile than others, they are all forced to some degree or other to put down roots, and many can ill afford to change locations as a result. There are, however, various facets of the capitalist's condition that often force their hand. Accumulation provides them with the wherewithal for expansion, and the options are always to expand in situ or to set up a branch plant elsewhere. The incentive to go for the latter increases over time simply by virtue of the congestion costs. Time and space as sources of social power. 235 associated with expansion on original sites. Intercapitalist competition and the fluidity of money capital over space also force geographical rationalizations in location as part of the accumulation dynamic. Such processes frequently get caught up in the dynamics of class struggle. Gordon records, for example, cases of suburbanization of industry in New England at the beginning of the century for the direct purpose of avoiding the stronger labor organization in the larger cities. More recently, under conditions of heightened competition, technological change, and rapid restructuring, innumerable cases can be cited of industrial relocation decisions taken with an eye to achieving better labor discipline. If capitalists wish to avoid unionization in the United States, a recent consultant's report advised, they should try to split their labor process into components employing no more than 50 workers, and locate the units at least 200 miles apart from each other. The conditions of flexible accumulation make the exploration of such options more, rather than less, possible. Prior to the coming of the railroad and the telegraph, the powers of capital and labor in terms of the ability to command space were not radically different. The bourgeoisie plainly feared the revolutionary threat of that power. When, for example, the Luddites took to machine breaking in many disparate incidents, or agricultural laborers simultaneously took to rick burning and other forms of protest in many different locales in England in 1830, the bourgeoisie became only too ready to accept the theory that mysterious figures such as Ned Ludd or Captain Swing were passing undetected through the land, fomenting discontent and revolutionary sentiments as they went. The bourgeoisie soon learned to use its superior trading connections and command over space as a means to establish social control. In 1848, for example, the French bourgeoisie used its commercial ties to mobilize a petit bourgeois militia from provincial France in order to crush the revolution in Paris. Selective control over the rapid means of communication was deployed to great advantage to counter the Chartist movement in Britain in the 1840s and to suppress working-class discontent in France after the coup d'état of 1851. The supreme glory of Napoleon III, wrote Baudelaire, will have been to prove that anybody can govern a great nation as soon as they have got control of the telegraph and the national press. The working class movement, for its part, accumulated similar insights. Not only did the First International seek to unite workers from many different places and industries, working under quite 236 the experience of space and time different social relations, into a common cause, but it also began, in the 1860s, to transfer funds and material aid from one space of class struggle to another. If the bourgeoisie could command space for its own class purposes, then the workers' movement could do the same. And to the degree that the First International appeared to command genuine power, the bourgeoisie had every reason to fear it in exactly the same way that they had feared the mysterious roamings of Captain Swing decades before. The capacity to link workers in united action across space has always been an important variable in class struggle. To some degree Marx seemed to believe that the massing of workers in the factories and the cities of industrial capitalism would by itself provide a sufficient geopolitical power base for class action. But the whole thrust of First International geopolitics was to broaden that base in as systematic a way as possible. It is rare indeed for class action not to have to face up to its specific geographical constraints. In the prolonged miners' strike in Britain in 1984, for example, the so-called flying pickets moving quickly from one pithead to another posed an acute problem for the state powers, which had to devise equally mobile tactics in response. Legislation to outlaw secondary industrial action and flying pickets was designed to curb working-class power over space and to weaken the potential for coherent class action by confining it to place. The crushing of the Paris Commune, and the 1877 railroad strike in the United States, demonstrated early on, however, that superior command over space would usually lie with the bourgeoisie. Nevertheless, the workers' movement persisted in its internationalist vision up until the eve of the First World War, when the Second International split essentially on the question of loyalty to nation versus loyalty to class interests. The victory of the former current not only had workers fighting on both sides of what most recognized as a war between capitalists, but initiated a phase of workers' movement history in which proletarian interests always ended up, no matter what the rhetoric, serving at the feet of national interests. Working class movements are, in fact, generally better at organizing in and dominating place than they are at commanding space. The various revolutions that broke out in Paris in the 19th century foundered on the inability to consolidate national power through a spatial strategy that would command the national space. Movements such as the Seattle General Strike of 1918, the St. Petersburg Uprising of 1905, coupled with a long and detailed history of time and space as sources of social power. 237 Municipal socialism, community organization around strike action, through to the urban uprisings of the United States of the 1960s, all illustrate the point. On the other hand, simultaneity of revolutionary upsurges in different locations, as in 1848 or 1968, strikes fear into any ruling class precisely because its superior command over space is threatened. It is exactly in such situations that international capitalism raises the specter of an international conspiracy, deeply offensive to national interests, and often invokes the power of the latter to preserve its ability to command space. What is even more interesting is the political response to this latent power of revolutionary and worker mobilization in place. One of the principal tasks of the capitalist state is to locate power in the spaces which the bourgeoisie controls, and disempower those spaces which oppositional movements have the greatest potentiality to command. This was the principle that led France to deny self-government to Paris until the total embourgeoisement of the city allowed it to become the fiefdom of Chirac's right-wing politics. This was the same strategy that lay behind Thatcher's abolition of metropolitan governments like the Greater London Council. It was also manifest in the slow erosion of municipal and urban powers in the United States during the Progressive Era when municipal socialism appeared as a real possibility, thus making a federalization of state powers more acceptable to the large-scale capitalists. It is in such a context that class struggle also assumes its global role. Henry Lefebvre puts it this way. Today, more than ever, the class struggle is inscribed in space. Indeed, it is that struggle alone which prevents abstract space from taking over the whole planet and papering over all differences. Only the class struggle has the capacity to differentiate, to generate differences which are not intrinsic to economic growth. That is to say, differences which are not either induced by or acceptable to that growth. The whole history of territorial organization, colonization, and imperialism, of uneven geographical development, of urban and rural contradictions, as well as of geopolitical conflict testifies to the importance of such struggles within the history of capitalism. If space is indeed to be thought of as a system of containers of social power, then it follows that n. 238 The experience of space and time. The accumulation of capital is perpetually deconstructing that social power by reshaping its geographical basis. Put the other way round, any struggle to reconstitute power relations is a struggle to reorganize their spatial bases. It is in this light that we can better understand why capitalism is continually reterritorializing with one hand what it was deterritorializing with the other. Movements of opposition to the disruptions of home, community, territory, and nation by the restless flow of capital are legion. But then so too are movements against the tight constraints of a purely monetary expression of value and the systematized organization of space and time. What is more, such movements spread far beyond the realms of class struggle in any narrowly defined sense. The rigid discipline of time schedules, of tightly organized property rights and other forms of spatial determination, generate widespread resistances on the part of individuals who seek to put themselves outside these hegemonic constraints in exactly the same way that others refuse the discipline of money. and from time to time these individual resistances can coalesce into social movements with the aim of liberating space and time from their current materializations and constructing an alternative kind of society in which value, time, and money are understood in new and quite different ways. Movements of all sorts, religious, mystical, social, communitarian, humanitarian, etc., define themselves directly in terms of an antagonism to the power of money and of rationalized conceptions of space and time over daily life. The history of such utopian, religious, and communitarian movements testifies to the vigor of exactly this antagonism. Indeed, much of the color and ferment of social movements, of street life and culture, as well as of artistic and other cultural practices, derives precisely from the infinitely varied texture of oppositions to the materializations of money, space, and time under conditions of capitalist hegemony. Yet all such social movements, no matter how well articulated their aims, run up against a seemingly immovable paradox. For not only does the community of money, coupled with the rationalized space and time, define them in an oppositional sense, but the movements have to confront the question of value and its expression as well as the necessary organization of space and time appropriate to their own reproduction. In so doing, they necessarily open themselves to the dissolving power of money as well as to the shifting definitions of space and time arrived at through the dynamics of capital circulation. Capital, in short, continues to dominate, and it does so in part through superior command over space and time, even when opposition movements gain control over a particular place for a time. The othernesses and regional resistances that postmodernist politics emphasize can flourish in a particular place. But they are all too often subject to the power of capital over the coordination of universal fragmented space and the march of capitalism's global historical time that lies outside of the purview of any particular one of them. A number of general conclusions can now be ventured. Spatial and temporal pjases for u and and ie for t thg jailj.fs. Express some kind opound class or oth j rockgeal content and are more than not the focus of intense social struggle. That this is so becco doubly obvious when we consider the ways in which space and time connect with money, and the way that connection becomes even more tightly organized with the development of capitalism. Time and space both get defined through the organization of social practices fundamental to commodity production. But the dynamic force of capital accumulation, together with conditions of social struggle, renders the relations unstable. As a consequence, nobody quite knows what the right time and place for everything might be. Part of the insecurity which bedevils capitalism as a social formation arises out of this instability in the spatial and temporal principles around which social life might be organized. During phases of maximal change, the spatial and temporal bases for reproduction of the social order are subject to the severest disruption. In subsequent chapters I shall show that it is exactly at such moments that major shifts in systems of representation, cultural forms, and philosophical sentiment occur. 243. The time and space of the Enlightenment Project. In what follows I shall make frequent reference to the concept of time-space compression. I mean to signal by that term processes one that so revolutionize the objective qualities of space and time that we are forced to alter, sometimes in quite radical ways, how we represent the world to ourselves. I use the word compression because a strong case can be made that the history of capitalism has been characterized by get up in the pace of life, while so overcoming spatial barriers that high world sometimes seems to collapse inwards, upon us. The time taken to traverse space and the way we commonly represent that fact to ourselves are useful indicators of the kind of phenomena I have in mind. As space appears to shrink to a global village of telecommunications and a spaceship Earth of economic and ecological interdependencies, to use just two familiar and everyday images, and as time horizons shorten to the point where the present is all there is, so we have to learn how to cope with an overwhelming sense of compression of our spatial and temporal worlds. The experience of time-space compression is challenging, exciting, stressful, and sometimes deeply troubling, capable of sparking, therefore, a diversity of social, cultural, and political responses. Compression should be understood as relative to any preceding state of affairs. In what follows, I shall consider the matter historically, using the European case as an example. In this chapter, I shall look briefly at the long transition that prepared the way for Enlightenment thinking about space and time. In the relatively isolated worlds of European feudalism, place assumed a definite legal, political, and social meaning indicative of a relative autonomy of social relations and of community inside roughly given territorial boundaries. Within each knowable world, spatial organization reflected a confused overlapping of economic, political, and legal obligations and rights. External space was weakly grasped and generally conceptualized as a mysterious cosmology populated by some external authority, heavenly hosts, or more sinister figures of myth and imagination. The finite-centered qualities of place matched time-honored routines of daily life set in the infinity and unknowability of enduring time. Medieval parochialism and superstition were paralleled by an easy and hedonistic psychophysiological approach to spatial representation. The medieval artist believed that he could render what he saw before his eyes convincingly by representing what it felt like to walk about, experiencing structures, almost tactilely, from many different sides, rather than from a single overall vantage. Medieval art and 242 The experience of space and time. Plate 3.2 A 1987 advertisement by Alcatel emphasizes a popular image of the shrinking globe. Cartography, interestingly, seemed to match the sensibility portrayed in Desserto's spatial stories. There were, of course, disruptive forces at work in this feudal world: class conflicts, disputes over rights, ecological instabilities and population pressures, doctrinal conflicts, Saracen invasions and the Crusades, and the like. Above all, the progress of monetization and commodity exchange, in the first instance between communities but later through more independent forms of merchant trading, suggested an entirely different conception of time and space from that which dominated the feudal order. The Renaissance, however, saw a radical reconstruction of views of space and time in the Western world. From an ethnocentric viewpoint, the voyages of discovery produced an astounding flow of knowledge about a wider world that had somehow to be absorbed and represented. They indicated a globe that was finite and potentially knowable. Geographical knowledge became a valued commodity in a society that was becoming more and more profit-conscious. The accumulation of wealth, power, and capital became linked to personalized knowledge of, and individual command over, space. By the same token, each place became vulnerable to the direct influence of that wider world through trade, intraterritorial competition, military action, the inflow of new commodities, of bullion, and the like. But by virtue of the piecemeal development of the processes shaping it, the revolution in conceptions of space and time was slow to unfold. Fundamental rules of perspective, rules that broke radically with the practices of medieval art and architecture, and which were to dominate until the beginning of the 20th century, were elaborated in mid-15th century Florence by Brunelleschi and Alberti. This was a fundamental achievement of the Renaissance. It shaped ways of seeing for 4 centuries. The fixed viewpoint of perspective maps and paintings is elevated and distant, completely out of plastic or sensory reach. It generates a coldly geometrical and systematic sense of space which nevertheless gives a sense of harmony with natural law, thereby underscoring man's moral responsibility within God's geometrically ordered universe. A conception of infinite space allowed the globe to be grasped as a finite totality without challenging, at least in theory, the infinite wisdom of the deity. Infinite space is endowed with infinite quality, wrote Giordano Bruno at the end of the Renaissance, and in the infinite quality is lauded the infinite act of existence. The chronometer, which gave strength and measure to the idea of time's arrow, was likewise rendered theoretically compatible with God's infinite wisdom by attributing infinite qualities to time analogous to those which attached to space. The attachment was of immense importance. It meant that the idea of time as becoming a very human sense of time, which is also contained in the idea of time's arrow, was separated from the analytical and scientific sense of time, which rested on a conception of infinity that was preferred broadly for religious reasons. The Renaissance separated scientific and supposedly factual senses of time and space from the more fluid conceptions that might arise experientially. Giordano Bruno's conceptions, which prefigured those of Galileo and Newton, were in practice so pantheistic that Rome burned him at the stake as a threat to centralized authority and dogma. In So, Time and Space of the Enlightenment Project 245. Doing, the Church was recognizing a rather significant challenge that infinite time and space posed to hierarchically conceived systems of authority and power based in a particular place. Perspectivism conceives of the world from the standpoint of the seeing eye of the individual. It emphasizes the science of optics and the ability of the individual to represent what he or she sees as in some sense truthful, compared to superimposed truths of mythology or religion. The connection between individualism and perspectivism is important. It provided an effective material foundation for the Cartesian principles of rationality that became integrated into the Enlightenment project. It signaled a break in artistic and architectural practice from artisan and vernacular traditions towards intellectual activity and the aura of the artist, scientist, or entrepreneur as a creative individual. There is also some evidence to connect the formulation of perspectivist rules with the rationalizing practices emerging in commerce, banking, bookkeeping, trade, and agricultural production under centralized land management. The story of Renaissance maps, which took on entirely new qualities of objectivity, practicality, and functionality, is particularly revealing. Objectivity in spatial representation became a valued attribute because accuracy of navigation, the determination of property rights in land, political boundaries, rights of passage and of transportation, and the like, became economically as well as politically imperative. Many special-purpose map representations, such as the Port-Oland charts used by navigators and estate maps used by landowners, already existed, of course, but the importation of the Ptolemaic map from Alexandria to Florence around 1400 appears to have played a crucial role in the Renaissance discovery and use of perspectivism. The Port-Olands did not furnish a geometrical framework for comprehending the whole world. The Ptolemaic grid, on the other hand, posed an immediate mathematical unity. The most far-flung places could all be precisely fixed in relation to one another by unchanging coordinates so that their proportionate distance, as well as their directional relationships, would be apparent. The Ptolemaic system gave the Florentines a perfect, expandable cartographic tool for collecting, collating, and correcting geographical knowledge. Above all, it supplied to geography the same aesthetic principles of geometrical harmony which Florentines demanded of all their art. The connection with perspectivism lay in this, that in designing the grid in which to locate places, Ptolemy had imagined how the globe as a whole would look to a human eye looking at it from outside. A number of implications then follow. The first is an ability to see the globe as a knowable totality. As Ptolemy himself put it, the goal of chorography is to deal separately with a part of the whole, whereas the task of geography is to survey the whole in its just proportion. Geography rather than chorography became a Renaissance mission. A second implication is that mathematical principles could be applied, as in optics, to the whole problem of representing the globe on a flat surface. As a result, it seemed as if space, though infinite, was conquerable and containable for purposes of human occupancy and action. It could be appropriated in imagination according to mathematical principles. And it was exactly in such a context that the revolution in natural philosophy, so brilliantly described by Coeur, which went from Copernicus to Galileo and ultimately to Newton, was to occur. Perspectivism had reverberations in all aspects of social life and in Time and Space of the Enlightenment Project 247, all fields of representation. In architecture, for example, it allowed the replacement of Gothic structures spun from arcane geometrical formulae jealously guarded by the Lodge with a building conceived of and built on a unitary plan drawn to measure. This way of thinking could be extended to encompass the planning and construction of whole cities according to a similar unitary plan. Perspectivism could be elaborated upon in innumerable ways, as, for example, in the Baroque architecture of the 17th century, which expressed a common fascination with the idea of the infinite, of movement and force, and the all-embracing but expansive unity of things. While still religious in ambition and intent, such architecture would have been unthinkable in the earlier, simpler days before projective geometry, calculus, precision clocks, and Newtonian optics. Baroque architecture and Bach fugues are both expressive of those concepts of infinite space and time which post-Renaissance science elaborated upon with such zeal. The extraordinary strength of spatial and temporal imagery in the English literature of the Renaissance likewise testifies to the impact of this new sense of space and time on literary modes of representation. The language of Shakespeare, or of poets like John Donne and Andrew Marvell, is rife with such imagery. It is intriguing to note, furthermore, how the image of the world as a theater was reciprocated in the titles commonly given to atlases and maps. The construction of landscapes according to principles of theatrical design soon followed suit. If spatial and temporal experiences are primary vehicles for the coding and reproduction of social relations, then a change in the way the former get represented will almost certainly generate some kind of shift in the latter. This principle helps explain the support that the Renaissance maps of England supplied to individualism, nationalism, and parliamentary democracy at the expense of dynastic privilege. But, as Helgerson points out, maps could just as easily function in untroubled support of a strongly centralized monarchic regime, though Philip II of Spain thought his maps sufficiently subversive to keep them under lock and key as a state secret. Colbert's plans for a rational spatial integration of the French nation-state are typical of the deployment of the cold rationality of maps used for instrumental ends in support of centralized state power. It was